Chapter 11, C, of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. But the above quotation from St. Paul's writings in the New Testament on this particular subject is not all that he has said. See Ephesians chapter 6, verse 5, as follows: Servants, that is, slaves, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of heart, as unto Christ. This is a most remarkable statement, as it recognizes the doctrine of negro slavery, the master as well as the slave, a state of surveillance and lowly submission to such masters, and enjoining obedience to be paid, even to trembling and fear, with absolute singleness of heart, as unto Christ. This language and doctrine is very different from that of the abolitionists of the present time, who say that a negro slave does right in order to get away from his master, to steal his master's horse, his money, or anything else, or to steal from others on the road, anything to aid his flight for liberty. On this subject, who is wrong? St. Paul, the Holy Ghost, Adam Clark, or the abolitionists of America and elsewhere, who have mighty deeds yet to achieve in the line of politics, bottomed on their negro sympathies? That the servants alluded to by St. Paul in the verse above quoted referred to bondmen or absolute slaves is clear from the 8th verse of the same, Ephesians chapter 6, verse 8, which reads as follows: Knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. On this verse, Dr. Clark says that the word bond, therein used, means a slave, or one bought with money. Again, in his letter to a Grecian convert to Christianity, whose name was Philemon, a citizen of Colossae, a white man, as the Greeks were white, he wrote respecting a slave who had run away from Philemon and had come to Rome, where Paul then was. This slave's name was Onesimus, who, for some reason or other, had run away, and happening to hear the great orator St. Paul preach, became a convert to his principles respecting Christianity and its author. In that letter to the slave's master, at verses 10, 11, and 12, he says, I beseech, not command thee, for my son Onesimus, whom I have begotten in the faith in my bonds, who in times past was to thee unprofitable, that is, he had been a bad slave, but now profitable to thee and to me, whom I have sent again. Thou, therefore, receive him that is my own bowels. On the words, as above used by St. Paul, whom I have sent again, Dr. Clark says, the Christian religion never cancels any civil relations. A slave on being converted and becoming a free man in Christ has no right to claim, on that account, emancipation from the service of his master. Justice, therefore, required St. Paul to send Onesimus back to his master. He further says on this case, quote, There is no reason to believe that Onesimus was of the kindred of Philemon, and that we must take the term flesh, as used in the 16th verse of that letter, as a reference made by Paul to the purchase right Philemon had on Onesimus. He was a part of his property as a slave. Close quote. This was his condition. Slavery is a civil regulation in this country, which abolitionists are aiming to overthrow by applying the scripture principle of benevolence. But as St. Paul has not thus attacked slavery, who are these that take it upon them to do this, in the face of the Christian religion and the laws of the Union? From the facts of the case of this slave, it is self-evident that his being sent back to his master again was owing to the influence of the Christian religion, as under its sanction neither the convert nor the minister could, therefore, for a moment withhold the claims of justice in this particular. Oh, but says a wide-awake abolitionist, to be sure, the Christian religion allows of no injustice, and on that very account that slave should have been set free, as there is no greater injustice this side of the grave than to enslave a negro man. St. Paul, however, has seen fit to judge differently, and has given a verdict in favor of the master. Had St. Paul have viewed the case as an abolitionist would have viewed it, he would not have sent the man again to his master. He would have told him to remain free where he was, or to go whither he would. But as a judge in the house of God, he exerted his authority in the case, and sent the slave again to his owner, on purely moral principles, and no other, or he would not have meddled with it at all, as indeed he had no right on any other ground. But some contend, and have even determined, that because St. Paul said at the 16th verse of his letter to Philemon, that when Onesimus the slave should arrive at the house of his owner, his master was not to receive him as a servant, but above a servant, a brother beloved, that he was therefore manumitted by the authority of the apostle, and from this they claim that slavery was thus abolished forever out of the Christian church. But such a conclusion will not answer, as it is not responded to by other passages on the same subject, and besides, the entire contrary appears from the same apostle's writings. The slave Onesimus had become a Christian, and in this particular he was exalted to an equality with his master, if that master was, in fact, a Christian at heart, as God is no respecter of the souls of men, giving grace to all alike, when he is sought unto, by black or white. This fact had elevated that slave far above his former character as a sinner, and a very bad and unprofitable slave, as Paul says he had been. Yet his temporal condition remained unchanged, the same as before. On that verse, the 16th, in virtue of which some men claim the abolishment of slavery by the authority of Christianity, Dr. Clarke remarks that St. Paul said as much, and no more, than to say to Philemon, "Do not receive Onesimus merely as a slave, nor treat him according to that condition, as before times, but as a brother, a genuine Christian, and as a person particularly dear to Paul." In all this, Adam Clarke, though an abolitionist, could see no release of this man from his temporal bondage from anything that appears in the text. That St. Paul sanctioned any such doctrine as the manumitting of bond slaves because they happened to become converted does not appear, while the contrary is abundant, which we are able further to produce from the text of the New Testament and of Paul's own writings. See Timothy chapter 6, verses 1 through 4. Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God be not blasphemed. and they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, but rather do service, because they are faithful and beloved partakers of the benefits. These things teach and exhort. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Jesus Christ and the doctrine, which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strife of words. On the subject of this part, St. Paul's remarks in that letter to Timothy, Adam Clarke says, that the word servant in that place signifies slave, and the word yoke, the state of slavery or bondage. From this we prove the real existence of slavery in the Christian Church, in the very time of its organizers and founders, and had it been anywhere abolished, that critic of critics, Adam Clarke, would have found it out, and would have marked the place in the most pointed manner. But it is not to be found in the whole Bible, which we shall further show in due time. In the above cited chapter, 6th of Timothy, at the 3rd verse, there are found some very remarkable allusions to the subject of slavery, which we cannot pass over, and are as follows. If any man, says St. Paul, teach otherwise, and consents not to wholesome words, even to the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud or ignorant, knowing nothing. Now, to what words of Jesus Christ does St. Paul allude, which he applies to the case of slaves? See John chapter 8, verses 35 and 36. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth ever. If the Son, therefore, shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. In these two verses of the Gospel by St. John, there is a manifest allusion to the fact and condition of slaves. Of this fact, the Savior took occasion to illustrate, by way of similitude, the condition of a wicked man, who is the slave of sin, and to show that as a son who was the heir in a house could set a bond-slave free if that son was of a proper age, so he, the Son of God, can set the enslaved soul free from sin, when he would be free indeed. In this allusion of the Savior, we do not find the fact of slavery reproved, but merely alluded to, as a thing or a usage then existing, and therefore recognized as a practice, not in itself sinful, if practiced right and mercifully. If this sentiment is not correct, we are at a sad loss to justify the Savior's allusion to a circumstance so wicked, as abolitionists believe it is, without reproving it. On these very remarkable words of our Savior, and St. Paul's allusion to them, Adam Clarke has written the following, quote, "Now the slave abideth not in the family, as if Jesus had said, and now that I am speaking of slaves, I will add one thing more, viz., a slave has no right to any part of the inheritance of the family to which he belongs, but the son, the legitimate son, has a right. He can make any servant free, though no slave can do this, because, we will add, one piece of property cannot assist another piece of property, as they are legally powerless." Close quote. It is very likely that, in the time of St. Paul, there was agitated the question of manumitting slaves, and that it occasioned trouble and unfriendly surmisings, as to the designs of the new religion, the gospel. Paul, therefore, came out in severe terms against all such, accusing them of doting about questions, and strife of words, and of being proud, or ignorant, knowing nothing. As much as if he had said, you are ignorant of the determination of God from the beginning on this very subject, even in the times of Noah, Moses, and the prophets. Read, and you will learn that the race of Ham are judicially placed under the ban of servitude. On this very subject, and the passage of St. Paul, Dr. Clarke has written thus, quote, "It appears that there were teachers of a different kind in the church at that time, a sort of religious levelers, who preached that the converted slave had as much right to the master's service as the master had to his. Teachers of this kind have been in vogue long since the days of St. Paul and Timothy." Close quote. This is a true statement, for if Adam Clarke were now alive, he would find thousands of just such levelers in America and England, who declare that the Scriptures make no difference between the interests of slaves and the interests of their masters. To prove this, we refer the reader to the abolitionist pamphlet entitled The Bible Against Slavery, No. 6, page 25, 1838, where the writer labors hard to show that the Mosaic system of law made no difference between the master and the slave in relation to their natural freedom or optional powers, avowing that the Mosaic system was framed as much to advance the interest and gratify the wishes of servants as it was their masters. This statement of theirs, as above, is not true, even in relation to a Hebrew servant. For whenever a Hebrew was made a slave, on account of debt or crimes, it was done by force of law, in which neither his comfort, will, or interests, considered in a pecuniary light, further than that was to be treated as a hired man, till his debts were paid or the crime expiated. How much less, therefore, were the mitigating circumstances in the case of the negro or Canaanite slave, who were deemed to be lawful subjects of oppression, except their daily food and rest on Sabbath days. Although Hebrew servants and criminal delinquents went always free, at the times of the little jubilees, as provided by the law, yet there was one case in which even a Hebrew servant could not avail himself of this emancipating law. To prove this, we have only to refer to Exodus chapter 21, verses 5 and 6, which reads as follows: "And if the servant, a Hebrew, shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife who was born a slave, and my children, I will not go out free. Then this master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him unto the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master with his own hands shall bore or drill his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever." This awful sentence of a total loss of liberty was thus passed upon a Hebrew servant, because he despised his natural privileges for reasons of his own, choosing rather to be a slave during his natural life than to leave the service of his master and be free. How much less, therefore, could the jubilees reach the case of one of the accursed race, who was not of the Hebrew blood, nor of the blood of Japheth? From this fact, we perceive how entirely reckless of truth abolitionists are, who set up claims in favor of the race of Canaan and Ham, as servants, which the law of Moses did not accord even to servants of the Hebrew blood. Such a position as this in favor of Canaanite slaves would have placed them in far better circumstances than were the unfortunate servants of their own race, a thing which fully contradicts the express statements of the law of Moses on that very subject. For in that law, Hebrew servants who were made thus by being sold were to be treated as they would treat hired men, and not like bondmen. At the very time when Christianity was being set forth and established in Judea and the surrounding countries by the Savior, his disciples and the apostles after the crucifixion, the custom of owning and dealing in slaves greatly prevailed in all the Roman Empire, and yet we do not find this practice once referred to by way of reproof in the New Testament. How strange if it was looked upon by those moral benefactors of the human race, as some seem to look upon it now. But as a reason for this strange omission, it is said by abolitionists that although at the time Christianity was introduced into the world, slavery was everywhere prevalent, yet Christ nor his heralds did not see fit to rebuke the sin, because it would have operated against the gospel. Encyclopedia, Edinburgh edition, under the head of Slavery, their opinion is found. Here we pause with astonishment, and inquire whether the above reason for that omission is the best they can think of. If it is, then it follows that God incarnate, in the economy of his church on earth, is thereby represented as succumbing to what abolitionists say is a great sin, merely because the sin was a deeply rooted and popular sin, and to have denounced it would have occasioned the gospel to have been evil spoken of, as aiming at a civil revolution. Tell it not in Gath, among the negroes, lest they should show their ivory, nor in Christian countries, lest skeptical men might deride so puerile a captain, as the miserable idea would make the great Savior to be. This opinion, found in the work above alluded to, is the most singular and monstrous that we have ever fallen in with among the written principles of men, as it represents Jesus Christ, who reigns in his own house, the church, and in the world as its creator, as being under fear, lest, were he to have reproved a certain great and popular sin, it would have injured the cause of religion in the world, and especially in Judea and the Roman dependencies. His business on earth was to reprove sins of every name and nature, and to introduce principles which, in their effect, should establish all righteousness, without fear of opposition from the ignorance, the prejudices, and cupidity of men. The prophets were not afraid to reprove sin, whether personal or national, though they lost their lives by it. How much more, therefore, would not the inspirer of the prophets reprove sin, who was in Christ without measure? This is a hard point for abolitionism to weather, for if the founder of the Christian religion, in the very midst of the commission of the sin complained of, did not reprove it, who are abolitionists that they should? Are they more righteous than the master? Is it not enough if the servant be as his master? Were it not far more wise to believe that God, in Christ, had respect to his own determinations on the subject of negro slavery, as signified to Noah, to Moses, and to the Hebrews, which was not to be abolished, even by benign influences of the gospel? In proof that the Greeks and Romans, as above intimated, had vast numbers of slaves, we show from Adam's Roman Antiquities, page 38. At Rome, he says, there was a marketplace which was devoted wholly to the sale and purchase of slaves. They were commonly exposed naked, and having around their necks a scroll, on which was written an account of their good qualities. From the sale of slaves arose the principal part of the enormous wealth of Crassus. In the times of the Roman Republic, the owners were allowed to put their slaves to death when they would, or to torture them by all manner of cruelties. By the Roman lawmakers, slaves were esteemed the same as other property. They were not allowed as witnesses in any court, ecclesiastical or civil. It was the same also among the Hebrews, under the force of the Mosaic legislation, as well as among all other nations, tongues, and people. Some of the Romans, says both Seneca and Pliny, had whole legions of slaves, and others even 20,000. The Romans, according to Strabo, says Rollin, volume 1, page 232, worked their gold mines in Spain by slaves. This author says that in his time as many as 40,000 slaves were employed annually in the mines, who, by continued scourging, were caused to labor beyond their strength day and night, by which means they generally all perished underground. But against all personal cruelties exercised by parents, guardians, and masters upon their children, as apprentices, hired servants, or slaves, as well as dumb animals, God's law, as well as his gospel, is peremptory. And although the various classes, as above mentioned, are, by the law of God, put under rule, yet does it not authorize wanton barbarity, but enjoins mercy, moderation, patience, and justice toward them. End of chapter 11c. Chapter 11d of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The slaves of the Romans, in the times of Christ and the apostles, as well as of the Greeks, then mingled in the Roman Empire, were of the conquered Negro Carthaginians of Africa, who were reduced to vassalage, as well as to personal slavery, about 100 years B.C. Rollin, volume 1, page 237. Herodotus says, chapter 2, page 254, that the Greeks, in the time of Troy, full 1200 years B.C., had black slaves, as before noticed. This being true, it appears at once that the race of Japheth, from the earliest times, had practiced enslaving the descendants of Ham, as well as the race of Shem, as God had determined from the beginning. Thus we see that in the times of the apostles, as well as in all ages before, going up to the flood, that the world was filled with negro slaves, wherever the races of Shem and Japheth were found. Now, if the practice, in principle, was a sin, and seeing it must have fallen under their notice in all places, how is it that no denunciations are found in the New Testament against it? But instead of St. Paul's reproving the practice, we find him even sending a slave back to his master, whom he had found in Rome. Paul knew the slave, and when he was converted, and he had ascertained that he was a runaway from Colossae, and that he belonged to Philemon, a friend of his, and a member of the church, he immediately wrote a letter, gave it to the slave, and directed him to return again to his master Philemon. Had not this slave been converted to Christianity, he never would have obeyed St. Paul in this matter, nor would he have troubled himself about it. But as the slave was now, by his association with the members of the church, thrown under the care of the apostle, it was proper for that great minister of the faith to take the matter in hand, as justice demanded the return of the servant to his master and owner again, to which the slave willingly consented for righteousness' sake, as he had become obedient to the word of God. Had St. Paul had any particular objection to the principle of slavery, as applied to the descendants of Ham, now was the time for him to have stated it, and in language the most unequivocal, such as the scribes of abolitionism nowadays would have written on the occasion, which would have been pretty strong, no doubt. But of such objections we hear not a word from the pen of that apostle. At this point of our remarks, we have a most doleful circumstance to present, which, according to the views of abolitionists, must have been a glaring breach, even of the law of Moses, as well as of the benevolent intentions of the gospel. This circumstance, or deed of misdemeanor, is found to have been perpetrated by St. Paul himself, and related to the case of the slave Onesimus, as above referred to. In Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, it is written, "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee, even among you in that place which he shall choose, in one of thy gates. Thou shalt not oppress him." And yet St. Paul was the man who sent the runaway servant to his master again. Oh, what a sinner was he, according to abolitionism! From this fact, or transaction of St. Paul, we learn two things, one of which is, that he did not do wrong in that case, and the other is, that the slave was a negro or descendant of Ham. We prove that the slave was not a Hebrew, or of the blood of Shem, from the very fact of Paul's sending him back to his master, as he knew that the law of Moses forbade the sending of runaway Hebrew servants again to their masters, as above shown by the law itself. Had the servant been a Hebrew, it would have been unlawful for Philemon to have had Onesimus at all as a slave, for the law of Moses did not give delinquent Hebrews, or any of the blood of Shem, to the Greeks or white men for slaves, as it did the Negro race. And for this very reason, the slave Onesimus must have been a Canaanite, or one of the race of Ham. From the very passage above quoted, Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, abolitionists claim that it is wrong to send a runaway slave again to his master in this country. But the apostle acted otherwise, which he could not have done had the slave been either a red or a white man, as the enslaving of those races have not the divine sanction, nor were they ever accursed in the sense the race of Ham was. The intention of that law, as understood by the Hebrews of Moses' time, as well as in all succeeding ages, was, that it was but a mere direction how they were to treat the case of runaway servants from the neighboring nations, who, in flying from their masters, whether Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites, Arabs, or from any of the nations of the Abrahamic or Shemite blood, to the Hebrews, were to be protected, and not sent again to their masters. As a reason for this, it should be recollected that all those nations were of the Shemite or Abrahamic blood, and could not be permanently enslaved by any Jew, and if any servant of this description of blood saw fit to leave their country and master, and fly to the Hebrews, and take sanctuary under the banner of their God, they were not to be molested and sent again to their masters, to whom no doubt they had been slaves. They were to dwell wherever they might choose, entering into any business of their power, within the range of the 12 tribes. Such runaway servants were not to be oppressed. By this very clause of the text, "Thou shalt not oppress them," it is distinctly shown that this kind of servants, thus favored, were no Canaanites, or any of that race, as the law of Moses did allow the oppression of that class of men in the matter of absolute slavery. And further, it is shown that the kind of servants alluded to in that trait of the law were not of the Hamite race, by the supposed circumstance of their running away from their masters to the Hebrews, the last country on the earth to which a negro would run, as among that people they could expect nothing but oppression, as it was one of the very laws of the Hebrews to enslave all the people of that character, wherever they could find them. Neither can it be supposed that the trait in question alluded to Canaanite or black bondmen, who might run away from one Hebrew master to another Hebrew, as in that way, if they were not to be returned nor molested, the slaves of the whole 12 tribes, in a trice, at any time, could be freed themselves. For if a slave of the negro character saw fit to run away from his Hebrew master to another of the same description, at once he was free, for the law forbade any one molesting a runaway servant. On this very account, the reader can but see that no such servant as a Canaanite could be alluded to by that trait of the law of Moses which forbade the returning of a runaway servant. Again, if we say that this trait of the law related to Hebrew servants, who had become thus on account of poverty, or any other lawful cause, and had been brought under the provision of the law, in such cases made and provided, if we say that these were the kind of servants who were not to be returned, if any such ran away from the Hebrew masters, then it is not hard to see how wide a door for the commission of frauds would, by the very law itself, have been opened against the secular business and interests of the whole 12 tribes. But how? Says the reader. As follows is our answer. Suppose yourself a Hebrew, and living now in old Canaan, and that today you have bought a man of your tribe who had been offered for sale, on account of debts or crimes, and paid perhaps 500 shekels of silver for him, and tomorrow he runs away, going no further than the next neighbors, where, according to the law, your servant is not to be molested or returned. What do you lose? Why, you lose your 500 shekels of silver, and the man goes free, cheating both the law and the purchasers. There is no way, therefore, to understand the application of that particular trait of the law found in Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 15 and 16, but to suppose the servants there alluded to pointed out the servants of the surrounding nations, not of the Hamite race. This is evident from the very peculiar phraseology of the law itself, which addresses the whole 12 tribes as being but one person, as follows: "Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee, who shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates." In this passage, it is seen that the law made but one person of the whole 12 tribes, by using the terms thou, they, and thee, in relation to them, and also showing that the runaway servants were alluded to were such as should come to them from beyond the bounds of the 12 tribes. That scripture, therefore, had no application to either a Hebrew servant or to a bought slave of the Canaanite race, as a regulation of that sort, touching the legal interests of the owners, would have filled the whole land of Judea with confusion, as whoever might be bought a servant according to the law was immediately exposed, by the same law, to lose his money, a regulation to which no community would submit in any age. Thus we have shown that St. Paul understood what he did when he sent again the slave of Philemon to his owner from Rome in Italy to Colossae, a city in Asia Minor, and belonging to the Romans at that time by conquest, as did all the countries of those regions in the time of St. Paul. Had Onesimus been a white man, or an individual of the race of Abraham, St. Paul never would have arrested him as a slave, to return to his master, except the man was in debt to Philemon, as no other race but that of Ham was ever judicially doomed by the Creator to absolute slavery. And this was as well known to St. Paul as it is to all who read the Bible with a view to understand this thing. Surely, had the apostle felt about the enslaving of Ham's race, as many seem to feel nowadays, he would not only have told the slave to run for it, and to steal a horse, or anything else to aid his flight, as do abolitionists, but would have made the subject the occasion of a special treatise to the churches, as he did other matters of great importance, and would have denounced it as a horrible sin against God and human nature. Had not the notion among the converted slaves been entertained that their religion made them equal with, and as free as were their masters, it is not likely that we should ever have heard a word on the subject from the pen of St. Paul more than from other writers of the New Testament. But as he was well acquainted with the matter in the Old Testament, and as the question did arise in the churches, he found it necessary, while in pursuit of other matters, in his letters, to write on this subject also, and in a very pointed manner. Wherefore he said to bondmen that they should be content with their condition, caring nothing for it. See 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 21. He said also to their masters that they should treat their slaves well, even forbearing to threaten them, as they were to remember that they also had a master in heaven. See Ephesians chapter 6, verse 9, and Colossians chapter 4, verse 1. At the very time St. Paul was traveling in the various countries of the Roman Empire, the condition of slaves, says Adam Clarke, see his comment on Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, quote, among both Greeks and Romans was wretched in the extreme. They could appeal to no law, and could neither expect justice nor equity. The apostle, therefore, informs those proprietors of slaves that they should act toward them according to justice and equity. For God, their master, required this, and would at last call them to an account for their conduct in this respect. To this we will add, that God will also call all others to an account, who abuse their bondmen, as well as those to whom the apostle addressed himself at that time, whether in America, Asia, or Europe, as the institution is one of the greatest responsibility, and, under the supervision of the white man, consequences and results of incalculable account. Close quote. It does not appear that they were admonished to manumit slaves, but were charged only to use them well, and to be kind to them as such. To slaves, he said, instead of telling them to kill their masters, and to run away to some other country, and thus become free, that they should be content, and obey their masters with fear and trembling, as unto Christ. But this is not the way abolitionists talk on that subject. Their speeches are all inflammatory, calculated to rouse the mind of slaves, and everybody else, to vengeance, war, and murder, instead of promoting patience, as did St. Paul under the same circumstances. By abolitionists, it is most vehemently contended that the curse of Noah upon the race of Ham was but a mere prophecy, like all the other prophecies of the Scriptures, which foretell the good or bad actions of men and nations. But if this be the true and only way of interpreting that passage, it may then be inquired, of what use the word cursed is to the announcement. Could not the communication have been set forth in softer language? Was it not enough that they were to become enslaved without adding the degrading word cursed? Surely the misfortunes of men or nations cannot thus degrade them, as it is not considered sinful to suffer, especially the innocent. On this view, it is impossible to look upon that dreadful word in any other light than as supernumerary and injurious to the party concerned, and besides as also false, for it cannot be shown that misfortunes render any class of sufferers cursed. But the word of God, as in this and all other parts of the Scriptures, do not convey false ideas, but true and immutable ones. It follows, therefore, that the word cursed, as used in relation to the destinies of the Negro race, were used in the imperative and judicial sense, not prophetically. In these passages, Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, 26, and 27, the person who violated the privacy of Noah in his repose is alluded to as being then, at the very time the deed was done, a cursed character, and in him all his race. In the text, as it is translated, the words, "Cursed be Ham," is an appreciation on the head of Ham and his progeny, all identified then and there in his person. But as it reads in the original, "Cursed Ham," without the be, which is a supplied word, it makes Ham to have been then, at that very time, a cursed man, and in him all his race in relation to slavery, excluding altogether any such notion as the passages being a mere prophecy. But, says an objector, was it not prophesied that Jesus Christ was to come into the world, and that he should be put to death by wicked hands? We answer, yes, and add, moreover, that it was not only prophesied of, but was judicially determined, that he should come into the world to die for sinners, and had there never been any wicked hands to put him to death, he must have died in some other way, or there could have been no atonement. It was a decree of God, an irretrievable judicial act, that Christ should die, because he became the surety of those who were condemned to death and damnation. It did not depend, therefore, on contingencies primarily, but secondarily only. Respecting the curse, or judicial act of God, against the race of Ham, we apprehend that it is to be viewed in the same light as to its fulfillment, whether there should be found on the earth so much as one wicked man or not, from the days of Noah to the end of the world. Yet the race of Ham were to be servants and slaves, or the decree would have failed of its accomplishment, as God saw fit to determine concerning them. Having now finished our inquiry respecting the fulfillment of Noah's prophecy in the enslavement of the descendants of Ham by the race of Japheth, and of the dwelling in the tents or countries of Shem, as the Turks, who are of the race of Japheth, are now doing, and of his supplanting the American Indians, we pass to an examination of certain passages of the Scriptures where abolitionists seem to think they have found out that negro slavery was abolished as far back in time as the days of Isaiah the prophet, some 700 years before Christ. Whatever God has said and in his word decreed, the same shall come to pass in very deed. And thus 'tis seen, though many men will rave, Ham to the race of Japheth is a slave. So in the tents of Shem the white man reigns, o'er all Judea's hills and Persia's plains. To him, the Gentile race, of God was given the gospel, the last great gift of heaven. When Paul at Rome turned from the Jewish strife, and gave to Gentiles there the word of life, take the mighty boon and rise to high estate, thou white man, o'er the earth and hell's dark gate. Supplant the black and red man, bear the sway, and reign till time shall bring the judgment day. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. That the Scriptures have abolished negro slavery and disallowed of the principle itself is contended by abolitionists, who boldly aver that they do not, in any case or instance, justify it, but everywhere condemn and reprobate the practice, as well as the principle. But whether this is true, the reader has already seen, if he has read the preceding pages with common attention. But as to the Scriptures having abolished negro slavery, we inquire where the passage or portions of that book can be found, which have done this, and which of the prophets, kings, patriarchs, judges, or apostles have thus determined this matter. As to information of this description, says an abolitionist, we are able at once to gratify the inquirer, showing the place, chapter, and verse, and press them upon the reader's consideration, as they are extremely expressive and explicit, flowing from the pen of inspiration in tones of thunder, condemning the awful sin of negro slavery. See Isaiah chapter 58 verses 6 and 7 as follows. Is not this the fast that I have chosen, namely, to loose the bonds of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that they break every yoke? Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? When thou seest the naked, cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? These passages of Holy Writ are, indeed, very plain, and to the careless reader seem to make an end of the matter, inasmuch as they require that every yoke should be broken, the heavy burdens taken off, and the oppressed set free. But, dear reader, do not become vexed when we affirm that although the passages above cited are very plain in their mode of expression, yet they do not, in any sense of the word, apply to the case in hand, or to the subject of negro slavery, as practiced in the time of Isaiah or any other age. We affirm this on account of 3 good and sufficient reasons, as follows. First, Consistency among the writers of the Holy Scriptures who were inspired by the immutable God on the same subjects forbids the belief that they should clash. If Moses, by so many direct statements as are found in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46, allowed the Hebrews to enslave the Canaanites and other Negro tribes, are we to suppose that Isaiah, under the same inspiration and law that Moses was, would contradict this? This trait of Hebrew national custom, namely, that the enslaving of blacks had obtained from the days of Moses till the time of Isaiah a lapse of full 900 years, and by the authority of the law, without reproof or restraint, as we have shown. Is it to be supposed that Isaiah would disregard all this, and deliberately write a new code on this subject, in exact competition with the very law to which he himself subscribed, and by which he, as well as every other Hebrew, was then governed? Had not Isaiah read 1,000 times what Moses had said in Exodus chapter 23, verse 32, respecting the Canaanites, namely, that the Hebrews, when they should come to possess the country of Canaan, were to make no covenants of amity or peace with the inhabitants, but were utterly to despise, ruin, and destroy them? Had he not read the same thing in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2, which directed the 12 tribes to smite and utterly destroy those nations, making no compacts with them at all? The passage in Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2 reads as follows: "And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them, the Canaanites, before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them." Is it likely, therefore, that the Holy Ghost would contradict, by the pen of Isaiah, that which he had directed to be written in the law of Moses, and at a time, too, when the law was the ultimo of legislation to all the tribes of the Jews, and governed the prophets as well as the people? Is it likely, under circumstances of this description, that Isaiah would say to the subjects of his charge, "Let the Canaanite slaves go free, take every burden from their backs, and break every yoke from their necks, and that will be the fast which will please the Lord"? Can the reader fail to feel the force of this first reason? Second, the absolute silence of the New Testament in not condemning the practice of enslaving the Negro race, and further, its absolute recognition of the practice, and that favorably agreeing both with the curse of Noah and the law of Moses on this subject. The favorable recognitions of the New Testament on this matter are found in the writings of St. Paul, who understood the whole subject as well as any other writer of the Scriptures, and doubtless much better. The places in St. Paul's writings which recognize Negro slavery are Titus chapter 2, verse 9, Ephesians chapter 6, verses 6 and 8, Colossians chapter 4, verse 1, and chapter 3, verse 22, also Philemon, as well as other passages of the New Testament, all of which, says Dr. Clark, refer to absolute slaves in the property sense of the word. That the slaves of Rome were Africans is proved from the fact that when prisoners were brought from Africa, they were always sold for slaves. At one time only, by one of their generals, namely Regulus, there were brought to Rome 20,000 African negroes, who were all sold into bondage of slavery. Rollin, Volume 1, page 283. if so many were captured at one time by but one man, how many may we not suppose were thus taken and sold during all the wars of both Greece and Rome against Africa during several ages? Myriads, no doubt, and all this known as well to St. Paul and all the New Testament writers, as to the whole world of Asia in those ages. If it were true, as abolitionists imagine it is, that the Holy Ghost inspired Isaiah to write against negro slavery, as then practiced in his time upon the Canaanites, the Philistines, the Libyans, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, and any of the Hamite race, how is it that he did not also inspire St. Paul to write in the same way, and in words as plain as Isaiah has written, according to the perceptions of abolitionists, especially when the apostle was engaged in writing on the very subject of negro slavery, practiced by members of the Christian churches in the various countries of the Roman Empire, and which churches he had planted by his own ministry? Had the Holy Ghost become less liberal toward the negro race in St. Paul's time than in the time of Isaiah? Nay, nay, St. Paul, Isaiah, Moses, Noah, Abraham, Lot, the patriarchs, prophets, judges, elders, kings, rulers, and people of the Jews, according to the whole tenor of the Bible, as well as express statements and admissions whenever they touch on that subject, namely, the subject of negro servitude, allowed this practice without rebuke, as to the principle, admonishing, however, owners only, in matters of treating them well and in a merciful manner. Can the reader fail to feel the force of this second reason? Third, Isaiah's well-meaning, as conveyed in the passages to which we are arguing, is our third reason for disallowing that he referred to the negro race at all, and shall contend that his remarks and reproofs referred to such Hebrews as held their own brethren in slavery, beyond the stipulations of the law of Moses, and to such only. The law of Moses allowed of the sale of Hebrew debtors to pay their debts, as well as of children owned by poor Hebrew parents, and also of criminals as thieves, etc. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39, 47, 48, and 50, and Exodus chapter 21, verses 7 and 2, and chapter 22, verse 3, where all these cases are set down. But the wicked Jews in the time of Isaiah, as well as at many other times, broke over the boundaries of that law by keeping their own brethren, thus sold and bought beyond the years of release, and the jubilees, making of them perpetual slaves, both parents and their children, as they did the Canaanites. In case a Hebrew was sold to a Hebrew, the law of Moses strictly forbade their being oppressed, as bondmen were, enjoining it upon those who bought them, to treat them as they would a hired man. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39 and 40, and many other passages to the same effect. And besides this, they were commanded to furnish them liberally out of the threshing floor and the winepress, and their flocks, at the times of their release, or at the jubilees, so as to enable them to begin the world anew. See Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 14, which immunities were never extended to a Canaanite slave. But all this in the time of Isaiah was deeply and horribly infringed upon, wherefore Isaiah told them, the Jews, that their fasts and other acts of worship could not be accepted of God, while injustice to their own blood and brethren was at all prevalent among them, in holding the poor Hebrews in perpetual bondage, contrary to the law on that very subject made and provided. To make it clear that the reproof of Isaiah on that occasion, and in those passages, related wholly, solely, and exclusively to abused and enslaved Hebrews and their masters, we have only to observe that the last clause of the 7th verse of the reproof is confined to Hebrews, in the use of the terms, thine own flesh. The whole passage reads as follows. See Isaiah chapter 58, verse 7. Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house, when thou seest the naked, that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh? Surely the negroes of Canaan, or of any other country, were not considered by Isaiah to be of the same flesh with that of the Jews, as they are never called in the scriptures the brethren of the Hebrews, their kindred, their own flesh, etc., but always heathen. Respecting the flesh of the Negro race, Ezekiel chapter 23, verse 20 says, that it was like the flesh of asses, and yet abolitionists say that negro flesh is as good as their flesh is, and every way equal. We wish them much joy of their relations. The Canaanites, therefore, who were among the Jews as perpetual bondmen, were not the persons alluded to in that reproof of Isaiah, and those who ought to have been set free by their Hebrew masters. But if the reader is not yet satisfied that we are right in the above construction and application in those passages of Isaiah, we will bring a parallel case out of the scriptures, by which the position is further supported, if need be. This parallel case took place long after Isaiah's time, in the era of Nehemiah and his associates, when they were rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, which had been destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar about 70 years before, when the Jews were carried away into captivity the first time. At that time, it appears that many of the people of the Jews had sold their children to their more wealthy brethren, for money to pay the taxes while in captivity, and for bread and victuals for their families, which occasioned great trouble and complaints among the people on their return to Judea. We will give the account as it stands in the book of Nehemiah, chapter 5, verses 1 through 5, as follows. And there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren the Jews. For there were some that said, we, our sons and our daughters, are many. Therefore, we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, we have mortgaged our lands, vineyards, and houses, that we might buy, not hire corn, because of the dearth. There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants or slaves, and some of our daughters are bought into bondage already. Neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and our vineyards. When Nehemiah had ascertained that this dreadful charge was true, it is said in verses 6 and 7 of the above chapter, that he was very angry, and that he set a great company against those who had been guilty of this thing, and caused the offenders against the law of Moses, in that particular, to release not only the children they had bought, but the lands also, according to the law of the greater Jubilee, which they had kept through avarice beyond the prescribed limits, committing robbery in relation to the lands, as well as making bondmen of their brothers' children, their own flesh and blood. This was a case which was exactly parallel to that which was reproved by Isaiah, applying in this as in that, entirely to the blood of the Jewish tribes who are in Nehemiah, as in Isaiah, called brethren, and the same flesh, one with another, as a people. In pursuit of the same point, namely, to maintain that Isaiah, in the famous 58th chapter of that prophet, did not abrogate negro or Canaanite slavery, but Hebrew slavery only, we refer the reader to another parallel case, found in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 34, from the 8th to the 17th verse inclusive, which took place between the time of Isaiah and Nehemiah. This prophet, namely Jeremiah, foretold to the Jews that Nebuchadnezzar should come and fight against Jerusalem and the whole country, burn the temple, and carry away the people to old Chaldea, prisoners of war, and thus ruin their nation. And this should be done on account of one particular sin, which, it appears, was the heinous one of enslaving their own poor brethren, a crime which was a great besetment of the rich Jews in all ages of their history. On hearing from the lips of Jeremiah this awful denunciation, King Zedekiah, who then reigned, immediately brought the men who had been guilty of this enormity together, and required of them, by agreement, that they should then release every man his Hebrew servant. This was done in the hope that God would pardon the nation of this thing, and withhold the king of Babylon from coming upon them with his mighty hosts, as Jeremiah had said he would. The account reads as follows: This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from the Lord, after that the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people which were at Jerusalem, to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man should let his manservant, and every man his maid, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. Now when the princess and all the people which had entered into the covenant heard that every one should let his manservant, and every one his maidservant, go free, that none should serve themselves of them, their brethren, any more, then they obeyed and let them go. But afterward they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go free to return, and brought them into subjection for servants and for handmaids again. Therefore the word of the Lord came, saying, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I made a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, At the end of 6 years let ye go every man his brother a Hebrew, which hath been sold unto thee. And when he hath served thee 6 years, thou shalt let him go free from thee. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, neither inclined their ear. And ye were now turned, and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty, every man to his neighbor. And ye made a covenant before me, in the house which is called by my name. But ye turned back from this, and polluted my name, and caused every man his servant, and every man his maid, whom ye had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return, and brought them into subjection, to be unto you for servants and handmaids. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, Ye have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor, being a Jew. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, saith the Lord, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to famine, and I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. This horrid fate was to come upon them for the sole reason that they had, wickedly and unjustly, contrary to the law of Moses, enslaved their poor brethren, the Hebrews. In all this, there is no allusion to negro slaves of the Canaanitish character, for, in the three accounts, as given by Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Nehemiah, there is not one allusion of the kind, all their remarks being guardedly confined to the sin of enslaving their own race beyond the permission of the law. If, in this direful charge, the prophet Jeremiah did include negro slaves as a part of the sin of his people in this matter, how is it that he is so extremely particular, as over and over again, to name Hebrew bondmen and maids, and not so much as once to mention slaves of the other description, who were of the heathen of that country? It is, therefore, indubitably certain that the prophet has avoided charging the Jews with sin on account of their enslaving the Canaanites perpetually, but only for enslaving the Hebrews beyond the term of 6 years at a time. To fix this in the mind of the reader, we select the 9th verse of the 34th chapter of Jeremiah, and again present it as evidence sufficient of the fact that negro slaves were not included in the immunities of Hebrew servants, with regard to their being set free at the time of the Jubilees, or any other time whatever. The passage reads as follows: that every man should let his manservant, and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free, that none should serve himself of them, to wit, of a Jew his brother. To this agree both Isaiah and Nehemiah, using the same language in effect, everywhere pointing out the Jew blood which was not to be enslaved, leaving the negro race under the disabilities of their doom, as found in the book of Genesis and the law. In all these accounts, there is not a word said against the Jews enslaving their own brethren, if they did it according to the letter of their law, and for proper reasons, while in the strongest terms of reprobation they do, as do all the scriptures, condemn and threaten every Jew with punishment who should dare to go beyond in that matter. If then Isaiah nor none of the prophets have abolished even Hebrew slavery, as it was ordained in their law, how much less, therefore, have they abolished negro slavery, which, as well as the other, was, according to that law, the Hebrew being bounded by 6 years, while the Hamite slave was a slave forever. The uproar, therefore, which abolitionists make over this passage of Isaiah in favor of Canaanitish or negro slaves, is but an uproar and sophistry, in which they extend the immunities of Hebrew servants to the condition of the negro slave, which is false, and they know it, or at least their leaders do. As it respects the feelings and opinions of the prophet Isaiah on the subject of slavery, we have a very singular account to give in this place. From this account, it is certain that he held it to be right for the Jews to enslave any people who were their enemies, or who had held them in captivity, whether negro or red man. To prove this, see Isaiah chapter 14, verse 2, as follows: "And the people (the Jews) shall take them and bring them to their place (Judea), and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord (Judea), for servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives whose captives they were. They shall rule over their oppressors. In this case, the people who had held captive the Jews were the Chaldeans, who, in process of time, sooner or later, were to be ruled over and oppressed by the Jews, even to personal slavery. We do not notice this case as having any bearing on the negro question, but merely to show that the views of Isaiah were not so abhorrent to the slavery of men who were not Hebrews, as some seem to believe, but shows that he acquiesced in the retributive judgments of God, even to the enslaving of the bodies of men who had oppressed the Jews, his brethren. If, then, Isaiah could thus approve of the enslaving of the red men of Babylon, how much more the negro race of that age, who were denounced in the curse of Noah and the law of Moses. Even the priests of the house of Aaron, the very ministers of the sanctuary, were allowed by the law of God to have slaves bought with their money. See Leviticus chapter 22, verse 11. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it. That is, the slave thus bought might eat of the food of the family of the priest. From this scripture it is as clear as truth that the prophets, priests, elders, kings, and nobles of the 12 tribes were allowed by the law of God to have property in man, the same as they could have property in any other thing or creature, providing they were not of the race of their brethren, the Hebrews, but of the heathen of the negro race, as we do not learn from the divine oracles that any other people could be lawfully or morally enslaved, irrespective of war and other contingencies. But there is another scripture besides the one we have just replied to, in Isaiah, upon which abolitionists claim the abolishment of negro slavery. The scripture is found in Exodus chapter 21, verse 16, and reads as follows: He that steals a man and selleth him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. Does not this passage of Holy Writ, says one, put an end to the subject? Does not abolitionism triumph here? Is not this enough to terrify any man who regards the Bible from stealing away the poor Africans from their homes of happiness and peace, or from purchasing such as are thus stolen from those who steal, purchase, or capture them in their own country? We answer, no, as we do not perceive that this remark of Moses in the law has the least possible bearing on the subject. It was not to the stealing, capturing, or enslaving of the negroes of Canaan or any other country that Moses referred in that passage of prohibitory law, and as it respects the land of Canaan and the negro nations of that country, are we to suppose that God, who was about to give the whole land to the Hebrews, with all its inhabitants, to kill and destroy, that they were to abstain from taking them by stealth, as well as by open attack? Should we suppose this, it would be the same as to suppose the issuing of an order to let the Canaanites alone, which would defeat the very object of the war, which was the entire overthrow of all these nations, 7 in number, great and powerful, far beyond the forces of the Hebrews. But, says one, if the passage had no allusion to negro stealing, to what then did it allude, as intended by Moses and understood by the tribes? We answer, it was intended to prevent one Hebrew from stealing, capturing, and selling another Hebrew, Israelite, or Jew, or causing any individual of their nation to go into captivity or bondage of any kind, as did the brethren of Joseph, who stole him, and then sold him to the Ishmaelites. That the passage means this, and nothing else, is shown and determined by a parallel text in the same law and on the same subject. See Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7, as follows: If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die, and thou shalt put evil away from among you. End of chapter 12a. Chapter 12b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thus we see that the former passage, as explained by the latter, has nothing to do with what is called Negro stealing, either in Old Canaan, Africa, or anywhere else. It referred wholly, solely, and primarily to the people of the Jews, protecting themselves from themselves, in this particular matter. For as strange as it may appear, the Hebrews were very much prone to the stealing of men of their own blood and race for slaves, and to sell them to strangers. A severe law, therefore, was necessary to restrain them from the perpetration of this crime against themselves. But if it is still insisted upon by any one that the first quoted passage on this subject did relate to Canaanite men as well as to Hebrew men, then such persons are compelled to believe that God both allowed of the destruction and the protection of the Canaanites at the same time. Rather a crooked position for a Hebrew to understand just then, when they were on the eve of a war of extermination, as it regarded the Canaanites, commanded and directed by God himself. Could it have been any worse for a Hebrew at that time to steal, take, capture, and enslave a Canaanite negro than it was to kill him? To kill and exterminate them, showing them no mercy, was the direct and pointed command of God, as we have before shown, Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 2. Under so large a license as this, the man is a fool who will pretend that stealing and enslaving the negro Canaanites was prohibited by those passages, as above presented, especially when the law of Moses, in Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46, directly and pointedly allowed the Hebrews to make bondmen of that people, and to use them as slaves forever. To this very law of Moses, which forbade all Hebrews stealing any individual of their own race, St. Paul alludes in 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 10, where it is written, that the law was not made against the righteous, but against the wicked, men-stealers, etc. Now, if we have shown, as above, that the passage in the law of Moses extended no further than to the prohibition of Hebrews stealing persons of their own blood or race, as included in the 12 tribes, we are not at liberty to suppose that St. Paul meant anything more, as there was no other law for him to allude to as extant, when he wrote to Timothy, and when he made the remark about man-stealing. But, says one, to enslave a negro man is against the intent of the law of Moses, inasmuch as St. Paul has said, Romans chapter 13, verse 8, and Galatians chapter 5, verse 14, that love to our neighbor is the fulfilling of the law. How, therefore, can anyone love, in the true and holy sense of the word, who enslaves a black man? This is answered as follows. God, having judicially appointed that race to servitude, the law of love cannot abrogate it, any more than the law of love can abrogate several other particulars of judicial appointment, such as, it is appointed unto man that they should die, the woman was condemned to be ruled over by her husband, the earth was cursed in relation to its fruitfulness, the wicked dead are sent to hell, the earth is doomed to be burnt up, and many more things which might be adduced as being determined judicially, all of which the law of love cannot reach nor abrogate. It is idle, therefore, to urge an argument on such ground as that, for God's determinations and decrees are not frustrated by his benevolence, else there were an end to his government. To strengthen this position, if need be, we may mention that Abraham, Job, Lot, and thousands of the holy men of old as well as modern, had vast multitudes of black slaves. Were none of these lovers of God and their neighbors, in the true and holy sense of the word? At the time Moses wrote the famous passage of Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7, saying to the Hebrews that if any man among them was found out in having stolen any of their brethren, the Israelites, and of having sold them, that such a one should be put to death. What a pity it is that there was not, at the time, a thorough-going abolitionist at the elbow of Moses, to have just popped the idea respecting the strict necessity there was of inserting simply a word or two in favor of the negroes, and to read as follows: if any man be found stealing any black or negro person of the race of Ham, whom Noah cursed, from this time to the end of the world, and maketh merchandise of him, then that thief should be put to death. Such a clause would have done the business exactly. Oh, what a pity! What a pity that abolitionism could not have had a hand in the councils of heaven about that time, as well as when St. Paul wrote to Philemon and Timothy on the subject of negro slavery. But there is still another passage of Holy Writ to be examined, which at first sight seems to make pointedly against the doctrine of enslaving the blacks, and is quoted triumphantly by abolitionists, as of sufficient weight and authority to crush and abolish forever a belief in the propriety and rectitude of compelling the servitude of the negro race, as being founded in the Scriptures. The passage alluded to is found in Revelation chapter 18, verse 13, and accuses some combination or anti-Christian establishment called Babylon the Great of dealing in slaves and the souls of men, which crime, together with others, called for the wrath of God to be poured out upon it. But it is our opinion that this passage of Scripture has no more to do with the question of negro slavery, in the literal and personal sense of the word, than the other passages of the Bible already alluded to, unless it can be shown that some great combination of men, called Babylon the Great, which existed in the time of St. John, did actually deal in slaves, which we believe will be rather difficult to make out. There can be no doubt but this power, which is called by St. John Babylon the Great, is to be understood spiritually, and as characterizing, by the spirit of prophecy, some dreadful heresy or anti-Christian combination, which was to arise in the world. This Babylon is many times referred to in the book of Revelation, as in chapter 14, verse 8, chapter 18, verse 1, chapter 16, verse 19, and is doubtless the same power which is called, Revelation chapter 11, verse 8, Sodom and Egypt, and Revelation chapter 17, verse 5, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. and by St. Paul, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, that man of sin, who should wonderfully exalt himself by lying wonders, and should sit in the temple of God, the church, showing himself that he is God. Who this dreadful power was, the reader may easily conjecture. Now this is the power, therefore, who is accused of dealing in slaves, not literally, but spiritually, in misleading the mind, and of necessity the body, in matters of religious faith. That Scripture, therefore, no doubt, should be understood, not of slavery in the common sense of the word, but rather its moral, spiritual, and religious meaning, as operating on the minds of men adherent to this great Babylon combination, who practiced deceit, ecclesiastical conjurations, etc., so that the souls and bodies of men were thereby sold to the devil, in leading them from the paths of truth and righteousness, in relation to love and obedience to God and his commandments. This is the way, as we believe, this great Babylon dealt in the bodies and souls of men. It is not uncommon for the Scriptures to speak of great offenders as having sold themselves to work of wickedness, as in the case of Ahab and many others. After the same manner of reasoning, therefore, as it respects this great Babylon, who dealt in slaves and the souls of men, it is to be understood wholly and entirely of the souls and bodies of her membership, who she had bought with her religious merchandise, as specified in that chapter, namely the 18th of Revelation. On that account, the wrath of God was to be poured out on this great Babylon, namely, for enslaving the souls, and, of necessity, the bodies of men, holding them under command, to do the bidding of this great Babylon, contrary to the word of God, thereby affecting the real and more valuable liberties of both soul and body, in time and eternity. We are compelled to take this course of explaining that text of St. John, lest we should be found arraigning two writers of the New Testament against each other on the same subject, namely, of negro slavery. For St. John knew full well all that St. Paul had said on that subject. Thus, we think, we have rescued that passage of the Revelator, as well as the text of Isaiah, out of the hands of abolitionists, who, by subverting them from their true and original meaning, endeavor to make it appear that the Scriptures have long ago abolished negro slavery, which is false, either in so many words or in spirit. But abolitionists advance other doctrines and opinions, besides resting the Scriptures on the subject of negro servitude, which they publish to the world in their harangues, books, papers, and pamphlets, calculated to mislead the minds of men on the subject at issue. They say that the principle of enslaving black men, whether done in this or any other age, in this or any other country, quote, is a system of unlimited spiritual despotism, and places masters in the seat of God, or rather above God, in respect to the slaves under their control. It is, they say, contrary to the sovereignty of God over each and every individual who is held as a slave. It does not recognize the right of the slave to obey God. It follows the dictates of his own conscience, to fulfill the station of a moral being, to act as a free agent, accountable to the judge and father of all, to the supreme God, who says, "All souls are mine." The slave system, in effect, says, "This soul is mine, not thine." it belongs to an earthly master, and thou, its creator, hast no right to command its obedience." For all this, see Friend of Man, a paper dated January 15, 1839, Utica, New York. On the face of the above charge, not only against American slavery, but slavery in any country or age, it is seen at a glance that the blow falls as heavily on the institutions of Moses, the practice of the patriarchs, prophets, elders, kings, and people, not only of the Jews, but the Christian church also, even in the times of the apostles, as it is intended to fall on American slavery, the principle being the chief thing aimed at. For if the law of that great legislator, Moses, allowed of the enslaving of the Canaanites for life, and also during all their generations, which we have shown was a fact, then all the Hebrews, the patriarchs, Jews, and prophets, who acted on that law, are, by abolitionists, made to have been as bad as they say American slaveholders are, placing them all in one company, and denouncing them as a set of villains, fit only for the lowest abodes of damnation itself. For abolitionists condemn slavery of every grade and description, to all intents and purposes, in all times, ages, and nations, let it have been practiced or sanctioned by whomsoever it may have been. And this they do in the very face of God, who, through Noah, Moses, the prophets, and the law, did not only allow of restrictive slavery in relation to the Hebrews, but also of irrestrictive slavery in relation to the whole race of Ham, throughout all ages, or to the end of the present constitution of the earth. But abolitionists, in order to get rid of the fact of Bible slavery, as recognized in the law of Moses, and applied to the negro race, have argued much, and labored hard to show that the Canaanites, who were bought by the Hebrews for bondmen and bondmaids, always bought them of themselves, and never of another, as if they were the property of somebody besides themselves. And with this they find no fault, being perfectly contented with the idea that a negro Canaanite should, if he liked, sell himself. That was all right. But this idea we consider a most singular position for an abolitionist to take, as they pronounce all kinds of slavery and slave selling or buying most cursed, and without authority, either from God or man. And yet a man may sell himself, even for life. How is this? Is there no paradox here? If a man sells himself, is he not sold? Is he not as much a slave as if somebody else sold him? This position of abolitionists, which, by a strange refinement, struggles to get rid of the plain letter of the law of Moses about Hebrews being allowed to buy slaves of the heathen round about them, establishes the very thing they are trying to annihilate, which is negro slavery. For if the Canaanites could, without sin, sell themselves for bondmen, then the Canaanites sold slaves and the Hebrews bought them, the persons who did it making no difference as to the principle of the act. It was the thing done, which made out the fact, not the modus operandi. So that even this very curious refinement of abolitionists, on the meaning of that trait in the law of Moses, has not rescued the point at issue from the hand of those who believe the Bible sanctions the unqualified servitude of the negro race, but establishes it. But this position of abolitionists is but a fiction, a mere ruse, which at once can be shown to be nothing else by a reference to the law itself on this very subject, and points out the children or the infants of the Canaanites as the objects of Hebrew slave purchasers. See Leviticus chapter 25, verse 45, which reads as follows: Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall you buy bondmen, and of their families that are with you, and they shall be your possession. If, then, it were the children the Hebrews were to buy of the Canaanites, is it to be supposed that children had either the right or the ability to sell themselves? Is it not far more reasonable to believe that the parents of such children were resorted to in such cases? As to the policy of such a regulation of Moses, relative to the purchase of slaves, it is evident at a glance, as children could be more easily managed and brought up to the liking of the master than could the adults. A desire in the mind of the slave to run away would be much lessened by the process of domestication, and a natural love of those who supplied their wants. But, says one, if the Canaanites were given to be destroyed by the Hebrews, even to entire extermination, how is it that Moses should say, in the law, anything about buying their children for slaves, seeing they could go and take as many as they wanted by force, just when they would? We answer this, by saying that the Hebrews did not fully obey the commands of Moses on this subject, as they should have done, on which account there were always, during the whole reign of the Jews in that country, many of the Canaanite tribes living among them, with whom the Jews were not always at war. Now, in a case like this, if the Hebrews wanted slaves of the perpetual bondman character, they would rather, no doubt, go and buy them of such as had them to sell in a peaceable way. With a view to such circumstances, Moses directed them to buy the children of the Canaanites, as among the Hebrews there were always found parents in abundance of the Negro race, who would sell their children for slaves, as readily as they do now in Africa. There can be no doubt, therefore, but the Hebrews, many of them under the sanction of that clause of the law of Moses, got their living by thus buying children and selling them again in Judea and elsewhere. For, let it be observed that this law is not qualified, as to its extent, in carrying on the traffic. Then again, there were, no doubt, thousands of opportunities for the Hebrews, who wanted slaves of the negro character, to buy them of Hebrews who had more than they wanted, of such as were born in their own families, of parents who had been taken prisoners in the wars of the country between the Canaanites and Hebrews. From these views, we see no great difficulty in the way of the Hebrews procuring as many slaves as they wanted, without raising a hostile troop, carrying ropes, and rushing upon the Canaanite families, in times of peace, to get bondmen of this description, as there was, doubtless, an abundance of them born continually, throughout all their tribes, of such as were already slaves, and had been from the beginning of Hebrews' conquest of the country, who had been held as perpetual bondmen in virtue of the law of Moses, which said that they should be for a possession for them and their children forever. But in relation to the charge of abolitionists, that American slavery is a system of spiritual despotism, it is not true, on account of the thing being impossible and contrary to the nature of the human soul, as a master can have no power over the volitions of the spirit. Power or dominion of the soul of a slave beyond the mere commands of a master, in matters of labor, was never desired by any slaveholder, as thought, mind, or spirit cannot perform manual labor, which is all that is required of a slave, and this the body must perform, if it is performed at all. It is true, however, that the mind can be persecuted, abused, grieved, and distressed, and that mind retain its freedom of range and action, loving, hating, and believing as it will, after all. The charge, therefore, that the principle of slavery is a principle which aims at a usurpation of the rights of God over the human soul, is as false as it is monstrous and impossible. God, who created the African race, and in their formation, both of body and mind, appointed them to slavery and servitude, would not have implanted in the desire of the other races who are allowed to enslave them, such an enemy to his sovereignty as a desire to enslave the soul, and to take it out of the hands of the Creator, as abolitionists say slavery does. This God has never done, neither was it ever desired by any man who has owned a slave, as an acquirement of such a description could be of no earthly service to any one. Was the spirit or desire which prompted Abraham, Lot, Job, Moses, and Washington, with millions of other good men, in those ages, as well as in America, to have slaves or bondmen as a possession, which they bought with their money, a spirit which aimed at the usurpation of God's government over the souls of such bondmen, we are compelled to say no, or such a permit would never have been found in the law of Moses, nor the practice passed by without reproof in the New Testament. There is no such law in the codes of the slave-holding states that has a word to say about the souls, minds, or spirits of the slaves as relates to the coercion of that free principle. The charge, therefore, as advanced by abolitionists against the slavery system, is but a flare-up, a flourish extra, a mere scintillation of a fiery pen, as wielded by some extraordinary spasm of eloquence. If any of the laws of the slave-holding states are so framed as to incapacitate the slaves in relation to proper marriages, and thus prevent a state of things highly beneficial to all orders of society, they ought to be abolished and others enacted in their place, compelling such marriages as love or fancy among the slaves might dictate, however much their lewd propensities might contradict. Surely a course like this were better, far, for the interests of masters as well as slaves, than promiscuous intercourse. If God has placed the negro race under servitude, that is of itself degrading enough, without any additional circumstances of shame, and therefore all slaveholders ought to practice the thing in an orderly and decent manner, exalting the slave as a slave, to aid him all that is needful in an honorable discharge of his duties towards masters, his family, friends, kindred, and his God. Slavery, conducted thus toward the negro race, would not be sinful, because God, in his providence, has appointed the white man to be a guardian over the blacks, in the characters of masters, for their good and not their injury. As to the charge of abolitionists who accuse slavery of incapacitating slaves to marry among themselves, is shown not to be true, from the genius, design, and chastity of the law of Moses, which abhorred all whoredom and libertinism. Of necessity, therefore, slaves among the Hebrews, if they would delight in each other's company, males and females, they must have been married, or the curse of God would have been put upon the whole 12 tribes. See Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses 20 and 21, and chapter 23, verses 17 and 18, where it is seen how very severe the law was against all offenders of a lewd description among the Hebrews. And are we to suppose that they were indifferent to the conduct of their bondmen and bondmaids in this particular? Consequently, marriages must have taken place as much among their slaves as among the Jews, their masters. Thus it is evident, notwithstanding the fine-spun goods and chattel arguments of abolitionists, that a state of slavery does not essentially affect the marriages of slaves among themselves, as if slaves in consequence of slavery are, in all respects, really and bona fide metamorphosed from human beings into some kind of implement, as an axe, a rake, or a wagon, which have neither passions nor souls. As to the famous passage found in the Constitution of the United States, which reads, that it was held by the powers of that Constitution, that all men are born free and equal, we have not a thought that any allusion was had, by that phraseology, to negro slavery more than to men in the moon. The whole and only allusion was to the tilted dignitaries and nobility of monarchical governments, which enforced upon subjects and mankind the hateful idea of master and vassal, lord and serf, plebeian and patrician, which distinction, to the minds of the framers of the Constitution, was abhorrent to all their views of political liberty. If this was not so, and that clause had the negro's case in its eye, as well as the above, it is extremely singular that, in the whole instrument, the race is not mentioned, nor their condition of slavery. Having shown in this section that Isaiah did not abolish Canaanitish or negro slavery, and that the passage against man-stealing did not relate to any people except the Hebrews, as well as that slavery does not incapacitate slaves as to lawful marriages and many other matters, we next proceed to an examination of various notions and opinions of abolitionists, which, as we apprehend, are miserably out of the way. Thus, from Isaiah's pen, in word or deed, the negroes of that time were never freed. The curse of Noah stood in them in force, as did the law together with that curse. No man had dared to dash the sacred page with charge of purpose in that ancient age, as fearless men do now who wish to see mutation where the truth should ever be. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. On the subject of negro slavery, abolitionists have said and done much in America to raise a tumult among the people, and they have succeeded by resorting, like hackneyed politicians, to all kinds of extravagant arguments, positions, and stories, with the view of winning their way to political power in the country. When this shall be accomplished, if ever it can be, we will venture to foretell that the Union will be two distinct governments. The Southern States are determined to hold the rights granted to them in the great compact of the Constitution, with respect to negro slavery, as in this right they feel, to a man, that their happiness and security as to wealth and its resources depend, for it is impossible without this to cultivate the country. Any and all advances, therefore, of the North to meddle with that subject will be repelled with anger and violence, the natural result of encroachments upon the resources of any people. If, therefore, abolitionism is persisted in, there will arise a division of the States, as sure as effect will follow its cause, with all the horrors of such an event. The great lever by which abolitionists operate is that of a pretended sympathy for the negro race, in their condition of slavery, causing the people who hear them to take for granted, as truth, all the horrible stories of atrocities and crimes, perpetrated by southern planters, committed on the bodies and souls of their slaves. No matter whether the revolting stories are true or false, so long as they can get them to be believed, they will answer the purpose just as well. Men should beware how they enter the list against the decrees of heaven on any subject, and contend about its judgments, marshaling their eloquence and intrigues in battle array against them, if such judgments or decrees happen not to suit the views of discontented and designing men, who would lead a well-meaning public as they list, with no other views than the exaltation of themselves to public place and power. When this shall be accomplished, if such a thing can ever happen, the great sympathetic impetus by which the machine now is moving will cease to exist, passing away like the fogs of the night, leaving the negro race to look out for themselves as heretofore. Thus will end the mooted subject of negro excellencies. The men who now admire the race, and see in them the germs of prodigious mental powers, will not be found, as other business than the exaltation of a people upon whom God has passed his decree of servitude and inferiority, secured in the imbecilities of their very natures. Suppose the negroes in the southern states were all set free. Would the southern and tropical countries get their plantations of corn, tobacco, cotton, indigo, oranges, rice, and sugar cultivated? The whites cannot labor effectually in those countries, as they can in the North. But the negro man is created in such a manner as to resist, or rather to agree with, the heat, fogs, and dews of that atmosphere, so that he is not injuriously affected by it, as are the whites. There is no system but that of compulsory servitude, by which this labor, on which so much depends, can be done. For if it is left to the free will, or the necessities of the blacks, there could never be any certainty, as instances of freed blacks in the English West India Islands refusing to work, has often occurred, and this even among the better sort, such as were members of religious societies. If, therefore, these occurrences take place among the better sort of blacks, what may not be expected from those of a more improvident turn of mind, such as is the great mass? On the island of St. Domingo, says Barclay, on slavery in the West Indies, pages 8, 137, 350, 357, once justly termed the Queen of the Antilles, cultivation has nearly ceased, the exportable commodities having dwindled down from 151,000 tons to little more than 17,000. Professor Boyer, of St. Domingo, offered to the free negroes of America 6,000 in number to give them land in the island, if they would come and live there and work the land. But when they had seen the country and the people of their own race, they were glad to return to America, as bad as their condition is represented to be in the United States, which they preferred to all the mighty privileges of Haiti under a black president or king. Barclay further states that the case of the Maroons in Jamaica is no better, showing how little the possession of mere freedom betters the negro's condition. They have been free ever since the English took possession of the island. Have they, inquires Barclay, become more civilized or more industrious? Every one knows they have not. The men continue to roam half naked in the woods, hunting and fishing, compelling their women to do the work, entirely disregarding all the conveniences of industrious life, choosing rather to be thus wretched than to labor. This is exactly the character of their brethren, the Hottentots, and the other tribes of Africa, who are so lazy and improvident, says Damberger, The Traveler, Vol. 1, page 57, that they will nearly starve before they will even fish or hunt, preferring to wander in the woods, living on berries and roots. With this view, it would be national madness to emancipate the southern blacks. Besides, the irreparable injury to the very negroes themselves in casting their myriads, poor, ignorant, helpless, and naked, upon imbecile resources, placing them in a condition favorable to immediate destruction. The slaves of the southern states, it is said, amount to more than 3 millions. Were this almost countless host set free today, who can calculate the horrible mischief and ruin that would follow, not only to the white population, but to the blacks also? On the first night of the day of their emancipation, there would be heard over the entire land the bleat and bellowing of flocks and herds. Fires would be seen in all directions, by which their cooking in the open air would be carried on. All this would be foreseen by the calculating whites, who would be prepared with guns and defensive arms, when murders and strife would rage in all directions. What next? The military would be put in requisition, when the work of death and slaughter would go on like a fire in the wilderness over the entire southern states. The negroes would now become the objects of terror and midnight dread to houses in remote and unprotected places. Prisoners would be taken in multitudes, who would be shot down or hanged without judge or jury. In such a state of things, the negroes would take to the woods and caves of the mountains, and the morasses of the lower lands, from whence sallying forth in different portions of the country, as they should be impelled by hunger, revenge, or love of violence and robberies, perpetrating deeds of horror and crime everywhere. To head and lead them on, there would not be wanting base white men, who, to profit by the times, would furnish arms and provisions, exciting the wrath of the blacks, on account of their former slavery and present trouble. But, says one, an abolitionist, all this, as above, is but conjecture, a mere fiction, which supposes that the negroes would not be willing to labor on the southern plantations, were they emancipated. But experience, in all cases where the thing has been tried, proves that the conjecture is true in a great measure, and, besides that, they manifest no such emotion as gratitude on such occasions. An exhibition of their feelings, when set free, is seen in the fate of the white owners on the island of San Domingo, who, when the French National Assembly, 1791, decreed that all the negroes of that island were free and equal with the whites, they immediately butchered the whole population. Butler's History of the United States, Volume 3, page 392. This was one of the wild, deluded, and mad decrees of the horrible French Revolution, which had for one of its immediate effects the total extermination of the white population of San Domingo, in which neither age nor sex were spared from the dagger. The women were violated of all ages, and then killed. So great was the hatred and violence of the freed blacks. Were the same course pursued by the Great South, in setting the slaves all free at once, there would, beyond all doubt, follow a tragedy of the same description, as there is no natural love between the races, especially when the negro is made free and equal. In this particular, the abolitionists of America, in their doctrine of an immediate and simultaneous emancipation of the negroes of all the southern states, are as far out of the way as were the furious mobs of the French Revolution, who could not see the difference there is between black and white. Were the 3.5 millions of slaves of the South set free, and were they to a man to manifest no hostile feelings, yet how could they be saved from becoming paupers over the whole of those countries, seeing they have no land or means of support? Their natural improvidence of mind is well known to all, on which account they would, as to the great mass, have to be supported by the whites as legal paupers, unless they were compelled to labor, to prevent such a result, which compulsion would be but a renewal of slavery, were it resorted to. Perfect and unqualified liberty, extended to the slaves of the whole South, would be the certain ruin, not only of the great negro population, but of the whites also, as the required labor would not be performed, and yet the blacks would have to be supported by the whites, who would soon have nothing to do with it, as the wealth of the whole slave states depends on agriculture alone. The interference of the northern states with the slave question, as to the principle of the thing, is a most unwarrantable violation of states' rights, inasmuch as the slave system, as practiced in the South, is no injury to the North, but rather of immense good, as shown in the production of tropical commodities, in which fact it is clearly seen that the interests of the two regions of the Union are blended in one. He, therefore, who favors the interruption of states' rights granted in the Great Compact, as set forth in the Constitution, is a disorganizer, and is blind to the interests of the great family of the Union, therein agreeing with the bitterest enemy, the English government, America has among all the nations of the earth, who are ever aiming to cripple the commerce and productions of this country, in order to favor that of their own. In agreement with this disorganizing spirit, there is, at this moment, existing a powerful combination of abolitionists, who have formed a multitude of lines or routes, by which runaway slaves are enabled to make their escape from the respective states bordering on the North. These men furnish money, horses, and all necessary aids for the escape of runaways, giving them countenance and support in their houses, until they can reach the Canadas, thus coalescing with the British in robbing the citizens of the South of their property, as recognized in the Constitution of the United States. What is to be thought of such men, who not only violate the ceded and acknowledged right of the slave-holding states, but are also united with an ancient enemy of the Union, in disturbing and endangering the peace and safety of the whole country? In pursuance of this kind of violence and outrage upon the feelings and lawful interests of the public, the Massachusetts legislature of 1843 have passed a law that no difference shall be made by the agents of steam cars on the railroads of that state, between black and white passengers, in this way compelling citizens of their own state and those of the others, as well as foreigners, to mingle and associate with blacks, whether it is agreeable or not. See Daily American Citizen, February 2nd, 1843. Do the people of Massachusetts, or abolitionists in general, imagine that they have a right to make laws to compel an association between two races of men so different from each other as are negroes and white men, a difference which God himself is the author of, and was therefore never to be infringed? Such conduct is nothing short of rebellion against God, manifested in this attempt, confounding the order of creation. Is it not far more wise to let the negro race remain as they are in the South, rather than to set them free, and thereby put them in a position of becoming immediately in all the states, wherever they may choose to wander, an expense as paupers, and, at the same time, destroy the agricultural interests of one half the United States, as it is impossible to supply the place of the slaves with white laborers in the hot climates? It is said by abolitionists that on account of the slavery of the South, that the costs of carrying the mail in those regions amount to more than the income, because slavery, they say, discourages labor. But this position of theirs must be false, as without the negro services there would be no agricultural labor at all, in which case the costs of carrying the mail would be immensely increased, and the income depreciated in the same ratio. There is, therefore, no way under the light and auspices of heaven by which the southern portions of the United States and other tropical countries can be inhabited by civilized men, but by that of negro labor. And as negroes will not labor unless compelled, there is, therefore, no way left in the divine providence to accomplish this, but that of their enslavement. That the English put no dependence on the dispositions of the freed blacks to do the work of their plantations in the West India Islands, and elsewhere in their various and great possessions in different parts of the world, is shown in their new expedient of inveigling away from their homes and country a certain class of the natives of India called hill coolies, who they employ instead of the slaves they have freed, whose labor will cost them even less than their former slave labor. For an account of the hill coolie business, see Little's Museum of Literature, Science and Art, Volume 34, number 189, page 140, year 1838. These hill coolies are not negroes, but a yellow swarthy race of the lowest of the laboring castes in India. According to the work above quoted, it is said that there are circumstances attending the inveigling these men from their country to traverse half the globe in quest of labor, which shows that some principle far enough from justice or mercy actuates the English in this business, notwithstanding their seemingly noble generosity in manumitting their slaves, which is trumpeted over the whole earth as a deed of immense benevolence and sacrifice. The Parliament of England do not often make sacrifices in their bargains, nor relinquish their grasp of power in any particular gratuitously. If they did, they would not oppress their own subjects as they do, on which account the great mass of their people lack their daily bread. This is well known to all the world, and is occasioned by perpetual and exorbitant taxations, causing the people of both England and Ireland to run away to America and other countries, to avoid being starved to death. Even the abolitionists of America denounce the English government in the most direct and accusatory terms, in relation to insincerity, respecting their profession of philanthropy toward enslaved human beings under their control in the conquered countries of India. The abolitionists charge the English with aiding in the emancipation of the Negro race, just as much as their political interests invite them, and no more. This is no doubt a true charge. To show the truth of this charge, as well as the fact of English insensibility to the negro's liberties, we see, in the New York Express, June 21, 1842, that they are now actually in the business of getting negroes from the wilds of Africa, along the coasts of the river Gambia. This, however, they do not effect in the same way as heretofore, or prior to the compact of the nations on this subject, but they do it under a form of law, in the shape of an indenture, the same as taking apprentices. In effecting this, the negro is compelled to take a pen between his fingers, while the hand is guided by the grip of the master, so that the name of the negro is set to the seal of the instrument, who is as ignorant of the power of the article as would be a monkey were one compelled to write. The blacks, thus apprenticed, are brought from the interior by negro capturers, as formerly employed by the English, and paid for doing so. The term of the time they are thus apprenticed is 14 years. But when the time is up, who is there to tell them they are free? Will their masters? As late as February 1842, a vessel of 500 tons left the river above named, laden with 500 such apprentices. Thus it is seen that the English have invented a way by which they avoid the virtue of the treaty of the nations who have decreed it piracy, to procure slaves from Africa, and yet desire to be lauded because of her great love for the liberties of the negro race, especially such as are slaves in America. End of chapter 13a. Chapter 13b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There is another view in which this great and seemingly generous act of the English, in setting her negroes free, is to be examined, and this relates directly to the destruction of the produce of the Southern States. Could England but cripple America in this particular, and lessen in any degree, or wholly destroy the production of rice, cotton, tobacco, etc., it would increase their own trade in these articles, as these very products will soon be poured forth from their possessions in Africa, in amount sufficient to supply all their own wants, and even to sell to American manufacturers. Now let the negroes go free in the Southern States, and this great job is done. It is evident, therefore, that true benevolence and philanthropy had no influence on the mind of the English Parliament in emancipating her slaves, but rather in that transaction there was designed to be sown the seeds of future profit and speculation in the division and ruin of the United States. If the negro question can be pushed hard enough and long enough to provoke the Southern States to separate themselves from the North and to form a new government, then a civil war will arise in the country, when the English will fall on, as opportunity and advantage may offer, all her powers in the Canadas and Indians of the far Northwest, with the runaway negroes, the latter of whom amount, even now, in Canada, to many thousands of drilled troops who are ready for a day or an hour to rush to the battle, as directed by their masters. To this mighty plan of ruin, the abolitionists are blinded by the deceitful flatteries of an enemy, who invite them to England to talk about the awful sufferings of the poor slaves in the free states of America, to make speeches and to weep, while they encourage the fanatics to go on in their political adventure of sooner or later getting an abolition president, senate, and congress. Then would be achieved the liberties of the negroes, an event which the English care just as much about, so far as it relates to the happiness of the race, as they do about the liberties of the kangaroos of New Holland, except as such an event would make for their own interests in the ruin of this country. The possessions of the English nearly surround the United States at this moment, commencing at the West India Islands, from thence to New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Lower and Upper Canada, New Britain, reaching quite to the Rocky Mountains, and a part of the almost boundless Oregon, comprehending all that region of unexplored country beyond or west of the Rocky Mountains, quite to the ocean. This vastly important country they had the impudence to claim, because, as they say, Captain Cook discovered the coast in one of his voyages round the world, and have actually made a settlement on an island of Queen Charlotte Sound, at the confluence of the Columbia with the Pacific. Here they have a park of artillery, consisting of 100 large cannon, with all the other manumissions of war, besides several ships of the line, always afloat in those waters. At this place they furnish their hunters with articles for the Indian trade, consisting of guns, hatchets, knives, clothing, trinkets, ammunition, etc., paying no duties to the American government for the introduction of these wares, as they ought to do. In return, they receive of the Indians and traders the furs and peltry of that vast region, inhabited by many Indian nations. In this very region of country, there are more than 80,000 inhabitants under British law. They have also taken for debt, from the government of Central America, a large tract of land, so situated as to eventually command the Isthmus of Darien, that narrow strip of land which unites North and South America, a position which, ere long, will give them untold advantages, in case of the construction of a ship canal through, from the Pacific and the Atlantic oceans, instead of going round Cape Horn as they do now. The name of this place, at the mouth of the Columbia, is Vancouver. It is evident that the English do, in reality, covet the control of the whole earth, for at this moment she gives law to more than 60 million of the human race, in the Indies alone, and will eventually to all China, Hindostan, etc., beyond the Russian possessions, and the other countries of Europe. The English Parliament, at this moment, govern more than 1/8 of the human race, which consists of about 800 millions, 1/8 of whom are under the control of the lords of England. Is not this a power to be dreaded and to be watched against? The possession of the Oregon region is of very great importance to the future glory and benefit of this country, as by it not only many new states may be added to the Union, over which the benign principles of a republican and popular government may be extended, but the trade with China and the whole vast countries of the Western Ocean, along the coasts of Asia, would be secured to the cities, towns, and countries yet to rise, all along the coast of the Pacific, which belongs to America. It was in these very regions, along the coast of the Pacific, that the first inhabitants of America, after the flood, settled, who came from China across the ocean, peopling the islands in their course. These first inhabitants were the authors and builders of the great cities now in ruins, found in both South and North America, the discovery of which so much astonishes mankind at present. And the reason why they had a knowledge of architecture so perfect, as is manifest by the ruins now everywhere being discovered in the western and southern regions, is because they derived it from the family of Noah, at a time so near to the flood, that the art was not then lost when they came to this country. The ruins, therefore, above alluded to, are specimens, not only of the architecture of the first age after the flood, but also of the antediluvian world, as it cannot be supposed that any other mode of building would have obtained so soon after that event, as when the nations were but young. Were we even to conjecture that Shem, the great Melchizedek of the scriptures, may have visited America, we do not feel that it would be considered as a thing impossible, when it is recollected that he lived 500 years after the flood. Long before 500 years had passed by, the children of Noah had begun to people the shores of the eastern ocean opposite to America, as well as the islands adjacent. They had a knowledge of shipbuilding, as shown in the construction of the ark, on which account mankind, and, among the rest, the Phoenician negroes, availed themselves of navigation. What, therefore, was to hinder his visiting the new settlements, not only on the islands, but those on the continent itself? Among the Mexicans there is still a tradition of the great Manco Capac, who once was among them, from whom they received all knowledge respecting agriculture and the arts. Were this not so, or at least had not the people of Peru and of Mexico have had, at the outset in this country, some extraordinary impetus of this kind, they would not, in all probability, have arrived at so great a perfection, as they did in many respects, as was seen when the Spaniards overran those countries, and as is seen in the amazing ruins now being discovered, which denote a state of architectural knowledge far beyond anything done by the native nations since those first ages. It was along that coast and the countries adjacent that the heft of the first population existed, when the regions of America along the shores of the Atlantic were in a wild and unknown state, except where the Chinese had crossed the continent, as at Yucatan, and other places further south. Europe at this time was unknown, as men had not found their way so soon through the unknown wilds from the Euphrates, a distance of more than 4,000 miles to the Atlantic. This very region, the coast of the Pacific, along the whole length of the Oregon, which is a country of nearly 700 miles in length by 400 wide, is destined to become again as populous as at first, and that almost immediately, when the ocean of the Pacific shall again be whitened with the sails of commerce carried on between America, China, and the Indies. Were it not much better that the Americans should avail themselves of all this greatness than that the English should do, which is the plan they are in pursuit of, as well as the subjugation of all the eastern world west of this country? The English, in their secret councils, had determined that the United States should be bounded on the west by the Rocky Mountains, on the north from sea to sea, by the Canadas and British America, and the south by her own and the Mexican empire. Thus, the design was to hem the United States in on every side. Now, with a view to aid in the accomplishment of all this, press the glorious negro question hard, and still harder, till the Southern people shall be provoked to declare themselves independent of the North. Then one grand step toward the final ruin of America will be taken, never to be recalled. From the circumstance of the transportation of the wretched Indian men by the English to work their plantations in the hot countries, it is evidence beyond all argument to the contrary, that they do not, and dare not, depend on the emancipated blacks to do this work. On this account, the great argument of abolitionists, namely, that the negroes will certainly work faithfully for their former masters, out of pure gratitude for the gift of their liberty, is refuted, and should open the eyes of all honest abolitionists to a sight of the phantom the English have put them in chase of. To exalt the negro man to an equality in Christendom politically with white men, will not subserve the purposes of humanity toward that race, as they are not capable of sustaining a standing on ground so high. Had not the Creator have estimated the African race as exceedingly inferior, the decree of servitude would not have been announced against them. To exalt this people, therefore, to political equality, will be to admit of a deteriorating element in the midst of superiors, which will amount to nothing more or less than a blemish in the heart of the institutions of the country, on account of their natural incongeniality of natures, passions, character, and constitutional make. In all the states where they are free, the negro population decreases in numbers with a rapid stride, on account of their natural improvidence, which occasions the premature death of their infants. The doctrine of emancipation, therefore, is but a doctrine of death to the negro, though bearing the sweet name of liberty written on its front. That the great men of England, her rich merchants, etc., are not honest in the prejudice they have occasioned in the world against America, on account of negro slavery, is seen in the remarks of Sir Robert Peel, Premier of the Empire, who accused the merchants of his country of being still deeply interested in the slave trade, and stated that the evidence of the fact could be produced. As a further and still more striking evidence of their hatred of human liberty, we notice their late operations in India. See the following account given by the Rev. J. Piermont. The sanguinary war by which Great Britain has subjected millions of India, and the stern despotism with which she rules and starves them, that her merchant princes may roll in splendor and bask in voluptuousness, have a voice which the whole thickness of the globe cannot keep from our ears. A more beautiful country than that from Cuddalore to Tangier in Madras cannot be imagined. The dense population and rich soil give their energies to each other, and produce a scene of surpassing loveliness, but the taxes and other causes keep down the laborers to a state below that of the southern slaves. Go with me to the northwest provinces of the Bengal presidency, and I will show you the bleaching bones of 500,000 human beings, who perished of hunger in the short space of a few months. The air, for miles, was poisoned with the effluvia of the dead, the river choked with floating corpses. Jackals, vultures, and crocodiles fattened upon the bodies of men, women, and infants, in many cases, even before life was extinct. This occurred in British India in the reign of Victoria I. Under the administration of Lord Clive, a famine in the Bengal province swept off 3 millions, and at the same time the British speculators had their granaries filled to repletion with corn, which the inhabitants were too poor to buy, while the grain was exported elsewhere, and sold at a higher price than it could be sold for in that country. This is the people and government with whom the abolitionists are now coalescing on the subject of human liberty and human rights, to the very great injury of America, and to their own expungeless shame. That abolitionists have been, and are now, in secret and open compact with the leading characters of England on the subject of slavery in America, is shown from the speeches made in the great meeting of the abolitionists of both countries, held recently in London. A Mr. Wendell Phillips, in a set speech in that mighty convention, stated as follows: "That though the connection had been dissolved between this country, that is England, and America, as far as holding its own parliaments and directing its own affairs, yet they were in its vassalage, as far as talents and genius were concerned. The anti-slavery abolitionists had eloquent and devoted men in their cause, but the American public would not listen to them. England, and England alone, was the fulcrum by which American slavery was to be uprooted forever. It was not with America to do this, for it was beyond her power." If it is beyond the power of America in her legislative halls to help herself in any respect, whether in relation to slavery or any other matter, how is a foreign power to assist but in a way of aggression and insult, as invited by abolitionists, in their adulatory and fulsome speeches, as is seen in the above? In this speech of Mr. Phillips, it appears that he readily and eagerly gives the meed of praise, in relation to genius and talent, to America's worst enemy, the English, which is an infinite untruth; for as yet that government have not genius nor talent enough to be just, liberal, and wise, toward her own subjects, and crushes them down in every corner of their empire with taxations unbounded and without end. In this speech of Phillips, the English are fairly invited to take a part in revolutionizing America on the subject of slavery, when he said in that oration that "England and England alone was the fulcrum, that is, lever power, by which American slavery was to be uprooted forever." In that meeting a Mr. Galusha, an American, who thought to say something which would greatly tickle the ear of the nobility, and withal, if possible, to go beyond his brethren in extravagant remarks, said, "The only apology he could offer for his country, that is, on the subject of slavery, was, that it was possessed by the devil. The delegates from America asked for the aid of the people of England to cast this devil out." This man must be a believer in witchcraft. In some of the West India islands, where the slaves have been set free, it is known that a state of almost universal vagrancy among the negroes has taken place, who do not labor more than 1 day in 6, and barely enough to keep soul and body together, the residue of the time being spent in thieving, drinking, and debauchery, which has been the character of the race in all ages. It is well known that the negro nations are unconquerably fond of ardent drinks, which, in a free condition, is one reason of their misery, the use of which, in a state of slavery, they cannot indulge, as their masters will not allow it. Their liberation, therefore, would only fill the entire country with straggling paupers, especially in the northern states, as is seen in all the towns and cities of the free North, as very few of the blacks elevate themselves above a condition of vagrancy when in a state of freedom. In the different states of the Union, where the negroes are free, there are found many little settlements of this people, but always in some out-of-the-way place, from whence they sally forth by night to steal, in a small way, from the farmers of their neighborhood. But in the slave states this they cannot do, as slaves are fed and clothed by their masters far better than those who are free, and are also withheld from rambling and wandering about the country. If such settlements and such neighbors are desirable appendages to white communities, then set the negro free in all the states, when the object will be abundantly realized as a reciprocation of the immunities of white men in their social capacities, can never be extended to the blacks, however visionaries may fume and bustle to the contrary, as the very elements of the physical existence of the two races, the whites and the blacks, render such an event impossible except by amalgamation, which would be the end of both races, in the production of a mulatto species, which were produced, not by the creative hand as being original, but by a sin against the laws of human nature. Were the 3 millions and a half of slaves in the South set free, the whole states would become infested with gangs and bandit parties, in all the wild and more unsettled regions of the country, instead of cleaving heart and soul to hard labor, as does the white man, for the sake of bettering, physically and morally, the condition of his race, and to keep it thus bettered. In the New England states, where the negroes have been free these 50 years, have they in the least elevated their characters or condition as men, who set a proper estimate on human liberty? They have not, for everywhere among them the negro is seen to be a negro still. In all the free states of the North, it is the same with this people. There is no real elevation of character beyond the power by which they are surrounded, and this is the influence of the customs and manners of the white population. 'Twas on Euphrates' shore confusion blent to build the tower just as the flood was spent, whose architects were negroes, black and brown, and brought upon their work the Eternal's frown. So in the western world old Nimrod's friends are building up a tower for certain ends, on which 'tis written, abolitionism, meaning wild disorder or any kind of schism. But God, who sees their work, may laugh to scorn, and blast the parent ere the child is born. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. During the time we have been occupied in producing this work, the question has been frequently asked the writer, if he does not consider it a Christian duty to enslave and hold in bondage individuals of the African race, seeing that we build our whole belief on this matter upon the divine oracles. Therefore, say they, ought not Christian men, and all others, to make the thing binding on their very consciences, and preservingly assist in the accomplishment of so great a duty, as we should any and all injunctions of the Scriptures not abrogated? Our reply to this question is, that the Scriptures do not command the enslavement of the negro race, but they give a history of that people, in which is related the account of their being cursed by the mouth of Noah, and of the endorsement of that same curse in the law of Moses, giving the right and privilege to the races of Shem and Japheth to enslave them, if they will, in which practice not even the New Testament opposes any objection. But, says one, if it was not a command that the two races of Shem and Japheth should enslave the race of Ham, how then could there be any certainty that the judicial decree of God, as announced by Noah, that they should be servants, be secured to take place? Our answer to this is, that the commands of God make nothing sure, as all men are free to disobey as they are free to obey. But the decrees of God are sure, without man's obedience or disobedience, the Deity taking care so to shape things and circumstances, that his veracity shall not be impeached. It is on this ground, and no other ground, that the judicial decree of God respecting Ham and his posterity was made sure to take place, which, as all the world knows, has been fulfilled, and will, doubtless, still continue to be thus fulfilled, in some shape or other, till the end of the world. There can be no doubt but the chief means by which the divine wisdom has secured the accomplishments of the personal enslavement of Ham's race is the position they hold in relation to the other two races, the white and red men of the first ages, as well as the same races now, being actually of a more noble and intellectual description of person and countenance, overawe the more imbecile and cringing negro, who, on this account, naturally looks up for protection and support to the more conservative and powerful races of Shem and Japheth. This being so, which all men must acknowledge, they have naturally and fortuitously become slaves, in myriads of instances, and thus have secured the same fate to their offspring in perpetuity. In this position, there is nothing that savors of sin, as it is but the weaker seeking protection of the stronger. It is the natural operation of circumstances, not to be avoided without much trouble and resistance. How many freed blacks there are in this country who have gone again to their former masters, having found it impossible to take as good care of themselves free as when slaves. But there are other ways in the mutations of society, occasioned by the revolution of nations, in which, as it relates to individuals, there is no sin to be charged upon them, though the negro race fall into their hands as personal slaves, which is under the direction of that eye who will secure the accomplishments of his decrees. As it respects the cases of millions of families in this and all countries, they find, as children and heirs, that they are in possession of black slaves, without their knowledge and consent, the same as the rest of inherited estates and property. So it may be that, in most cases, where the negro man is found a slave, that some uncontrollable circumstance at first necessitated the purchase of the black man as a slave, thus securing, without sin, the servitude of millions. Africa herself in all ages, has stood ready with her billions of slaves to tempt the cupidity of men in their purchase, selling their own race for the merest trifle a head. This has always been done by their chiefs. In this, who is to blame? The negro is too ignorant and imbecile to be charged with sin, in the proper sense of the word, on this account. And the purchasers, what else could they do but take them when offered, as their condition in life could not be made worse by the transfer, but far better? Thus, the divine providence, in an arbitrary manner, has taken care to accomplish its own judicial appointment of the negro race to slavery. Abolitionists, in their opposition to the principle of negro slavery, contend that, as the Supreme Being dealt severely in the way of judgment with the Egyptians for refusing to let the Hebrews go free from their condition of bondage in that country, it is made clear, therefore, as they believe, that he is not pleased with the practice which enslaves the black race. But between the two cases, there appears to be no parallel, no likeness of condition, on which account, though God punished and rebuked the Egyptians for their behavior toward the Hebrews in that affair, yet this furnishes no reason why we are to believe that, therefore, negro slavery is against his will. The Hebrews were sent from the land of Canaan down to Egypt by God himself, where they were received as citizens, and placed in the richest part of that country, namely, in Goshen, as in the hollow of his hand, who preserved them there during 400 years, till such time as he should be ready to return them again to the land of Canaan, as he had promised to Abraham, Genesis chapter 15, verse 16. We do not learn from the scriptures that the Hebrews, during their stay in Egypt, were slaves in the abject or property sense of the word, and that they were bought and sold as such among the Egyptians, but that they were vassals only, and were compelled to pay a heavy tax in labor to the government, which, toward the close of their stay in that country, became exorbitant in the extreme. Respecting this labor, which they were compelled to render, it does not appear that they were exacted during the whole time they were in Egypt, but only toward the end of that sojourn. We come to the conclusion that they were not held as personal slaves, the same as negroes are in the southern states, because it is seen from Exodus chapter 12, verse 32, that they had vast herds of flocks and of cattle. If flocks and herds, then they had the possession and occupancy of land, which would also suppose houses in which they dwelt, enjoying all the domiciliary appendages of society, governing themselves, yet in a tributary condition. That this was the fact is shown from Exodus chapter 9, verse 7, where it is written, that Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of the Israelites dead. But to what place did Pharaoh send to find this out? To Goshen, the country which was given to the Israelites when they first came into Egypt, as is seen from Genesis chapter 47, verses 4 and 11, which Goshen is in the land of Ramesses, the very best in the country of Egypt. If the Hebrews were actual slaves, as persons are who are bought and sold, then it was impossible for them to possess property, as land, houses, cattle, and herds, or who have maintained a system of nobility or eldership, which they certainly did, as appears from Exodus chapter 12, verse 21, who at the very time of their oppression and of the plagues given in Goshen, as is evident from Exodus chapter 8, verse 22. Had they been slaves, this could not have been, as the people of that caste had no titles or dignitaries, no nobility of any description, property or social compacts, as the Hebrews had at the very time when Moses demanded their release from Pharaoh, and when he delivered them out of the country. The bondage, therefore, to which they were subjected, was that of vassalage, and the payment of exorbitant taxes, required to be paid in labor beyond their power to perform. It is very likely that the persons who performed this labor, in making brick, were drawn out by draughts, so many from every 100, and then sent to the king's works for a given time, and then returned again, when others were draughted in their turn. Had this not been so, the Hebrews could not have had possessions in the country, or maintained any form of society whatever, as they certainly did. The Egyptians, from their earliest history, practiced buying and selling slaves of the property character, as is seen from the history of Joseph, who was sold as a slave to an Egyptian by the Ishmaelites, and from other sources. But the Hebrews came into Egypt not as slaves, but as citizens, in full fellowship and equality with the lords of Egypt, in virtue of their relation to Joseph, the savior of Egypt, in the days of the famine. We do not find that the scriptures have blamed the Egyptians because they held the Hebrews in a condition of vassalage, but because they abused them, and would not let them go, when God called for them by the ministration of Moses. We see no parallel, therefore, between the condition of the Hebrews in Egypt and the slavery of the negro race, as ordained from the lips of Noah and from Mount Sinai. Egypt was the house in which God saw fit to place the seed of Abraham, till such time as the nations of the land of Canaan should become ripe for destruction, when he intended to take the Hebrews away from the Egyptians, as he had promised Abraham. Genesis chapter 15, verses 13 and 14. The sojourn of the people of Israel in the country of Egypt was not, therefore, a state of bond slavery, in which the Egyptians claimed and held them as their property, but only as a nation of vassals, providentially placed among them, who, on account of their rapid increase in the country, oppressed them grievously, in order to keep them from becoming numerous, as appears from Exodus chapter 1, verses 9 through 11. Had they not been a body politic in Egypt, they could not have acquired wealth, so as to have left the country possessed of great substance, beside that which the Egyptians, in their fear, bestowed upon them, when they went out of the country toward the Red Sea. Egypt, it is true, is often alluded to in the scriptures as having been the house of bondage to the Hebrews, and their condition while there that of bondmen, yet of the vassal character, not property slaves, states of human being widely different from each other. The United States, while under the yoke of Great Britain, was a condition of national bondage, but no man was a bond slave on that account, and yet, in principle, their condition was just the same with the Hebrews in Egypt, except the latter were more severely treated. There were many reasons why the Supreme Being saw fit to place the lineage of the Messiah in the condition the Hebrews endured in the country of Egypt, one of which was, that thereby occasion might arise for him to exhibit his power as the God of the universe, by which means the insignificance and nothingness of all other gods might be seen. The judgments, therefore, which were let loose in 10 signal displays upon Egypt, as well as the death of many 10,000s in the Red Sea, were in pursuance of that design, as well, also, as to punish the haughty and cruel negro king of the Nile for not letting the Hebrews go when they were called for by the God of the universe. The rebuke, therefore, of the Egyptians on that occasion affords no argument in support of that opinion, that God was ever displeased with negro slavery, as between the two cases, the Hebrews in Egypt and the negroes under the curse, present no parallels to each other, as to the reasons or principle of the occurrences. If the argument which abolitionists draw from that history and circumstance is correct, namely, that God is opposed to negro slavery, how came it to pass in a few months after those awful displays of his power upon the Egyptians, that he gave a permit to the Hebrews to enslave the negro heathen people of old Canaan in the very law of Moses given from heaven on Mount Sinai? If, as abolitionists say, God punished the Egyptians for holding the Hebrews in a state of slavery, and from that alone, how could he justify the enslaving of the Canaanite heathen immediately after? The idea is preposterous, irreconcilable, and absurd. Thus falls to the ground every argument and position which abolitionists conjure up from the Scriptures, which goes to contradict the decree of God on the negro question. There is one trait among the incidents of negro slavery upon which abolitionists fix their eye with an awful and fierce intensity, calling on all mankind to come and see the horrid light, and this is the circumstance of separating the families of slaves, by their being sometimes sold to other masters. On this subject, abolitionists argue the same as they would were the case their own, imagining the negro parents feel such a circumstance as acutely and as sentimentally as white families would under similar circumstances. But this is a mistake, as we believe, and does not apply to the negro's case, as it would to that of the whites, on account of a want of the higher intellectual faculties of the mind of the blacks. On occasions of severe bereavement, the feelings of negro parents seem to be of shorter duration, as it is well known that the bond of marriage and family obligation with that race is of but secondary considerations, or of slight influence, as a knowledge of and a participation in high intellectual love and elevated affections is not reached by the black man's soul. On this very account, the desire of promiscuous intercourse prevails in negro society far more than among the whites, and is carried out in their practice. The power of this trait of their constitutional make no doubt operates in lessening their attachments to refined family endearments, so that when separated from each other by being sold, it is not so grievous a thing as it would be to the mind and feelings of a white man or woman. This trait of the negro character was always, thus, a striking proof of which is related by Herodotus, volume 6, page 77, as follows: At a certain time, when the Persians had the mastery of Egypt, there was a tribe who had revolted, and after an unsuccessful struggle against their conquerors, the male part of the population of their citadel or town came to a resolution of secretly making their escape, leaving their families and kindred behind to look out for themselves, while they should reach, if possible, the Ethiopian country that lay at the head of the Nile. Continuing quote, "But as soon as it was known to the Persians, they pursued the fugitives and soon came up with them, when a parley took place. The Persians endeavored to persuade the negroes to return, by alluding to their gods, their wives and children, from whom they were to be forever separated, if they persisted in their project. But when this appeal was made to the dearest sensibilities of the human mind, one of their number leaped out from the midst of his fellows, and, in a loud stentorian voice, said, as he exposed himself improperly, 'Wherever we go, more wives and more children can be obtained,' when they took to their heels and were soon out of sight in the wilderness." Close quote. In agreement with this disposition, it is said by all travelers, and those acquainted with the true African negro character, that parents will sell their little children for almost any trifle, as a piece of cloth, a girdle of beads, a bottle of wine or brandy, or any trinket which strikes their fancy, and this they do with the knowledge of the certain enslavement of their offspring. Universal Traveler, page 404. We know, it can be said, that the Jew would sell his children, but it was with the knowledge of its release in 6 years to freedom again. It may also be said that the Circassians, who are white, will sell their daughters to the Turks, but this is done not to enslave them, but to exalt them to the honor of being a member of some great man's harem. This is owing to their false education, not insensibility of nature. But the negro man sells his babe as an abject slave, brutally, for almost no reward, never to see it again, the transaction taking place on the part of the negro parent with all the apathy and indifference they would sell a dog. In all this, does it not appear that there is a difference between the affections of the two races toward their offspring, and that the separating of negro parents from their children is not as grievous as abolitionists seem to believe? This being true, in compliment to the ameliorating genius of the age, it were as well, perhaps, to discourage occurrences of the kind. It would be more patriarchal and fatherly. End of chapter 14a. Chapter 14b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It is not very likely that Ham and his family were very well pleased with the curse and denunciation of Noah, which put them, with all who should proceed from their house, under the ban of everlasting servitude to the races of their brethren. This circumstance, beyond all doubt, raised up in the minds of that people an unconquerable hatred, not only toward Noah, but also toward Shem and Japheth, with their entire posterities in those ages. On this account it was that Ham left the paternal tents and altar of sacrifice near Ararat much sooner than did the other sons, wandering still further down the Euphrates toward the sea, till they came to the great flats of Shinar, where Nimrod, the grandson of Ham, commenced the foundation of his empire, and where he, with Ham and all the race, set about building the tower as a defense against another flood, and as a temple of idolatry and a rallying point for their tribes in coming ages. It was, no doubt, on the account of Noah's curse that Nimrod, the great leading spirit, like Satan among the falling angels, opposed himself so cruelly with all his power to the religion of Noah, as propagated by Shem, who was Melchizedek. His grand object was to produce and consolidate a power by which to protect his race against the threatened servitude of Noah, his grandsire, announced in the curse, as well as to establish a contrary system of religion, which would subserve the same end. At the time of the confusion of the language, there was none of the races of Shem and Japheth there. That operation, the building of the tower, was wholly a negro invention, who had the requisite geometrical knowledge at the time, derived from the house of Noah, who brought this knowledge, with all other, from beyond the flood. On this account, for some 100 years, the first people of those countries had more scientific knowledge than the nations, many of them had 1,000 years afterwards. But how is it known that the races of Shem and Japheth did not participate in the wicked project of the tower? It is shown from the natural antipathy of the children of Shem toward the blacks, and also from its being an idolatrous temple, or tower, from which the descendants of Shem and Japheth would turn with horror, especially while Noah, Shem, Arphaxad, and others of the patriarchs of the holy line were yet alive, and the dictators of the religion and morals of the people. Josephus says, in his Jewish Antiquities, page 19, that Nimrod was a bold man, and of great muscular strength. The Jewish rabbi say also, in their tradition, that he was a mighty giant, and of a morose, cruel, and savage temper, a tyrant among his people, who forced men from the fear of God, threatening to be revenged on God for destroying the world by water. Moses says he was a mighty hunter before the Lord, to which the rabbi add that he not only hunted and destroyed the wild animals which abounded beyond measure in that early age, but that he also killed men, unless they would unite with him against God and the religion of Noah. That the blacks of that age and of the house of Nimrod were violent persecutors of the race and religion of Shem and Noah, as related by Josephus, is supported by a Persian tradition, which says that they, having, at a certain time, got into their hands a child of the family of Terah, which was Abraham, they cast it into a strong fire. But when they looked to see it writhe and agonize in the flames, behold, the place of the fire had become a hedge of roses in full bloom, where the infant lay embedded, as on a couch of down formed of those flowers. Nimrod, Ham, and coadjutors, therefore, were the great fathers of idolatry in the world after the flood, who inducted the people into their system of religion by combining the indulgence of one of the strongest passions of human nature with the worship of the gods, making such indulgence one of the chief virtues, because from this indulgence proceeded the human race, as they believed, by which means the world was peopled, a religion in exact agreement with the naturally obscene propensities of the negro race. In the bosom of a negro man, the idea of liberty, freedom, and independence does not give rise to the same sensations, hopes, and expectations that it does in the bosom of the whites. To the mind of a slave, or even of a free black man, with but small exception, the idea of liberty is but the idea of a holy day, in which they are to be let loose from all restraint or control. They are to play, work, or sleep as may suit their inclination, following out to the utmost the perfect indulgence of indolence, stupidity, and the animal passions. But to the mind of the white man, liberty is the means of the moral and physical improvement of himself and race. It is the field of labor out of which will arise, as wheat from the seed, a harvest of knowledge, intellectual refinement, well-ordered society, the advancement of the arts and sciences, government of the passions, with every good thing that can charm the elevated mind and conduce to the bliss of human existence. The races set out with equal opportunities at the subsiding of the flood. But who has won and taken the prize of power, of social and mental improvement? It cannot be denied that, to the perceptions of a white man, the negro's case is a hard one, and was fully foreknown to the Creator, who is merciful and kind. Yet he did not see fit not to create them, and to create them in the loins of Ham, a degraded race, as well as to appoint them to servitude, while the father of the race was yet alive. If the hard lot of this people affords at present a reason why they should be set free, such as are in slavery, it can be said in reply that the same reason existed at first in the eye of the divine foresight, with all the force that it does now. With such a course, however, namely, not to create them, did not please the Maker, as it was agreeable to him that they should exist, and exist as we find them, a race totally different from the whites, in every respect that can be thought of, except that they are human, but of the lowest order, and eminently adapted to a state of servitude. But, says an abolitionist, we do not disagree to the African race being servants, if they desire it, that is, hired servants, as in this way the scriptures, or word of prophecy by Noah, can as well be fulfilled as that the race should be slaves. To this position we reply that it is extremely short-sighted, as he who hires himself out to labor is not a slave servant in any sense of the word, but is a free man, having, at his own will, disposed of his labor, not of his body as he saw fit. The scriptures, in the law of Moses, made a great distinction between a slave and a hired man. See Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39 and 40, where it is written as follows: "Thou shalt not compel them," a Hebrew, "to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant." But notwithstanding the discriminating remark of Moses, abolitionists can discover no difference in the two cases, confounding them together, because they will, and not because they do not know better. Were this the way in which the Spirit of God directed Noah to curse the race of Ham with servitude, and the way in which he intended its fulfillment, namely, that they were generally to hire themselves out to work for other people, then it would follow that this curse applied as much to both the other races as it did to Ham's race. For there are found as many laborers among the other races, and especially the whites, who work on hire, as among the blacks, and 1,000 times as many, as they are a more industrious people. Surely the Supreme Being could never have intended to call a man cursed because he should hire himself out to labor. There must be, therefore, some worse meaning attached to the idea of a bond servant than the hiring of one's self out. On this view of the subject, bond service cannot be made out, as personal bondage supposes the holding of our bodies as property. Consequently, when Moses said to the Hebrews that if they wanted bondmen and bondmaids who were to serve them forever, they were to buy them, not hire them, of the heathen, and to hold them by compulsion, as a possession for themselves and their children after them, which they could not do with a hired man. From this view of the subject, it is easy to perceive that the arguments of abolitionists entirely neutralize the force of the denunciation of Noah respecting Ham's race, causing it to refer as much to one people as to another, who may chance to hire themselves out to labor, making it a curse to do so, and they who do it a cursed race. Is not this a fair result of their position? But, says an abolitionist, we do not believe that the curse of Noah signified or related in any sense to such a thing as the personal bondage of any of the race of Ham, with a view to their bodily enslavement. That curse, we hold, was wholly of a national character, and was fulfilled, as it related to Shem's rule, when the Jews subdued old Canaan, and as to Japheth's rule, when the white nations, under Alexander, destroyed old Tyre and Zidon with other negro countries, putting them under tribute and national servitude. To this, as to the other problem, we must reply that it will not do, as by this mode of interpretation all the other nations of the earth who have alternately subdued each other by war, policy, or stratagem, and laid one another under vassalage and tribute, are, therefore, equally cursed with the race of Ham. As to the quintessence of the thing, as it was no worse for the negro Canaanites to be put under vassalage and tribute than any other people, so that they were no more under a divine curse than any of the rest of mankind when conquered. Wherefore, in this way of explaining the text, abolitionists make it void and indefinite as to its particular application, which the whole history, as written by Moses in the 9th chapter of Genesis, disallows. There is but one way remaining to give that scripture, Genesis chapter 9, as well as the clause in the law, Leviticus chapter 25, a consistent meaning, and that is to allow that both recognized the individual and bodily slavery of the race of Ham by the two other races, the circumstance of their paying tribute, at any time, as a people, to other nations who might conquer them, having nothing to do toward the fulfillment of that denunciation of Noah, as that decree related not to national, but to individual slavery. If this is not the true sense of those passages, and especially that of Genesis chapter 9, verses 25 through 27, it would remain as yet uncertain whether that curse or decree has been in any degree fulfilled. The fond idea, or we may say, the fanaticism and foolish notion of abolitionists, which supposes the hiring out of the race of Ham at their own discretion to the other races, falls, therefore, to the ground, so far as it relates to the fulfilling of the curse of Noah upon the posterity of Ham, his youngest but wretchedly profligate son. Thus, having disposed of the foregoing objections and positions of abolitionists, we now address ourselves to combat another error of their creating. This is the circumstance of the slaves laboring, as they say, for no reward or wages, and therefore slavery is not according to the principle of eternal rectitude, but is a sin of the blackest dye. Now, do not frown, dear reader, when we tell you that this is not true of slavery, as slaves do not labor without a hope of reward, and that reward they generally receive. It is true, however, that their wages is not as much as many other laborers obtain, and then again, it is much more than many receive who are not slaves. The laboring classes of men over the whole earth and among all people operate under very different circumstances, which has been the case in all ages, and will continue to be thus to the end of time. In all countries, minors, apprentices, and children labor till of age, for no other reward than their food, shelter, and clothing. In millions of cases, men labor all their lives, and never receive anything more than their food and raiment, and yet they were not bondmen, but free. Do not black slaves receive as much as this? And is not this a reward to which they look with all the eagerness of any other kind of laborers? Do they not hail the hours of meal times as the bright spot of their destiny, with as much joy as do other laborers? The clothes they receive, are they not far better than their original nakedness in the wilds of Africa? Who rewarded them then? Millions of free men over the whole earth do not receive as much wages as do the negroes of the slave states in America, but with their freedom actually starve to death, even in England and her dependencies, not from idleness, but from oppression. Among free men, how many beggars do we meet with who receive no wages? But among negro slaves there are no beggars. Food and raiment is all that a man can receive on the earth, which is as sure to a negro slave as to the rest, and is the whole reward of animal labor and of animal existence. The rich, though they control more than they can individually consume, have, in reality, nothing, after all, more than a slave, except injurious and ruinous luxuries. Wherefore, as it respects mere physical existence, slaves are on a perfect level with the rest of mankind, which is not only philosophically, but scripturally true. For Solomon says, Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 7, that all the labor of man is for his mouth, which is his portion and reward under the sun. Negro slavery, therefore, on that account, is not contrary to the principle of eternal rectitude. It is true, however, that their hope of speculation is not as great as it is among the whites, yet the amount, upon the whole, which they receive is just the same, as their food, raiment, and shelter are made much surer to them, especially in Christian countries, than among the free blacks. The servitude of the race of Ham to the latest era of mankind is necessary to the veracity of God himself, as by it is fulfilled one of the eldest of the decrees of the Scripture, namely, that of Noah, which placed the race as servants under the other races. This is noticed by Newton in the same light, which has been, and now is, being everywhere fulfilled, with all the punctuality that all the other decrees are and have been fulfilled, and should convince all abolitionists of their unavailing error in opposing this great and nearly most ancient decree of the divine oracles. God is just and good in the adaptation of circumstances to the well-being of every creature of the earth, which is as manifest in the Negro's case as in the case of every other grade of animal being. If the white man is more intellectual than a Negro, so much the more are his cares and responsibilities. On this principle, we notice that in the Negro character is fixed, as a kind of antidote or recompense for slavery, a certain disposition to levity, peculiar to themselves, which takes off much of the weight of their seeming sorrows. This enables them more cheerfully to endure, without thought, their condition of servitude. One trait of this peculiar character of the negroes is, their fondness of singing and whistling, in which they universally indulge, even under circumstances which would make a white man weep. They generally have voices of the most melodious character, and can whistle with their thick lips better than all mankind beside, in the sounds of which they forget all things else, rejoicing in the lightness and levity of their peculiar natures. Who has not witnessed this, that has seen and noticed this people at all? Thus mercifully is thrown into the Negro's being circumstances which go to make his condition tolerable, though created black and doomed to servitude, rendering him upon the whole not less happy than are the other races of men. Thus, with balanced eye, the great all-seeing has made each race with an equal being, has with the ills of life some blessing mixed, though in our grades a general state is fixed. The white man soars as with an eagle's flight, while the black man dips in the wave of night. And both, rejoicing in their several spheres, should offer thanks in the Eternal's ears. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15a of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. In the following pages, we are to meet a few more objections of abolitionism, as well as present the reader with some other matters, when we shall finish the labor of this work. It is said by this class of men, that the benevolence of the gospel contemplates the personal happiness of every human being, and as individual freedom is an item in the sum of mortal enjoyments, therefore, the gospel in its spirit and tendencies is against slavery of every description, and demands its abolishment. But we answer this position by saying, that although the spirit and tendencies of the Christian religion most assuredly does contemplate the entire and perfect moral happiness of the whole human race, upon certain conditions, as obedience to its commands, etc., yet it does not and cannot interfere, as we have before said, with the judgments, decrees, or judicial acts of God, until the purposes of such acts are accomplished in the earth. Although the gospel, as announced in the New Testament, is a message of benevolence from heaven toward the sufferers of the earth, yet death is not and cannot be counteracted, as yet, by its influence, because death came by the appointment or judicial act of God, on the account of sin, placing the direful circumstance beyond the redeeming nature of that great system of atonement. Neither can it affect matters of less importance, such as the circumstance of man's being compelled by a divine judgment to get his bread in the sweat of his face, with pain, toil, and uncertainty. The case of the woman who was placed by the same power judicially in a certain circumstance, which is that of great pain and danger, is also placed beyond the reach of the benevolence of the Spirit of the gospel, because she hearkened to the voice of the serpent in the matter of the forbidden tree. Does the gospel, in its benevolent principles, remove one item of the vast amount of what is called natural evil, which the human race now is heir to, such as sickness, poverty, accidents, mistakes, difference of men's opinions, which are all the effects of the judicial proceedings of the Creator toward man, on the account of sin? Now, if the spirit and tendencies of religion cannot, as yet, remove these disabilities or obstacles to man's happiness in this world, how, therefore, can it be expected that it can alter the doom of the Negro race, which, as the Bible establishes, is founded on the same foundation, that of the decree of God, and raises a barrier which is impassable and insurmountable to all earthly power? Even the famous words of our Lord, called the Golden Rule, cannot apply here. Neither does this rule appear with power to break down any civil establishment of society. It was not so intended or understood by the first disciples and writers of the New Testament. It was not intended by that great and good doctrine that servants and masters, debtors and collectors, rich and poor, should change condition, or even to be put on a par with each other by that precept of the Lord. It signifies nothing more than that all men, under all circumstances of trouble, should do by each other in all kindness, just what they would reasonably desire done to themselves in like circumstances. This precept, therefore, was not meant to reach the case of slavery, as to its abolishment, any more than it was the other cases, as above named. It enjoined on masters to extend to servants, minors, and slaves all needed tenderness and consideration, as they themselves could reasonably desire were they in a like condition. The patriarch Job did thus toward his slaves, and no more. See chapter 31, verse 13, where he says that he did not despise the cause of his man or maid servant, and yet he did not manumit them after all. It will not answer to extend that rule to extremes, as by preserving in such a course we should unhinge all the regulations of society, at the voice of every complaint, effecting nothing but a continued change of circumstances from one extreme to another, without adding a whit to the comfort of any body permanently. Abolitionists contend, in their publications and lectures, that the condition of bondmen among the Jews was a condition of comparative comfort and equality with their masters, and that the law of Moses made it so. But we have never been able to discover this, while we have found the entire contrary. On this subject, the statement of Adam Clarke may have some weight, as no man on earth was better informed respecting Oriental manners in those ages. See his comment on the passage above quoted, from Job chapter 31, verse 13, as follows, quote, "In ancient times slaves had no action at law against their masters. They might dispose of them as they did their cattle or any other property. The slave might complain, and the master might hear him, if he pleased, but he was not compelled to do so. Job states that he admitted them, however, to civil rights, and far from preventing their case from being heard, he was ready to permit them to complain, even against himself, and to give them all the benefit of the law. Job was a righteous man, and in that thing did right. And yet we do not learn that he set his slaves free. Let every slaveholder do the same. Josephus states, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 4, page 130, that slaves were not allowed to be witnesses in any court. From all this it appears that the case of the negro slaves of those times, and among the Jews in particular, was in no wise superior, if it was as good, as in America, except in such cases as when they fell into the hands of men as good as were Job and Abraham. Consequently, the notion that the slaves of the Jews under the law of Moses was a comfortable condition of life, as held by abolitionists, falls to the ground, as does most of their doctrines and positions. It is affirmed by abolitionists that because God, at first, and prior to the fall, and as soon as he had created man, said that everything which was made was very good, that therefore negro man was made equal with white men. But this comment of theirs fails when it is reconciled that there was, at that time, no negroes in existence, nor never would have been, had not God have seen fit to produce them, about 1,556 years after the original creation of man, in the way and manner already described in the first pages of this work, and soon after to appoint him to slavery. It has been urged upon the attention of the writer of this work, by abolitionists, that we ought seriously to examine the difference there is between judicial law and divine law, in relation to the enslaving negro men in ancient times. The judicial law said that the Jews might buy and possess slaves, but the divine law says, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Is slavery consistent with this divine law? In answer to this question, we dare not array these two laws against each other, seeing they are both of the same origin. We think it were a much safer course to say that these laws, so different in their effects, have a high regard for each other, and do not encroach upon their respective powers and applications. Judicial law requires execution, and the law of love delights in mercy. But till an equivalent is paid down, mercy can do nothing. Now, who has redeemed the negro race from the curse of Noah and the force of that judicial law? It has never been done. The law of love says, love thy neighbor as thyself. But who is our neighbor? We answer that our neighbors are of various descriptions, and the divine law says, love them all in their respective characters, whether slaves or free, rich or poor, wise or simple, learned or unlearned, black, white, or red, good or bad, and all this without politically meddling with their domestic affairs. The Supreme Being having seen fit to adjudge the negro race to a condition of servitude among men, we are not, therefore, bound to believe that this abjuration is not contrary or inconsistent with the law of love as it relates to man, as we see that we may love a slave in the religious sense of the word, and yet have nothing to do with his state of bondage, unless we have an inclination to manumit them if they are our own property. But there is no law which requires this, whether judicial or divine, or it would have been noticed by St. Paul when he had the subject of Negro slavery under his pen, upon which we have already treated in a former section of this work. There is another argument to answer, which is brought forward by abolitionists in favor of the equality of negroes with white men, and in favor of the amalgamation of these two races. This argument of theirs is founded on the 12th chapter of Numbers, one of the books of the Decalogue, or the laws of Moses. But before we enter upon an investigation of that chapter in relation to the doctrine alleged by abolitionists, we will merely observe that they are a strange set of logicians, inasmuch as when the law of Moses is appealed to as an evidence of the legal enslaving of the negro Canaanites, then that law is found to be antiquated, out of date, and of no force. But when in the same law there happens to be found a passage that seems to make in favor of any of the dogmas of abolitionism, lo, it is seized upon with avidity, and held to be of the greatest force and authority, and by no means antiquated or inefficient, being first-rate scripture. The chapter alluded to reads as follows: "And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses, because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, Hath the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. And the Lord spake suddenly unto Moses, and unto Aaron, and unto Miriam, Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar of a cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth. And he said, Hear now my words. If there be a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak to him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all my house. With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches, and the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not this sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? And after that let her be received again? And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and all the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. On examining this chapter, does it appear on what account Miriam was made a loathsome leper and driven out of the camp? Was it for finding fault with her brother Moses, for marrying the black woman, or because she had joined with Aaron and others in doubting whether God had indeed spoken only by Moses? It appears that her crime consisted wholly of the latter, which was for invading by contentious words the divine dictatorship of Moses, to the exclusion of all others, over the 12 tribes. In her punishment, God said not a word about the woman Moses had married, nor respecting Miriam's having found fault with the marriage, but confined his remark wholly to the subject of the mission of Moses, as God's mouth to the people, as is seen by referring to the 6th, 7th, and 8th verses of that chapter. There is no doubt, however, but the circumstance of her brother's having married one of the cursed race was one of her reasons why he ought not to possess alone the dignity of being sole dictator. The circumstance, as she seems to have thought, was degrading, on which account she found fault with him, as reads the 1st verse of the chapter. That the Hebrews were not to marry with the negroes of Canaan is evident from Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 3, and reads as follows: "Neither shalt thou make marriages with them," that is, the Canaanites. "Thy daughter shalt thou not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou not take unto thy son." Here it is plain that the law of Moses forbids amalgamation of the Jew blood with that of the negroes. And yet abolitionists contend that God, who was the author of that law, struck Miriam with a loathsome disease in token of his anger at her, because she found fault with the very thing the law found fault with and forbid. This view of the matter is sufficient to convince any man that the crime of Miriam was not about the marriage, but the sacred office of Moses only. But, says one, an abolitionist perhaps, the writer in this opinion of his has got himself into a tangle at last, as we cannot see but he is compelled to show up Moses as a flagrant sinner against his own law, for having married that Ethiopian woman. Not so, is our reply, for Moses did that thing some 40 years before the time the law was given to him from Mount Sinai, at a time when he knew no more of the will and law of God than any other man who had been born and brought up among the Egyptians. But when he received the law, then he became informed of the will and designs of God, in that as well as in all other matters. As to the fate of the woman he had married in the land of Midian, at the time he fled from Egypt for killing an Egyptian, see Exodus chapter 2 verse 12, we learn nothing from the scriptures further than that she came to the Jewish camp with Jethro her father in the wilderness. Thus it is certainly clear that the abolition opinion of the equality of negroes with other men, and the propriety and righteousness of amalgamation by marriage with them, derives no support from that portion of Holy Writ, but receives a rebuke of the most decided description from the very law itself. Respecting this race, we find that God took particular care that their blood should not become mingled with the line through which the Messiah was to come. This is a remarkable fact. To prove this, see Genesis chapter 38, the whole chapter, where is related the history of Judah's having had 3 sons by the Canaanitish woman, who, of course, was a negress. 2 of those sons were slain by the Lord for a certain wickedness they did, while the 3rd son, Shelah by name, escaped. Genesis chapter 38 verses 7 and 10, but is not reckoned in the line of the holy seed, which was continued through another branch of Judah's blood, namely, by the son of Tamar, a Jewess. Is not this fact a proof that the negro blood was not estimated to be as good as the blood of Shem, even by the Creator himself, as manifested in that transaction? He even preferred the line of the illegitimate son of Tamar by Judah for the line of the Messiah, rather than the line of the Canaanitish race. In agreement with this rejection of the negro blood, as it related to things holy in the Jewish religious economy, it is seen that although the two sons of Moses by his Ethiopian wife, whose names were Gershom and Eleazar, were reckoned with the tribe of Levi, yet in the service of the temple they were never allowed to officiate in any office above that of porters, scribes, or some other kind of laborious service. Even the temple and the priesthood of the Jews had negro slaves, who were the whole tribe of the Gideonites, one of the nations of Canaan, appointed to that doom by Joshua, chapter 9, verse 23, as follows: "Now, therefore, ye are cursed, and there shall none of you be freed from being bondmen, and hewers of wood, and drawers of water, for the house of my God." This class of slaves, says Adam Clarke, were called Nethkiims, or slaves of the temple, and had been thus from the days of Joshua till the time of Solomon, and from thence to the time of the great Babylonian captivity, when it is likely, says Clarke, they remained among the Chaldeans, as by going back to Judea they could gain nothing but their old condition of bondmen. Now, from the time of Joshua till that of captivity was over 800 years, during which time it is not hard to conjecture that many millions came of the race, all of whom were born slaves, for Joshua had said that none of them should ever be freed from a state of slavery, as is seen in the above quoted scripture. From this fact we discover, also, that the Jubilees did the negro Canaanite slave no good, as is contended by abolitionists, as they were never to be made free. If, then, the negro slaves of the temple could not be freed by the Jubilees, how much less, therefore, the more common slaves among the people? But, says one, how is this? You assert that the blood of the progenitors of Jesus Christ was never, through that long vista of time, from Noah till his advent, contaminated or mixed with negro blood. And yet Rahab, a Canaanitish woman, was one of his ancestors, according to St. Matthew chapter 1, verse 5. In that chapter you will find that Solomon, the father of Boaz, who was the father of Obed, who was the father of Jesse, and the father of King David, married this said Rahab, of the town of Joshua, a Canaanitish city. Now, sir, continues the objector, as that woman was a Canaanite, she was, according to your theory, a negress, of the very race of Ham, and consequently her blood was mixed in the lineal descent of our Lord. To this severe criticism we reply as follows, and assert that although Rahab was a citizen of the town or city of Jericho in the land of Canaan, yet was she not a negress, nor at all descended of the race of Ham, nor was she a Canaanitess by blood or race. But how is this made out? We will show you. See book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 3, and onward, as well as the book of Joshua, chapter 23, verses 12 and 13, where it was strictly forbidden, under the displeasure of Jehovah himself, to every individual of the 12 tribes of the Jews to marry with any of the Canaanitish race, which consisted of 7 mighty nations, all of whom are set forth by name in this 7th chapter of Deuteronomy. Now, if Rahab had been of that race, and belonged by blood to any of those 7 nations, Solomon would not, as a prince of the tribe of Judah, have been allowed to have had this woman for a wife. Rahab, therefore, was of the blood of Shem, and but a citizen of the country as an inhabitant only, while by race she possessed no consanguinity to the blood of Ham. Solomon, as a prince of the regal line of Judah, of which tribe came our Lord, could not have violated the law of Moses in so flagrant and horrid a manner, as to have married a black woman, a Canaanitess, and thus to have provoked the vengeance of the God of Abraham, which is everywhere threatened, as often as the subject is alluded to in all the books of the law. Thus we defend, as we believe, our opinion, which asserts that the blood of the negro race did not at all mix with the lineal blood of the Savior of mankind. Now, as we find this grand interdiction respecting the Jewish intermarriages with any and all the 7 negro nations of Canaan, we may with the utmost propriety believe, in addition, that the interdiction extended to the whole race settled in other countries beside old Canaan, as it would have been equally deleterious and corrupting to the sacred descent of Jesus Christ to have been connected with the blood of negroes out of Canaan as within that country. But in the whole book of God, there is no command, either direct or implied, against Jewish marriages, whether before or after the giving of the law of Moses with the race of Japheth, the progenitor of the white race of mankind. And although Jesus Christ is the proffered Savior of all the human race, blacks and all, yet was it abhorrent to God, as we believe, that the immaculate blood of his Son, which was to be offered as an atonement, should be contaminated by that of negro extraction. It is a remarkable fact, which, in connection with the above, cannot fail to make due impression on the reader's mind, that persons who had flat noses could not be a priest of the sanctuary of the Mosaic worship. See Numbers chapter 21, verse 18. This regulation was, doubtless, to guard the blood of the priesthood from any contamination of the race of Ham, as a prominent feature of that people is a flat nose. There was never a king nor prophet of the Jews who had negro blood in his veins, and yet there were multitudes of the Jews, as well as the Israelites, who were thus tinctured by unlawful connections with the Canaanites, which was against the law of Moses as well as the law of nature. It is a singular fact that all the first labors of the apostles, after the resurrection of Christ, were directed northward from Jerusalem, among the whites, and not southward in Africa. To the north, in Italy, was the place of the throne of the Roman Empire. To the north lay all the Grecian tribes, among whom Paul and his associates went preaching the gospel. Is not this a proof of the superiority of the white blood above that of the African? Or these first missionaries would not have thus chosen that race as the conservators of the new system of divinity given to the world by Jesus Christ. In accordance with this view, we notice that the Holy Scriptures, both of the Old and New Testaments, were given to the protection of the white race, and by them have been preserved and handed down to the present time. The New Testament, in particular, has been preserved by the white race after the age of the apostles, as the Jews deride that part of the Scriptures as false, and the African had nothing to do with its original preservation or compilation. Abolitionists say that negro slavery is a curse upon earth, and that the curse of God is on the country and families wherever the thing is practiced. And yet we find in the Scriptures, Genesis chapter 9, that when God, by the mouth of Noah, blessed Shem and Japheth, he gave them as one item in their blessings a right to make servants of the race of Ham. It was the same with the Hebrews many hundred years after, under the reign of Moses, as a lawgiver, when God promised his blessings upon them as a people, upon condition of their obedience, making one item of those blessings to be the privilege of enslaving the Canaanites. If to hold slaves is a curse to any man or country, as abolitionists say it is, then principles must have strangely changed in the administration of God's providence since the days of Abraham. For to him the possession of bondmen and bondmaids was one item in the great amount of the mercies and blessings of God to that patriarch, in whose seed all the families of the earth were to be blessed. See Genesis chapter 24, verse 35, as follows: "And the Lord hath blessed my master greatly, and he is become great, and hath given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and manservants and maidservants, and camels and asses. But Abraham did right by his slaves, of whom he owned vast numbers, on which account the blessing of having bondmen was not changed to a curse, as are all the mercies of God when abused by the wicked. How, therefore, is it true, as abolitionists say, that the enslaving of the race originated in the foulest wickedness? It is not true, never was, and never will be, except in the abuse of the institution." End of chapter 15a. Chapter 15b of Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. With the origin of slavery, the present existing slaveholding population of the United States had nothing to do. Therefore, for that they are not to be held accountable. They did not bring the blacks from their native land, either by purchase or as prisoners of war. They came into existence with them in their possession, the same as their landed estates, and every other species of property which they inherited from their fathers, and are, therefore, under the divine supervision, morally and politically bound to protect and shield them from all physical suffering, the same as they are bound to protect and shield their children, apprentices, or other dependents. In this, the kind providence of that all-wise being who rules among the inhabitants of the earth is benevolently displayed toward the descendants of Ham in North America. The experience of the blacks themselves, and the observation of all others, prove this to be their most happy condition, for, with but few exceptions, all those who have gone out from this protection are found among the most miserable of the human family. All experience proves that were the principles of abolitionism carried out practically, the slaves would be placed in an infinitely worse condition, both morally and physically, than that in which we now find them. But, says the objector, this is the white man's fault. For if the negro man and woman were but received into society upon an equal footing with the whites, they would become their equals. This is granted. They would indeed become the equal of the white man. But how? Not by the elevation, morally, mentally, and physically, of the black man, but of the complete degradation of the white man, as the God who created both races has decreed, and as is manifest from the difference, the radical difference, there is between them, proving that their amalgamation cannot be effected but by a loathsome deterioration of the superior race. This the experience of all time abundantly demonstrates, as well as that amalgamation is the inevitable result of political equality of the races. Look, for example, at the population of the Mexican states. Not only is it characterized by physical weakness, but by moral and mental inferiority of a most frightful description. And how is this to be accounted for? From the fact that there has been a mixture of Mexican and Negro blood for ages. God forbid, therefore, that we, as a people, should seek to elevate this race by so great a sacrifice, by so horrible a violation and prostration of the sacred laws of the Creator of the universe. In all this, we do not disparage the black man, but only set forth the actual difference there is between the races, neither of which are to be praised or censured respecting the attributes of their respective natures. These were wisely ordained by that being who created all things, by the counsel of his own will, and the wisdom of whose appointments man has not the right to question. There is another evidence that the habitations of this race, the blacks, are of divine appointment, and that is, that they are suited in their formation and physical constitution to a torrid region. As the torrid region of North America is, therefore, best suited to their comfort and happiness, we conclude it is their natural home. And as this country, through the providence of God, has been put into the power and ownership of the white race, and as the two races cannot exist together in a state of political equality, it follows that if the negro race exist in the South at all as a people, it must be in a condition of surveillance or subordination of some sort or other. The negro man has as good a right to exist as has the white man, but he has not as good a right to rule or give laws to society. This is evident from the black man's mental inferiority and consequent inability to discharge those high functions, as the history of the past and the observation of the present abundantly prove. This being true, we find that his place on the earth is that of surveillance of some description or other, and as the hand that formed them is good and munificent in his provisions and appointments for the comfort and support of all his creatures, we are irresistibly led to the conclusion that a condition of this character is the most conducive to the well-being and happiness of the negro race. But, says one, that one human being should become, under any circumstances whatever, the property of another human being, is abhorrent to all the conceptions of the human mind relative to what is right or wrong. On this subject we may argue thus, and not become obnoxious to the charge of sophistry, as we fondly hope. It is the labor which a serving man or woman can perform that makes them at all valuable in the affairs of men. When a slave is transferred from one possessor to another, the labor which said slave may reasonably be considered capable of performing is the consideration of value that is taken into the account, and not the mere body of the servant. How differs, then, a transaction of this kind from those which are of daily occurrence in every civilized community, viz., the hiring of one individual to another to labor a specified time for a stipulated amount? The difference consists alone in the terms, not in the nature, of the transaction. For in either case, it is the labor of the individual that constitutes the thing of value. In the one case, the hireling receives for his services a stipulated sum of money. In the other, the slave has secured to him, by the laws of the land, the necessaries and comforts of life, consisting of food, raiment, protection, etc. Give them their liberty, emancipate them, and place them upon their own resources, and all experience proves that not 1 in 10 is capable of providing themselves and their families with the necessaries of life. In either case, the laboring faculty cannot be separated from the body of the laborer. Therefore, it becomes necessary that the person of the servant should be present where the labor is required to be performed. But, continues the objector, suppose it does not suit the serving man to go where the labor is required to be performed. Is he to be forced to go against his will? To this we answer, that his is a necessitous condition, and that in yielding to the laws of imperious necessity, he is doing nothing more, is making no greater sacrifices, than is a large majority of the whole human family compelled, by the same laws of necessity, to make whether they will to do it or not. All are more or less governed by overruling circumstances, and although there may be and there is a great variety of necessities accompanying the various conditions of human life, yet are they equally as imperious and often more severe and uncompromising than are the commands of the master of a slave. Indeed, it is a fact that cannot be denied, that the average condition of the slave population of the United States is superior to that, not alone of the manufacturing population of Great Britain and the great masses of European nations generally, and of Mexico, but of a very numerous class of the free white population of the free states of North America. If, then, the philanthropic votaries of abolitionism desire a field in which to exercise their feelings of charity and benevolence, they have it in their own midst, without hazarding any changes of climate or opposition of conflicting interests. Charity is a Christian virtue, a heavenly principle, and one which we wish to see practiced in the utmost ability of every member of the human family. But, under the guidance of modern abolitionists, it reminds us of him who could discern a mote in his brother's eye, without ever having discovered the beam in his own. We hope our neighbors of this class will cast a glance around them, before they attempt to scan the sunny regions of the South. Mexico, we are told, is a free country. The hateful stigma of slavery attaches not to that delectable region of the earth. But this is a mistake. A system of slavery and beggarly oppression, of the most revolting character, has existed in that country from time immemorial. All that class of citizens who are not landholders are compelled to labor for their daily subsistence. The wages which they receive for their services are so small that they are forced from necessity to go in debt for the comforts of life. Not being able to liquidate those debts according to agreement, they are, in accordance with the laws of that country, sold to work until their debts are paid. But as their wants always exceed their wages, their servitude becomes perpetual, and they are transferred from one to another, without regard to their feelings or happiness. Thus is the great mass of the Mexican people in a state of miserable servitude infinitely more deplorable than that which exists in the United States. No one cares for the wants of the poor Mexican slave. Food, clothing, medicines, are not provided by the master, for should this be done, it would still enhance the amount of indebtedness, and thus rivet still more securely the manacles of his bondage, placing the goal of liberty still further in the distance. Hence is it that this class of the citizens of Mexico are sunk down into a state of hopeless misery, though of the same blood and race of their masters. But we rejoice to know that such is not the condition of the negro slaves of the United States. Here the well-being of the slave is a matter of deep interest to the master. Like the venerable patriarchs of olden time, they delight to administer to the wants and happiness of those whom God has committed to their hands. If the slave is sick, a physician administers to his wants. If hungry or naked, he has but to look to his master, who provides what is necessary without any care on the part of the slave. No constable or sheriff dogs his steps, for he is out of debt and free from all responsibility, save that of good and honest behavior. The affairs of government disturb not his mind, and if war invade the land, he is not called to the field of carnage. But the case is far different with the Mexican slave. Contrary to his will, he is pressed into the service, and forced to fight the battles of his country, though he own not a foot of soil, nor never can. Surely, then, the condition of the slaves of our southern states is far superior to that of the people of Mexico. But terrible as is the condition of that people, in their state of worse than Russian serfism, the tender-hearted and sympathetic abolitionists are, by their short-sighted policy, urging forward the entire black population of the South to an equally miserable condition. By their policy, the present protective system of slavery would be dissolved, and the whole slave population in the United States emancipated in our midst and thrown upon their own resources for subsistence. What would be the consequence? A state of degradation and misery, similar to that which now exists in Mexico, must inevitably follow. For landholders, to any extent, they can never become. And without this, how are they to be saved from certain misery? Says our objector, this is easily shown. They can hire out, and by their wages sustain themselves and their families, as do other poor men of the land. But this is a conclusion which practical experience does not sustain. The immense number of the slave population, amounting to nearly 4 million and rapidly increasing, would of necessity prevent it. Were this vast host to be made dependent upon their daily wages for a support, it would fail them. They could not compete with the white laborers that would immediately flood the states which they now inhabit. The consequence would be that they would be again cast upon the mercy of the whites, who do now, and always will, compose the landholders of the country. In this condition of things, in order to prevent an unbounded increase of pauperism throughout the entire United States, which in time would certainly ensue, vagrant laws would have to be enacted, by which they would be curtailed in their liberty of wandering from place to place, and thus become in all probability as wretched as the miserable serfs of Mexico. A condition, as we have shown, far more distressing than the present system of slavery can ever bring upon them. There exists but one hope of escape from a fate so dreadful, and death is that hope. For it is well known that in all the free states, the blacks have decreased rapidly in numbers. In the state of New York, where they have been free only since 1828, they have decreased in population more than one half. This is, doubtless, occasioned by their extreme poverty and imprudence towards their infants, which, for want of care, as respects a covering from the elements, suitable food and clothing, and medical attendance, die in great numbers. This last is not a matter of surprise to us at all, as it is but a natural characteristic of the race. The principles of abolitionism are alike subversive of the well-being and happiness of both races. Indeed, not a movement has this political faction ever made that did not tend to increase the degradation and misery of the negro race. In the state of Kentucky, the removal of slavery has, doubtless, been retarded, by their influence, not less than 10 or 20 years. Besides, the actual condition of the slaves has been made worse by the unhallowed excitement and indignation which it has engendered on the part of the masters, who, becoming naturally enraged at becoming thus unceremoniously molested in their social and domestic affairs, have been forced to deprive their servants of those liberties which they were wont to extend unto them, lest they should be decoyed away by those unprincipled wretches, who have shown themselves alike the enemies of both master and slave. It has also prevented, in a multitude of instances, masters from learning their slaves to read, a blessing which many a Christian master would gladly have extended to his slaves, had he not been thus prevented. To the slaves we would say, regard not the abolitionist as your friend, for such he is far from being. The best friend you have on earth is a kind master or mistress, whom you can all secure by faithfully doing your duty. Serve them faithfully, be content with your lot, and give no heed to those who would take you from your homes, and God will reward you for it. We once supposed that the principle upon which the abolitionists acted in the matter of negro emancipation was a good and virtuous principle, but long have we had reason to think otherwise. The leaders of this unhallowed faction are bold to assert that to better the condition of a black man is not their object. To free the soil of what they term the odium of slavery is the end and aim of all their operations. And whether this improve or injure the condition of the black man is a matter about which they care not. Clear the soil of the stain of slavery, is the cry, no matter how great the cost or how vast the sacrifice. If a division of the Union of the States, or civil war, be the result, let it come, we heed it not. Thus are we forced to believe, that, of all the factions and evil influences which conspire to undermine and subvert the grand superstructure of American liberty, that termed modern abolitionism is the most dangerous and fearful. That there are many honest-hearted men in the party who are actuated by pure sympathy for the slave, in what they have been erroneously taught to believe is the unhappy and oppressed condition in which he is placed, we freely admit. But these people are deceived. They have allowed themselves to be duped and imposed upon by corrupt and unprincipled demagogues, who are prompted by no other than a desire to build up their own fame and fortunes upon the ruins of those of the honorable and unsuspecting of our land. That they are deceived is proven from the fact that 9/10 of those who travel through the southern states and see the slave contented and happy in the enjoyment of that liberty and those blessings which a humane and Christian master delights to provide for those entrusted to his care, return fully convinced that the servant is the happier of the two, and that to change their relations might be a benefit to the master, but not to the slave. Had the masses of the abolition party the opportunity of making these observations personally, we honestly believe that the universal conclusion of all the good and virtuous would be the same. The average condition of the free blacks of the North will not bear a comparison with that of the slaves of the South. Were we to advocate the removal of slavery at all, we should be actuated rather out of sympathy for the master than the slave. That there are evils growing out of the institution of slavery, we do not deny, and that it is liable to abuses, as is every other institution of divine appointment, we are free to admit. We go further. We admit that it is a moral and political evil of vast magnitude, as is proven by the low state of public morals in the South, and by a comparison of the slave states with the free, in general improvement and prosperity. But as the history of its every movement, from the period it was first ushered into life in the British House of Lords, to the present time, abundantly testifies, abolitionism is inadequate to the task of its removal. Nay, as we have shown, all its operations only tend to rivet more securely the manacles of the slave, and perpetuate the institutions of slavery. How unreasonable, how contrary to the dictates of common sense and strict propriety, that its advocates should continue to urge its claims upon the people of the United States. In view of all this, and of the fact that it is a thing of British origin, of lordly birth, nursed in the cradle of despotism, and fed by the hand of royal aristocracy, as has been every opposing principle and plot against American republicanism, we cannot but regard the leaders, at least, of this unhallowed faction, this dissevering principle of strife and contention, as the worst enemies of our country, nay, as traitors to the government, whose very existence is hazardous to the well-being and prosperity of the nation. The time is not far distant, we trust, when they will be led to see the error of their ways, and to turn from their folly. When this is done, and this unhallowed and unnatural war upon Southern interests and institutions shall cease, we believe that the natural goodness of heart, the wisdom, philanthropy, and Christianity of the people of the slave states will lead them either to devise a plan for the complete removal of slavery, in harmony with the interests and feelings of both master and slave, or so ameliorate the physical, moral, and intellectual condition of the slaves, that their separation from their masters would, like that of Hagar from Abraham, partake more of cruelty and persecution than of kindness and Christian charity. Many are bold to affirm that they would rather dissever the Union than fail in their warfare against slavery. But were this to be accomplished, an event which we pray the Lord may never happen, slavery, if affected at all by it, would but be perpetuated. The condition of the slave, if changed at all thereby, would be for the worse. The North would open her arms with still greater boldness to those who could make their escape from their masters, and the result would be a curtailing of the usual liberties of the slave, and the adoption of a system of servitude far more rigid and severe. This the operations of that party have already effected to a very considerable extent, and as they increase in numbers and in the boldness of their attacks, will continue to effect, to an extent that will cause the slave to curse the day that gave birth to abolitionism. Having now, as we believe, given a true history of the origin of the Negro race, of his character, morally and physically, the nature of Noah's curse, its endorsement by Moses in the law, the fortunes of the race in past ages as well as in the present times, we desist from further remarks, having done what we can toward allaying the conflict now raging between the slavery and anti-slavery classes of the great public, believing that good men, whose consciences have been formed by reading the scriptures on this subject, will honor the source of their education by soothing all in their power the unhappy ferment, and thus, if possible, prevent the separation of the states and a horrible civil war in America, which, were it to happen, would be the joy of all the monarchies of Europe and their friends in the United States. But in closing this work, we ought not, perhaps, to hide it, that the feelings, the sympathies, the education and preconceived principles of the writer have once been all at war with the facts brought from the Bible on the subject of negro slavery. But now we feel the amazing importance of bowing these prejudices to the word of God, submitting with all lowliness of mind this mysterious matter to a higher adjudication than is to be found among men, in which frame of spirit we must remain till a stronger light than hitherto has shone on the mind of the author, shall irradiate his understanding in relation to the principles advanced in this book, respecting the fortunes of the race of Ham. We desire it to be understood that in all we have said in this work, we have had an eye to truth, so far as we could ascertain it, and that we have not written a word from prejudice against the people of the blacks, having exhibited them as we have found them, for which we feel no manner of accountability, as the difference in all respects between the negro and the white race as to the physical and mental being is of God, the Creator. Here ends our labor, whether good or bad, of which our pen assures that she is glad. And if light is shed on the misty space of ancient times and the dark negro race, then we rejoice, but if not, then we mourn, and know not where for truth our face should turn. But as a vessel sent the winds to brave, we launch this book upon the public wave, where rocks and shoals may cross its dubious way, and dash its sides and sails amid the spray. And yet this may not be its final fate, though many who may read may also hate. Yet some, perhaps, may love of thinking men, and justify the author and his pen. Should this be so, which hope our thoughts inspire, a better goal than this we can't desire. End of chapter 15. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part A, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strictures on Abolitionism, National Colonization of the Free Black Population of the United States Advocated, by the publisher. The present has very significantly been styled the Golden Age of the world. Compared with all the ages which compose the measure of the past, there is none to equal it. It is a towering eminence, from whose summit the eye may survey the broad expanse of the world's history, age preceding age, as wave follows wave, with here and there a bright spot, like the green oasis in the wide extended desert. No frowning despot now sits upon the throne of universal empire to mark out the channels of human thought, or set bounds to the development of civilization, of science, and of art. Free as the proud bird of liberty when released from the bloody fangs of the British lion, and permitted to soar aloft and bathe his golden plumage in the burning radiance of the midday sun, the empire of mind, the spirit of investigation and research, and the genius of invention and improvement, are enabled to grapple successfully with the powers of ignorance, vice, and superstition, which have ever bound man to earth, and ground him in the dust, and to develop countless ways and means for his elevation and improvement. Our country, too, what a prodigy among the nations of the earth! What a monument to the giant powers of the human mind and Christian enterprise, when uncontrolled by regal authority or papal influence. Like first creation, a new world has been ushered from the dark chaos of heathenism into the bright sunshine of Christian civilization, as it were, in the short period of a day. The magic wand of science and Christianity is waved over the great wilderness, and it is suddenly transformed into a fruitful field or a populous city. The dark and boundless forest, which but yesterday re-echoed the deafening roar of the wild beast, or the piercing yell of the warrior savage, has disappeared, and cultivated fields, thriving villages, and populous cities, resounding with the busy hum of industry, the classic melody of literature, and the richer notes of Christian worship, supply its place. These vast inland seas and deep rolling rivers, which were wont to sport upon their hearing bosoms the frail canoe of the wild Indian, now teem with the commerce of a mighty nation. Where ran the narrow trail of the wild buffalo, and the wilder savage, now extends the great iron-bound thoroughfares, where speed the noisy locomotive, the triumphal car of modern improvement, the iron horse with his bowels of fire, carrying in his wake, with the velocity of the winged messengers, a multitude sufficient to constitute the world's convention, or a congress of nations. By its side, too, may be seen the solitary line of the magnetic telegraph, upon which the lightnings of heaven yield allegiance to the mighty prowess of cultivated reason, and become the willing servants of man, the common carriers of human thought. But not alone in this wonderful triumph of civilized over savage life, of Christianity over barbarism, of the arts over the undisturbed repose of uncultivated nature, are the superiority, the true greatness, the matchless prowess of our nation exhibited. It is in a moral point of view that our national superiority stands forth prominent in the great work of civilizing and Christianizing mankind, of giving to the world a form of civil government nearer perfect than any that had preceded it, of exhibiting a practical solution of the great question, is man capable of self-government? In all these great works of moral reformation and scientific research, these majestic schemes and systems for enlightening and ennobling the human mind, and elevating the standard of human happiness, which characterize the golden age in which we live, it is a cheering thought, a proud reflection, that they are generally the offspring of American genius and enterprise, and sustained by American benevolence and philanthropy. The watchword of this generation is onward. Every political revolution and every domestic enterprise has an upward and redeeming tendency. This is true not only in a civil and secular, but in a moral point of view. The darkness of heathenism and savage life is rapidly receding before the glorious sunlight of civilization and Christianity. The glorious sun of republican liberty, which, upon the natal day of American independence, first dawned upon the world, is beginning to extend its life-giving, regenerating influences over the moral political wastes of despotic Europe. Kings are beginning to tremble for the safety of their respective thrones, and their subjects to look forward to the not very distant period when despotism, with its haggard train of moral, social, and political evils, shall give place to republican liberty, and constitutions, modeled after the Magna Carta of American independence, shall become the organic law of the several states, kingdoms, and empires of the old world. The numerous plans which have been devised, and are being carried into operation, for the purpose of extending and sustaining the various systems of civilizing and Christianizing the nations of the earth, speak much for the wisdom and philanthropy of their authors, and are truly worthy the countenance and support of every friend of humanity. But in the present, as in all past ages, we find the human mind more or less prone to run to extremes. Like the resistless torrent of the mountain stream, which, being accelerated by its own momentum, bursts over its natural barriers and counteracts many of its naturally good effects by its destruction of surrounding objects. Thus it is with the philanthropy of many of the present age. They have a zeal without knowledge. Prompted by the impulse of feeling, without the exercise of reason, they often resort to means which are altogether incompatible with the ends which they desire to accomplish. We find, therefore, among the many systems of reformation which have been devised in this our day and generation, many to admire and sanction. Others, again, which we cannot consistently give assent to, because we conceive them not to be in harmony with reason, truth, and justice. And first among these is that species of philanthropy or fanaticism, which would take from a man that which, of right, belongs to him, and appropriate it to other purposes, without remunerating him therefor, gaining his consent, or even consulting his wishes. It is said to be presumed that there are but few of the enlightened citizens of our own common country, who, if they fully comprehended its ultimate tendency, would subscribe to a species of fanaticism of this nature. Yet do we find a considerable party in the United States, one that is not wanting either in respect of numbers or of talent, that is organized upon this very principle. In all probability, the ground upon which it is based, and the principles involved in its organization, are not fully comprehended by many, perhaps the larger number of those who have identified themselves with this party. But we have reason to believe that this is not the case with the leaders, the prime movers, the pampered stipendiaries, who direct its movements, and give tone and currency to the practical operations of its hidden machinery. Many there may be who have never reflected upon the matter, who have never taken the second sober thought concerning it, but have been prompted by an impulse engendered by excitement. But that this is the case with all, we are slow to believe. For the ignorant and deluded, there may be some shadow of excuse or palliation. but upon the willful perpetrators of error and delusion, the originators of this suicidal policy, the leaders of this heterogeneous horde of ranting factionists and unprincipled enthusiasts, we forbear to pass judgment. Disturbers of the public peace and engenderers of private feuds, the baseness of their designs is equaled only by the unreasonableness and inconsistency of their tenets, or principles of action. Such is modern abolitionism and its advocates, a withering, blighting curse, a pestiferous excrescence upon the body politic, a hideous deformity, begotten by the father of lies, born of the mother of harlots, and nursed by the bloody hand of vile misanthropy. Its breath is pestilence and death, its practical operations the destruction of all domestic tranquility and social order, of all peace, friendship, and goodwill amongst men. The inquiry, whence originated such a species of pseudo-philanthropy or wild fanaticism, may not be devoid of interest, as something of its nature may be inferred from its parentage. By investigation, we find it to be of foreign origin, an imported article. It was conceived and brought forth in the British House of Lords. But why transplanted? Simply for the reason that it was the interest of the manufacturers to find a market abroad for it. America and her republican institutions, her ever onward and upward march to greatness and glory, have ever been objects of jealousy and hatred to tyrants and their fawning votaries. Various and powerful were their schemes, which they, in their matchless subtlety and sacrilegious impiety, devised and set on foot for the subversion of the grand superstructure of American liberty. But when foiled and defeated on every hand, when despair was about to possess every soul, the great enemy of human happiness presents a new device, for the consideration of British lords, his willing subjects. A system of nominal slavery is discovered to exist in the United States. Horrible inconsistency! Disgraceful outrage! What? Slavery exist under a republican government? It must not be. The sympathies of the most corrupt and oppressive legislative body that ever disgraced the footstool of deity are aroused for the first time in their history. Tears of mock sympathy are seen coursing the bloated features of pampered tyrants and proud aristocrats. The excitement increases, descends to the masses. Venerable matrons catch the theme, look abroad over millions of their oppressed fellow subjects, who never enjoyed the luxury of a comfortable meal in all their lives, and discover that to longer pollute their morning beverage with a product of slave labor is criminal. And thus argues Parliament: it is true, slavery exists in our own West Indies, but as these slaves are mostly the property of this honorable body, we will appropriate an amount from the national treasury, sufficient to indemnify us against loss, adopt a 7 years' apprenticeship system of emancipation, and then shall we be prepared to wage endless war against American slavery and American institutions. The unhallowed proposition receives the unqualified approbation of these time-serving votaries of tyranny and corruption. West India slavery is abolished upon the plan proposed. And now commences the crusade against the institution as it exists in the United States of America. A motley corps of harping demagogues, tourists, intriguers, seducers, pamphleteers and electioneerers are commissioned to canvass the free states of the North for the purpose of arraying the North against the South in hostile mood, by arousing the prejudices and firing the passions of their peaceful inhabitants, by agitating the question of the unqualified abolition of slavery. But why all this upon the part of the erudite and accomplished statesmen of the parent land? Are there no objects of clarity upon which to pour out their overflowing benevolence and philanthropy at home? Let the countless millions of woe-begotten, groaning British subjects throughout England, Ireland, and indeed the whole wide-extended dominion of the sea-born empire, upon whose limitless bounds the sun never sets, give the answer. Was it a pure spirit of charity and benevolence that prompted the enterprise? Nay, verily. A far different motive lay concealed beneath the gilded folds of royal duplicity. Standing upon an eminence of a seat in the British Parliament, the political seer could easily penetrate the dark vista of the future, and predict the result of the unhallowed agitation of this vexed question. But why commence the work in states where the institution does not exist? Why not go into the slave states, and meet the question fairly by discussing it with those who alone are empowered to legislate with respect to the institution of slavery? The reason is obvious. This warfare did not originate in any innate opposition to the principle of servitude or bondage, or from any inherent love of universal liberty which existed or was cherished in the hearts of its originators. Had this been the case, an ample field for the exercise of their benevolent desires and philanthropic emotions existed in their own immediate midst. A far different motive influenced the action of these cunning deceivers and unprincipled demagogues. They foresaw that direful consequences to republicanism and to the whole American people hung suspended upon the proposed agitation of this question, the prosecution of this warfare upon the part of the northern free states. It was evident that every aggressive movement made by these factionists in the North would produce a correspondent or counteracting movement on the part of the friends of the South. Thus do we discover the true origin of this unhallowed faction, this unrighteous combination of foreign and domestic talent and influence against the welfare of our common country. It originated with the enemies of universal freedom and republican liberty, the fawning sycophants of tyranny, the willing tools of oppression. The principles of modern abolitionism were first promulgated in the northern free states by British demagogues and emissaries, supported by British gold, as have been their successors to the present day, all from the district school pedagogue of the Garrisonian school to the honorable senator advocating with burning eloquence in the halls of Congress. The beauties of the Wilmot Proviso have received and acknowledged the irresistible influence of the same corrupting golden agency. Says the able correspondent of the National Intelligencer, quote, "On your side of the Atlantic, it cannot be ignorant how well they understand the power and application of money, as well as slander, in their twofold crusade. We who learn their secret, and scan their public operations, in Great Britain and France, positively know that they gather and use extraordinary sums, and they have always at command ample subsidies of every kind of service. We are not surprised that, while they deal chiefly with stipendiaries, they should arraign, as corrupt, all independent judgment and action against their own designs and machinations. American character in general has seriously suffered by the unremitted, widespread, unscrupulous war in Europe, which for many years past has been carried on against American slavery and slaveholders. In every quarter, the enemies of our Union and republicanism calculate most on the slavery question as a disturber and dissolvent, and as an expedient of deformation and discredit. If the European nations or people, British, French, or other, should at any time be disposed to second or urge their governments in belligerent endeavors to cripple American power and institutions, it will be from the diffusive prejudices and antipathies, from the aversion or odium created by the machinery of the anti-slavery societies and their abettors. Last winter, pamphlets written and printed in New England were placed in Galignani's reading rooms to attract English readers, which filled me with horror by the enormity of the charges and invectives, and the intensity of the venom lavished upon the American slaveholders universally, and indeed on the whole American people, except abolition zealots. I have closely followed and studied, in America and Europe, the proceedings, dispositions, and purposes of this sect, which has invented and spread more noxious falsehood and atrocious calumny than any other of modern times, and whose schemes involve more malignity and evil than could be imputed to Jesuits, Illuminati, Carbonari, or the other orders and associations denounced as conspirators against human welfare." A dissolution of the Union was, undoubtedly, the ultimate and real design of those foreign founders and abettors of abolitionism. This gained, and the pride of the British Lion would be avenged for the disgraceful defeats and losses sustained during the Revolutionary and late wars. Not unwisely, then, did they count upon the slavery question as a disturber and dissolvent, as an effectual expedient to cripple American power and institutions. They acted the part of sagacious and accomplished statesmen, in selecting this as the Archimedean lever, with which to subvert the grand superstructure of American independence. They have effectually sowed the seeds of discord and disaffection in our midst, of which disunion is the legitimate and inevitable offspring, unless checked by the conservative principles of truth, reason, and justice. Our Union dissolved, and all that the most inveterate enemies of republican liberty, of civil and religious freedom, could desire, is accomplished. How near we have approximated to this result, the present convulsed and perturbated state of the country, and the late disgraceful scenes enacted in the halls of our national legislature, too clearly indicate. That we stand upon the verge of a fearful revolution is evident, unless saved by the timely interference of the genial spirit of concession and compromise. End of Strictures on Abolitionism, Part A. Strictures on Abolition, Part B, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part B, National Colonization of the Free Black Population of the United States Advocated, by the publishers. Modern abolitionism, then, we discover, is not a thing which exists in name only, a shadow without a substance, a mere child of fancy, but a stern reality and deep-layered conspiracy, a well-organized system upheld by a powerful combination of the most powerful and dangerous enemies of our common country, who are actuated by a desire not to ameliorate the condition of the benighted African, but to strike a death blow at the genius of republican liberty, to sap the very foundations of our civil polity, to poison the gushing fountains of our domestic tranquillity, social intercourse, and national security. That our country, the cause of human freedom and national civilization, the cause of all mankind, have more to fear from this organization than from all other opposing elements combined, we entertain not a doubt. To prove that we speak not unadvisedly, and that our fears and deductions are not unfounded, we beg leave to introduce the following, from authorities, the intelligence of whom, we presume, will not for a moment be questioned. From the Nashville Union. Quote, "The Union, Past and Future. We have received a pamphlet entitled, The Union, Past and Future, How It Works and How to Save It, by a citizen of Virginia. It is, as the Richmond Enquirer remarks, in noticing it, a most luminous exposition of the extraordinary advantages which the North has derived over the South from the Union, the wonderful resources which capacitate the South for entire independence of the North, the reliance of the latter upon the former for its prosperity, its inevitable poverty in peace, and weakness in war, in the event of a dissolution, and the overwhelming considerations of interest and policy, which should thus induce the North to cease the prosecution of those suicidal measures which endanger her longer enjoyment of the incalculable blessings of wealth and power, protection and honor, flowing to her, under the Union, from the very institutions which she would destroy. No threats are made, no menaces indulged. A candid statement is given of the facts in the case, and of the relations which the two great geographical divisions of the country sustain to each other in a political economical point of view, the munificent generosity of the South, the heavy and unequal burdens she has borne and still bears in the support of the federal government, the splendid abundance of her varied resources still multiplying, still enlarging, the safety and facility with which she could maintain her own Union with a less expenditure of revenue than she now annually contributes quite gratuitously for the benefits of the North, her manly determination to require equality of independence. These facts are calmly but plainly and distinctly stated, not indeed to encourage the idea of dissolution, but to remind us that we are under no grinding necessity, no compulsion of poverty, forever to endure northern vassalage, usurpation, and insults, and to open the eyes of the North, too long blinded by power, to her true interests and imminent danger." Continuing quote, "It would be well for the Union if this pamphlet were circulated throughout the whole extent and read by all its millions. It would bring home to the South a knowledge of her real strength. It would bring home to the North a knowledge of her real weakness. It would show the one that she could sustain herself alone, in peace and war, with safety and honor. It would show the other that alone, in peace or war, she must ignobly fall with all her greatness. It would inspire the South with a manly independence, which would disdain further compromises of her interests and dignity, where concession has but led to aggression, and magnanimity to imposition. It would inspire the North with a just sense of her dependence, and an enlightened apprehension of losing, by the further provocation of a generous but outraged and indignant people, the grand sources of her prosperity, happiness, and honor. Each section would better understand the attitude of the other, and such understanding might lead to the permanent establishment of a more equal and harmonious union. Continuing quote, below we present a series of extracts from this excellent pamphlet, interspersed with an occasional remark of our own. Continuing quote, after a brief introduction, the author sets out with a proposition which he fully establishes by facts and figures. The history of the causes of the present crisis is the history of ever-growing demands on the part of the North and of concession on the part of the South. We cannot follow him step by step, but must content ourselves with marking only a few of the principal metoi on the courses. He begins with the cession, by Virginia, to the Union, of the magnificent domain northwest of the Ohio, the most splendid dower that ever bride gave away to please her grasping lord. Continuing quote, it was a country well suited for slavery, for even so late as 1806, we find a convention of the inhabitants of Indiana petitioning for its temporary introduction, and a committee of the House of Representatives reporting through their chairman, Mr. Garnett of Virginia, in favor of their prayer. But while Virginia was guilty of this suicidal generosity, she annexed one condition for her own advantage, that no more than 5 states should be formed out of this territory, so as to preserve a due balance of political power in the Union. Yet even this condition the North has violated, and 22,336 square miles of its area, more than the average size of all the free states east of the Ohio, have gone to constitute the future state of Minnesota. Continuing quote, this was the first step, and the next was at the formation of the present Constitution, when a contest arose as to the ratio of representation. Should the South have as many representatives in proportion to her population as the North? It was just and right that she should. The federal government had no concern with the relations between blacks and whites, the classes of her population. It had no right to inquire whether the negro was a slave or free. The slaves were a better population than the free negroes, and if the latter were to be counted at their full number in the appointment of representation, so ought the former. The right could not be refused, because the slaves were naturally or legally equal to the whites, for so are the free negroes. It could not be refused because they have no political rights, for neither have the free negroes, paupers, women, or children. They are an essential part of the population. If absent, their places must be filled by other laborers, and if they are property as well as population, it is an additional reason for giving their owners the security of full representation for them. But the South, as usual, yielded to Northern exorbitance, and agreed that 5 slaves should count only as 3 free negroes. Therefore, instead of 103 representatives in Congress, we have only 91. Continuing quote, but the free states are not content with this, and now propose to take away 21 more of our representatives. They say that the right of representation for 3/5 of our slave population is a sufficient reason for refusing admission into the Union to any new slave states, and Massachusetts has proposed, by a solemn legislative resolution, to amend the Constitution so as to deprive us of this guaranteed representation. Public meetings and eminent men have approved of her proposal. Continuing quote, in return for this surrender of her rights, the South inserted in the Constitution 2 stipulations of her own favor. The first provided that direct taxes should be apportioned amongst the states in the ratio of their representation. According to this provision, we ought now to pay a little more than 1/3 of the taxes. We actually pay, under the present system, over 3/4. The amount levied from customs, since the formation of the government, has been about $1,047 millions, and had these duties been paid in the ratio which the Constitution indicates as just and proper, the South would have paid 442, and the North 605 millions of dollars. But, as we shall see hereafter, the slave states have really paid 798 millions of dollars, and the free states only 249 millions of dollars. Therefore, the South has gained nothing by this stipulation in return for her loss of reputation. Continuing quote, the other stipulation in favor of the South was, that no person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of party to whom such service or labor may be due. This provision rests for its due fulfillment not merely upon the federal government, but, like a treaty stipulation between 2 distant nations, must be carried into effect by the municipal regulations of the parties, and their comity and good feeling. Yet, what has it been worth to the South? So far from executing this clause and delivering up the runaway slaves, the free states refuse to pass any efficient law to that end in Congress. And such is their state of feeling, and such their domestic laws, that any federal law, even if enacted, could not be executed. In their own governments, they make it a criminal offense, punishable by fine and imprisonment, for any officer, and in some states for any citizens, to assist in seizing or delivering up a runaway slave. Their whites and their free negroes assemble in mobs to rescue the slave from the master who is bold enough to capture him, and then accusing himself of the riot they made themselves, throw him in a felon's jail, and load him with fetters, as Pennsylvania has recently done by a respectable citizen of Maryland. When Troutman, of Kentucky, pursued his slaves into the town of Marshall, in Michigan, he was surrounded by a mob, led by the most influential citizens, who declared that, though the law was in his favor, yet the public sentiment must and should supersede it. And a resolution was tumultuously adopted, that these Kentuckians shall not remove from this place these slaves by moral, physical, or legal force. The magistrate fined Troutman $100 for the trespass in attempting to arrest his slave, and he was recognized to appear at the next circuit court for drawing a pistol on a negro who was forcing the door of his room. But this was a mild treatment compared with the fate of the lamented Kennedy of Hagerstown, when he followed his slave into Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and was peaceably, with his own consent, bringing him away, an infuriated mob of whites and free blacks, incited by the professor of a college, assaulted and brutally murdered him. It is estimated by Mr. Clingman that the whole loss to the South, in fugitive slaves, is not less than $15 millions. Mr. Butler, of the Senate, estimated the annual loss to the South at $200,000, and more recent statements make it probable that he was under the true amount. The philanthropy of the North does not extend to voluntary free negro immigrants from the South, but is confined to the runaway slaves, whom it can force by fear to work for immoderately low wages. Continuing quote, briefly tracing the growth of the anti-slavery faction in the North, the author next proceeds to speak of the admission of Missouri. He says, a clause prohibiting slavery was inserted into the bill for the admission of Missouri, when it became apparent that her people would reject such a bill if passed. And with a government regularly organized, according to all the constitutional precedents, would remain without the Union as a separate independent state, unless the federal authority undertook to subdue her and convulsed the country by a civil war. In this state of the question, the South had only to remain firm, and the North would be forced to yield. But, as usual, the South was weak enough to retreat from her ground, and in her love for the Union she submitted to a provision for her prohibiting slavery in all that part of the territory of Louisiana, except Missouri itself, which lies north of 36 degrees 30 minutes, the southern boundary of Virginia and Kentucky. The South thus lost, without any equivalent, 9/10 of what was already a slave territory, purchased by the common treasure. She retained only 110,000 square miles for the emigration of her own citizens, and surrendered 965,000 to the North. Continuing quote, yet even this so-called compromise, forced upon us by the Northern voters, is now spurned by the free states. They have derived all the possible benefit from it on this side of the Rocky Mountains, and they refuse us the poor advantage which it would secure of 204,383 square miles out of the 867,541 on the other side. Continuing quote, here follows the climax. The extract is long, but we are sure it will repay perusal. It is now proposed to exclude the South from the territory of California and New Mexico, 446,938 square miles, large enough to make more than 11 states equal to Ohio. The South paid her share, and, as we shall see, far more than her full share of the expenses for the Mexican War. Of the gallant volunteers who fought its battles, she furnished 45,640, and the North 23,084, but little more than half as many. She sent 1 man out of every 26 of military age. The North only sent 1 out of every 124. How those battles were fought and won, of which section the generals were natives, whose regiments faltered, and whose left 2 of their men stretched upon the bloody field, while the 3rd planted the stars and stripes upon the Mexican battlements, the South will leave to history to say. And now it is proposed to exclude the survivors and their fellow citizens from the equal enjoyments of the conquest of the war. And why? Because, as the Vermont resolutions declare, slavery is a crime against humanity. Continuing quote, the North next propose to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, and so make a harbor for runaways, and a center of abolition agitation in the very heart of Virginia and Maryland. This is to be done in defiance, alike of good faith and of constitutional obligation. And why? Because, as the Gott resolution, passed by the House of Representatives, declares, slavery is infamous. Continuing quote, the Northern vote in Congress on these questions is almost unanimous, without distinction of parties, against the South. The exceptions are daily fewer, swept away by the overpowering side of fanatical public sentiment at the North. The state legislatures are equally agreed. They have all, and the majority more than once, adopted resolutions of the most offensive character. The next treat is to abolish slavery in the dockyards, forts, and arsenals, for there Congress has the same jurisdiction and responsibility as in the district. It is asserted that slavery cannot exist without a special law to establish it in the new territories, because property in negroes is, as they pretend, a creation of municipal regulation alone, and therefore ceases beyond the limits of the state which authorizes it. Not only does this argument fail in its major proposition, for there is no law establishing slavery in any state where it exists, but it fails also in its application, for the limits and authority of each slave state now extend to the new territory held by the common federal agent. But if true, by parity of reasoning, slavery cannot exist on the high seas, and so say our abolitionists. Therefore, the slaves who leave Richmond on a voyage to New Orleans are free as soon as the vessel leaves the shore. The prohibition of what they call the slave trade on the high seas, and then on the Mississippi, whose waters they pretend are common property, and then between the states, will quickly follow each other. What would be left the South in such a condition? With asylums for runaways and stations for abolition agents in every state, the mail converted into a colporteur of incendiary tracts, forbid to carry our slaves from state to state, unable to migrate to new or more fertile lands, and thus renovate our fortunes and give our sons a new theater for their energies, without sacrificing all our habits, associations, and property, and yet, with all this, bound to pay taxes and fight battles for conquests we are to have no share in, and for a government known to us only by its tyranny. How miserable would be our thraldom! Can any Southern man bear the idea of such degradation? He might endure the loss of his rich conquests in California, but can he bear to be excluded because his institutions are infamous? Because he is branded with inferiority and under the ban of the civilized world? If he can, then he is worthy of all, and more than all, that is threatened him. Continuing quote, "But abolition will not stop, even when slavery is thus hemmed in, localized, and discouraged, as Senator Chase proposes. Anti-slavery sentiment is to be made the indispensable condition of appointment to federal office, and thus, by bringing Southern men to treachery, the war is to be carried on to the last fell deed of all, the abolition of slavery within the states. For, to quote Randolph once more, fanaticism, political or religious, has no stopping place short of heaven or of hell." Continuing quote, "The slave states have but 30 votes in the Senate, and 2 of these, Delaware, can hardly be counted upon in their defense. Nor is it possible to increase her strength by new slave states. Rufus King long since avowed that the object of the North was political power, and she will never permit Florida or Texas to be divided. A serious claim is already set up to all Texas west of the Nueces as new territory, acquired by treaty from Mexico, to which the Wilmot proviso may and should be applied. The only territory south of the Missouri Compromise line and east of the Rocky Mountains is the district of 58,346 square miles ceded forever to the Indians. On the other hand, the North has west of the Mississippi and east of the Rocky Mountains, exclusive of the Indian Territory, 723,248 square miles. Add the part of the Old Northwest Territory added to Minnesota in violation of the Virginia Deed of Cession, 22,336 square miles. All of Oregon, 341,463 square miles. Totals in all of the undisputed territory, 1,087,047 square miles, or enough to make 28 such states as Ohio, or 21 larger than Iowa. This addition alone to the strength of the North would give her nearly the 3/4 required to amend the Constitution and abolish slavery at her pleasure, if we can suppose that she would take the trouble to enact an amendment to do that which Mr. Adams declared should be done, in certain cases, under half a dozen clauses in the Constitution as it now stands. But when we consider that in the case of our submission to the Wilmot Proviso, the North will have all of California, 448,691 square miles, New Mexico east of the Rio Grande, 124,933 square miles, Texas between the Nueces and the Rio Grande, 52,018 square miles, in all 625,642 square miles, more than all the present free states, equal to 21 states of their average size, or 16 such states as Ohio, or 12 larger than Iowa, in addition to all we have before computed. Her preponderance becomes truly enormous. 15 slaves states to 74 free states, not to mention the chances for several more in Canada. Can anyone suppose that such a union could subsist as a union of equals? Continuing quote. In this alarming situation, the South has no hope but in her own firmness. She wished to preserve the Union as it was, and she must, therefore, insist upon sufficient guarantees for the observance of her rights and her future political equality, or she must dissolve a union which no longer possesses its original character. When this alternative is placed before the North, she will determine, according to the value she places upon the Federal League, and we may anticipate her choice if we can count what it has been worth to her, and how large a moral and material treasure she must surrender, if she persists in pushing her aggressions to its overthrow. End quote. End of Strictures on Abolitionism, Part B. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part C, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part C, National Colonization of the Free Black Population of the United States, advocated by the publishers. Speech of T. L. Clingman of North Carolina. Quote, Sir, the force and extent of the present anti-slavery movement of the North is not understood by the South. Until within the last few months, I had supposed that even if California and New Mexico should come in as free states, that agitation would subside so as to produce no further action. A few months' travel in the interior of the North has changed my opinion. Such is now the condition of public sentiment there, that the making of the Mexican territory all free, in any mode, would be regarded as an anti-slavery triumph, and would accelerate the general movement against us. It is not difficult to perceive how that state of public sentiment has been produced there. The old abolition societies have done a good deal to poison the popular mind. By circulating an immense number of inflammatory pamphlets, filled with all manner of falsehood and calumny against the South, its institutions, and its men, because there was no contradiction in that quarter, they had created a high degree of prejudice against us. As soon as it became probable that there would be an acquisition of territory, the question at once became a great practical one, and the politicians immediately took the matter in hand. With a view at once of strengthening the position, they seized upon this matter which the abolition societies, whose aid both parties courted in the struggle, had furnished from time to time, and diffused and strengthened it as much as possible, and thereby created an immense amount of hostility to Southern institutions. Everything there contributes to this movement. Candidates are brought out by the caucus system, and if they fail to take that sectional ground which is deemed strongest there, they are at once discarded. The mode of nominating candidates, as well as of conducting the canvass, is destructive of anything like independence in the representative. They do not, as gentlemen often do in the South and West, take ground against the popular clamor, and sustain themselves by direct appeals to the intelligence and reason of their constituents. Almost the whole of the Northern press cooperated in the movement, with the exception of the New York Herald, which, with its large circulation, published matter on both sides, and a few other liberal papers. Everything favorable to the South has been carefully excluded from the Northern papers. By these combined efforts, a degree of feeling and prejudice has been gotten up against the South, which is most intense in all the interior. Continuing quote, I was surprised last winter to hear a Northern senator say that in the town in which he lived it would excite great astonishment if it were known that a Northern lady would, at the time of the meeting of the two houses, walk up to the Capitol with a Southern senator; that they had always been taught to consider Southerners generally as being so coarse and ruffianly in manner that a lady would not trust herself in such a presence. This anecdote, sir, does not present too strong a picture of the condition of sentiment in the portions of the interior of the Northern country. How far gentlemen on this floor are to be influenced in their action by such a state of opinion, I leave them to decide. Close quote. Let no one, therefore, be consoled with the idea that this self-styled American Anti-Slavery Society is wanting either in numbers or influence. It is a powerful combination of American and foreign talent and capital, composed of all sects and parties, of all castes, grades, and conditions of society, from the British lord to the factory operative, from the self-important free soiler to the ranting factionist of the Garrisonian school, all alike infatuated with a principle of fanaticism which knows no bound, capable of wielding an influence which has already shaken our government from its center to its circumference, and which will be felt for ages to come. The principles involved in the organization of this faction are erroneous and inconsistent with the well-being of both master and slave. They were conceived in sin and brought forth in iniquity. They are in direct violation of the laws of God and man, of reason and revelation, being an unqualified warfare upon an institution wisely ordained by divine beneficence, and sanctioned by the whole volume of human experience. It is alleged that the slaveholder is, of necessity, an unprincipled tyrant, nay, worse, an irreligious libertine, who regards neither the laws of God nor man, nor respects the established usages and customs of civilized society, although he is but exercising a right which is guaranteed by the Constitution of our common country, and acting in conformity with a principle which was recognized as of old by our forefathers, the framers of the organic law of the land, those pure patriots of the Revolution, who acknowledged no other standard of justice than that contained in the sacred writings, yet is he denounced by these miserable factionists as the most corrupt, licentious, and profligate of all the sons of men. Regardless of the teachings of the inspired volume and human experience, corroborated by the evidence of their own senses, they have assumed that all men of every race, nation, tribe, and kindred under heaven are morally, intellectually, and physically equal. And upon this wild and fallacious hypothesis they have based their false theory, and maintained it with a zeal worthy of a good cause. The basis upon which their policy rests is the assumption that slavery is sinful and unprofitable. Having failed in their endeavors to convince the slaveholder that the former is true, and that he is bound by obligations the most sacred and uncompromising to adopt immediate and unconditional emancipation, they have assumed the latter horn of the dilemma, and now contend that slavery is unprofitable, that it tends to impoverish the state, and weaken the resources of the government. The means upon which they now rely to arrest the progress of slavery and curtail the powers and influence of the slave states is not the persuasion of the people of those states, but the numerical power of the free states acting through the federal government. The great principle upon which the northern movement rests, which is already adopted by most northern politicians, and to which they all seem likely to be driven by the force of the popular current there, if the question is unsettled till the next congressional election, is this: that the government of the United States must do nothing to sanction slavery, that it must, therefore, exclude it from the territories, that it must abolish it in the District of Columbia, forts and arsenals, and wherever it has jurisdiction. Some, too, carrying the principle to its extent, insist that the coasting slave trade and that between the states should be abolished, and also in custom houses, post offices, and the like. As these things all obviously rest on the same general dogma, it is clear that the yielding of one or more points would not check, but would merely accelerate the general movement to the end of the series. Before this end was reached, they would probably append, as a corollary, the principle that the president should not appoint a slaveholder to office. It is, sir, my deliberate judgment, that, in the present temper of the public mind at the North, if the territorial question remains open till the next election, few, if any, gentlemen will get there from the free states that are not pledged to the full extent of the abolition platform. Extract from a speech in Congress by T. L. Clingman of North Carolina. The following report of what Mr. Clay said is from the National Intelligencer. The remarks are brief but to the point. Mr. Clay says, I cannot allow this occasion to pass without calling to the attention of the Senate a fact connected with most of these petitions. Sir, the moment a prospect opens in this unhappy country of settling our differences, these disturbers of the peace, these abolitionists, put themselves in motion, the Jays, the Phillipses, and others in other quarters, and they establish a concerted and ramified plan of operations, and I want to expose it to the Senate. Here, sir, is a little bit of printed paper, holding up the petitions which had been delivered to him, scattered throughout the whole country. Some of them found their way into my own state. I presented them the other day from Lewis County, printed, I have no doubt, at a common center, and dispersed throughout the country, in order to produce a common effect, and to make an impression on this body as if they were speaking the public sentiment in this country. Close quote. After having been called to order by Mr. Hale, on the ground that the petition had already been passed upon, and after some conversation, in which Mr. Clay stated the rules to be, that the senator might state the grounds of a motion before making it, and that he could put himself in order by concluding with a motion to refer the petitions, he proceeded as follows. Quote, well, sir, I do not know that I shall present any such motion, but I have a right to put myself in order by making such a motion, and I trust the honorable senator, who is listened to by myself with as much complacency as anybody, will not manifest any very great impatience at my calling the attention of the Senate to this ramified and concerted plan of the abolitionists to circulate their little bits of printed petitions adapted to all the varieties of cases, one for abolishing the slave trade, one for abolishing slavery in the District of Columbia, one for removing the seat of government from this district, in every shape and mode in which they can bring up the question of slavery. I trust that neither the senator nor his friends in the House or out of the House will manifest any great degree of impatience, while I call the attention of the Senate and of the country to the fact, and show that the object is to manufacture a sort of public opinion, in order to make an impression upon us at a moment when we are endeavoring to heal the wounds of the country and to reconcile its distracted and unhappy parts. Continuing quote, sir, of all the bitterest enemies toward the unfortunate negro race, there are none to compare with these abolitionist pretended friends of theirs, but who, like the Siamese twins, connect themselves with the negro, or, like the centaur of old, mount not the back of a horse, but the back of the negro to ride themselves into power, in order to display a friendship they feel only for themselves, and not for the negro race. No, sir, there are no worse enemies in the country of the negro race than these ultra-abolitionists. To what sorts of extremity they have not driven the slave-holding states in defense of their own rights, and guarding against those excesses to which they have a constant tendency. Close quote. With them, argument and sophistry and deception have become exhausted, and they now resort to force. The principle for which they at this time contend is the same as that upon which the society was originally organized, viz., the unqualified abolition of slavery, or the separation of the free from the slave states. At a Free Soil Convention held at Faneuil Hall, Boston, March 6, 1850, one of the orators, a genius named Wilson, said, quote, we ought to come up with frankness to the point, union or no union, peace or war, victory or no victory. Let us come up today and pledge ourselves that we will remain true to the principles we have adopted. Close quote. we subjoin one other tribute to the same sentiment of disunion. The following comment on the death of Mr. Calhoun is from the New York Anti-Slavery Standard, the leading organ of the faction. Quote, "The telegraph from Washington brings the intelligence of the death of John Caldwell Calhoun, the great champion of human bondage, and the leader of that party in the Republic which counted men as brutes, and which demands the sacrifice of the rights of the many to the power of the few. To his friends and equals, Mr. Calhoun has the reputation of having discharged, well and nobly, all the duties demanded by that relation. But to his inferiors, the servants of his household, though he may have fed and clothed them well, he has been, from position and principle, a cruel and heartless tyrant. So far as he may have believed himself to be acting right, he is deserving of respect in having acted up to his belief. Beyond that, he is only to be regarded as one who was a sympathetic robber of the poorest of God's children. Better would it have been for the world had he never been born. But having lived, we regret in his death that he had not lived long enough to accomplish the object of his life, the dissolution of the Union of these states." Close quote. Thus we discover that the only difference perceptible is in the name and in the modus operandi, the society having become better organized and more numerous, and therefore more dangerous. The advocate of free solecism is no other than an improved disciple of the Garrisonian school. He who would exclude, by his vote, the slaveholder from a residence in the territories acquired by the common blood and treasure of the country, would harbor and encourage the flying fugitive, or contribute to a crusade against the legalized, inalienable rights and constitutional privileges of the Southern division of the Union. If not, he is not consistent with himself, as each is of a kindred nature, and alike violations of the organic law of the land. The friends of the South, the Southern rights and interests, can no longer stand and survey, with silent contempt and indignation, the secret workings and machinations of these detestable factionists and disorganizers. A well-organized system of opposition, not to the established constitution and government under which we live, to the great federal union, which all should cherish and promote as invaluable and sacred, but to their aggressions, or rather a system of protection to Southern interests and institutions, ought to receive the unqualified sanction and support of every American citizen, of every friend of humanity. Let, then, every citizen of the slaveholding states feel that he has a work to accomplish, that he is called upon by every feeling of interest, patriotism, and philanthropy, to organize in self-defense, not against the government or the Union, but for the protection of his family and fireside, his property, and his most sacred rights, religious and political, against the midnight attacks and aggressions of an organized army of diabolical outlaws. Let him examine the ground upon which he stands, and the circumstances which surround him. Let him survey the length and the breadth, the huge and uncomely proportions of this hydra-headed monster of corruption, which threatens to swallow up the peace and prosperity, the property and privileges of the peaceful inhabitants of the Southern division of this great confederacy. The Northern political reformers have assumed to legislate, with respect to the domestic institutions and policy of the South, to interfere with the rights of property, as guaranteed by the Constitution of our common country. They propose to take from the slaveholder his slaves, which he has inherited from his ancestors, the honored dead, or purchased with his money, without remuneration or satisfaction, and substitute, in their stead, the refuse population of the prisons and almshouses of the old world, than which a greater curse could not be inflicted upon any people. Are the order-loving, chivalrous citizens of the South prepared for this exchange? Will they sit supinely inactive, whilst the system of wholesale robbery of this character is being committed in their midst, upon their own property, and in their own households? Let the future action of the South, upon the subject, give the answer. Let the people of the slave states be no longer divided amongst themselves. Let them forget all petty political differences, and upon this subject know no party. Let them, as a band of brothers, become united in the common defense. Let them say with one voice to all abolitionists of whatever name, sect, or party, tamper with us no longer. Forbearance has ceased to be a virtue, and if civil commotions distract and divide us further, and our confederacy is dissolved, and our government subverted, the sin be upon your heads. The dissolution of the Union has been the favorite theme of these factionists from their earliest organization. Victory or disunion, peaceably if we can, but forcibly if we must, be estamped upon their banners. They were the fathers and propagators of this treasonable doctrine of a division of the states. They have advocated it in their periodical conventions, upon the forum, in the social circle. The sacred desk, too, has been profaned by sentiments of this character from time immemorial, whilst their inflammatory publications have ceased not to herald them to the world upon every breeze. A base attempt has been made to shift the odium of this traitorous folly and madness to the South, and charge it upon the citizens of the slave states. Treason against the government, they now declare, is combined with the unpardonable sin of slavery. Fellow citizens, are you prepared for this? Do you plead guilty to the infamous charge? Is inconsistency to the Union, treason against the government, a sin of Southern origin? Were Arnold and Burr men of Southern birth and education? Let the history of the past give the answer. Let the action of the future seal it with the same blood which has ever flowed in the matchless profusion in the case of liberty, in the cause of humanity, in the cause of our common country. A call for a Southern Convention is proclaimed, a convention in which citizens of the slave-holding states may meet and deliberate as to the best manner of protecting their own domestic policy and institutions, of securing to themselves and posterity the inalienable rights and privileges guaranteed by the Constitution under which we live. Is there anything criminal, treasonable, or anti-republican in this? Abolitionists have assumed the right, from time immemorial, to hold conventions and deliberate, not in respect to their own domestic policy and institutions alone, but, consistency, precious jewel, in reference to the peculiar domestic policy and institutions of the South. The right to meet and deliberate respecting their own affairs has never been questioned. But what do we now hear? Disunion! Disunion, a convention for the purpose of dissolving the Union, is the hue and cry of every abolition factionist and disorganizer throughout the length and breadth of the land. Fellow citizens of the slave-holding states, are you prepared to be thus outwitted, to be thus cheated out of your inalienable rights and privileges? A dissolution of the Union is undoubtedly the greatest calamity that could befall our hitherto happy and prosperous country. It is an event which no Christian patriot could ever contemplate for a moment, but with feelings of consternation and horror. It would be the signal for strife and contention, for anarchy and civil commotion, for blood and carnage amongst friends and brethren, amongst neighbors and fellow citizens. Thenceforth the American eagle would drop the olive branch of peace, and grasp only the arrows of war. The mountains that divide us would be the dark mountains of death, and the stream that flows between, like the waters of Egypt, would be turned into blood. The hand that writes the Declaration of Disunion, may it feel the blood curdle in its veins, and the tongue which reads it to the world, may it stiffen in the act. All the great national, state, and individual interests of the country are opposed to disunion. The political and commercial relations of the states combine to show that their natural and only true policy is union. The geographical, that the God of nature never designed the territory of the North American continent to be, like the grand divisions of the Old World, inhabited by different kingdoms, nations, and empires. The great natural characteristics of the New World are on a grand and magnificent scale. Upon our northern boundary are the Great Lakes, in magnitude and depth unequaled, united in an indissoluble chain, pouring their exhaustless fountains over the same stupendous cataract, through the same channel, in the bosom of the same great ocean. At the extreme south, the two great oceans flow well nigh together, as if to blend their waves in one. Our mountains, which rank among the most towering of the globe, roll on in one unbroken chain from the polar to the torrid regions, whilst our majestic rivers extend from center to circumference, interlocking their innumerable branches together, as if in token of union. To advocate disunion would be to mar the whole order and beauty of nature, to subvert the laws of the material universe, and to insult the wisdom of deity. He who would harbor the inhuman, sacrilegious thought, let him be anathematized by heaven. Let him receive the mark of Cain, and be driven from the pale of civilized society, to wander a fugitive and a vagabond on the earth. Let the Constitution be preserved inviolate, so long as it can be done, in harmony with the spirit which brought it into being. End of Strictures on Abolitionism, Part C. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part D, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part D, National Colonization of the Free Black Population of the United States, advocated, by the publishers. Influence of Slavery on the Prosperity of the States. Much has been said and written respecting the influence of slavery on the general prosperity and advancement of the states where it exists. Unwarrantable comparisons have been made, and unjustifiable conclusions formed, by those who understood not the relative condition of the free and the slave states, nor the causes which operated to produce the difference which actually exists. The contrast between Kentucky and Ohio, for example, has been often drawn, and the real difference magnified to an extent which would well nigh justify the conclusion that they existed in different ages, in different climes, and under different forms of government. That there is a difference between these two states, taking into consideration their ages as states, we are free to admit. But that the difference is wholly owing to the fact of one being a slave and the other a free state, is false, both in principle and in fact. If this were true, the same principle would hold good when applied to different counties and sections of Kentucky itself. But that it is not true, facts clearly demonstrate. For, by examination into this matter, we find that in the wealthiest, most intelligent and refined sections of that state, as well as of any of the slave states, the greatest proportion of slaves are to be found. We can cite to counties and to parts of counties, and indeed to individual cases, and in every instance show that there is a marked difference in favor of the slaveholder when confined to the native-born citizens of the state. Ohio, it is true, has more flourishing towns and cities, and has increased more rapidly in population than Kentucky. It is also true that there is more poverty and pauperism, in proportion to the population, and more taxation, in proportion to her aggregate wealth and improvements, than there is in Kentucky. This fact will hold good in comparing any town, city, and manufacturing population with that of the peaceful inhabitants of the country engaged in the healthful, ennobling, and life-giving pursuits of agriculture, horticulture, etc. Towns, cities, and manufacturing districts are the hotbeds of vice, misery, pauperism, and degradation. It is there the extremes of wealth and poverty meet. It is there that corruption and human wretchedness are presented in their most loathsome forms. Says Coleman in his most estimable work on agriculture, quote, "The great cause of the evils which afflict humanity, and the multiplication of crime, and the disorders of society, he attributes to the fact that the cultivation of the earth is deserted, and innumerable multitudes pour into cities and towns, and filling every mechanical art and trade, destroy each other by a competition in articles of which the demand is necessarily limited." Close quote. But to what is the difference between these states attributable, if not to the fact of the one being a slave and the other a free state? It is said that the one, though much younger, has a population more than double that of the other. There must be some cause or causes for this marked difference. There is unquestionably. That it is not altogether attributable, however, to the one alluded to, is evident from the fact that other newly settled portions of our vast domain have as far surpassed Ohio, in point of rapid increase of population, as Ohio has Kentucky. It must be true, then, that the difference manifest in the relative prosperity of different states and sections of the Union is attributable to other causes than that of the existence of slavery. What, then, are these causes in the case of these two states? One very important circumstance, which has doubtless operated more effectually to retard the progress of general improvement in the state of Kentucky than any or all others, was the fact of her territory having been originally a part of Virginia. This circumstance, or rather circumstances, growing out of this, gave rise to an almost unending warfare respecting the title of most lands within her boundary. Large and conflicting individual surveys having been made previous to her separation from Virginia, gave rise to a state of things of a most unfortunate and discouraging character, and which were measurably unknown in the settlement of any other state. Indeed, it is a matter of doubt whether any other than the valiant Boone and his gallant compatriots and their posterity ever would have surmounted these difficulties. The wealthy proprietors of those immense surveys were mostly citizens of other states, and being uninfluenced by any of the motives which proximity of residence and a common feeling of interest in the general welfare and prosperity of the state as citizens would have naturally engendered, they waged a combined warfare against the hardy immigrant, which few but a Kentucky pioneer ever would have withstood. In a multitude of instances, after having penetrated the dark recesses of the forest, and driven the wild beast and the wilder savage from their strongholds and native haunts, after having surmounted all the many difficulties of a pioneer settler, and erected for himself and dependents a comfortable home, and reduced to cultivation a large farm, he was compelled to pay for his lands a second, third, and perhaps fourth time, or forsake all, without the hope of fee or reward, and in his old age again penetrate the wilderness and commence anew with the same uncertainty of being able to hold what he might purchase, and obtain by a similar outlay of money and labor. Thus have we a brief and imperfect description of the difficulties against which the early settlers of Kentucky, and indeed many of the slave states, had to contend. Difficulties which existed not in the early settlement of Ohio and most of the other northwestern states, where the settler derived the title of his lands direct from the general government. Indeed, in some portions of Kentucky, land litigation is not yet ended, and many an honest farmer knows neither the day nor the hour that he may be called upon to give up his home, or compromise with some foreign land jobber, at a heavy sacrifice. The early settler of Ohio experienced nothing of all this. Invited to his home by the superior fertility of the soil, the mere nominal government price of $1.25 per acre, and the additional inducement of every 16th section being set apart for the education of his children, combined with the fact of the title to the land being indisputable, the wonder would have been, had not the state increased rapidly in population, whereas the entirely different state of things in the early settlement of Kentucky doubtless retarded her general improvement twice, if not thrice, the length of time that intervened between the adoption of the two states into the Union. This cause alone, other circumstances being equal, is well nigh sufficient to justify the actual difference which is obvious in the general prosperity of the two states. But there is another cause of almost equal magnitude. Kentucky, like most of the slave states, is decidedly, or has been, thus far in her history, an agricultural state. Her leading interests are identified with the cultivation of the soil. Her wealth, consequently, does not tend to concentrate in cities and towns, and is not, therefore, as fascinatingly displayed as in her more youthful rival, Ohio. Her population is much more sparse, her citizens having inherited, from their natural ancestors, the patriotic, hospitable planters of the Old Dominion, an inherent desire to hold large bodies of land. This peculiar feature of their organization contributes materially to affect her general prosperity. The more wealthy, as their means will permit, seek to enlarge their farms by purchasing the lands of their less fortunate neighbors, thus driving them to other states, or to less eligible and valuable situations within their own limits. This circumstance has contributed largely to drain off the population. Thus, for many years past, the tide of emigration has been from instead of to the state. Another evil growing out of this custom is this. It is in a large number, perhaps a majority of instances, an injudicious investment of capital. Many have continued this course until their lands have increased far beyond their ability to cultivate them. The result is that the lands are made to yield a very small per cent on their nominal value, and the state is impoverished, not only by a decrease of her population, but by the resources of her rich and fertile lands being very imperfectly developed by an injudicious and often almost ruinous system in cultivation. Thus, much the greater portion of the surplus capital of the state is lying comparatively dormant, whereas if those large farms were reduced to a size proportionate to the force employed to cultivate them, the landholders would become much more numerous, the farming population would be much increased. This would lead to a proportionate increase in the population of the towns and cities, as these increased an enlarged home demand for the farmer's products would be created, and thus would all work together harmoniously for the common good of every class of citizens. As these land monopolies became broken up, and the farms reduced to a size which would enable each farmer to cultivate, judiciously, whatever land he might chance to own, the resources of the soil would be much better developed, and the aggregate wealth and population of the state would be greatly increased. The surplus resources of capitalists would then seek investments in manufactures and commerce, in the development of the mineral resources of the state, and in the construction of public works of internal improvement, all of which, if properly managed, would prove a far more profitable investment of capital, and would contribute greatly to the general improvement and prosperity of the state at large. Experience has clearly demonstrated the fact that capital, judiciously invested in manufactures in the slave state, is as productive as in the free, whether the labor made use of be free or slave labor. Investments in bank stock have proved eminently profitable, and the salutary influence of judiciously managed public works upon the general improvement and prosperity of the slave states is also fully established. These have been generally constructed at a much heavier outlay of capital than in some of the northern free states, not because the one were free and the other slave states, but because of a want of experience in the construction of such works, the sparseness of the population, the greater natural difficulties to be surmounted, and the much greater length to which these improvements must necessarily be extended, to form connecting links between important commercial points. Yet, notwithstanding all these opposing circumstances, the fact is clearly established that the construction of railroads, and other works of internal improvement in the slave states, may be made both practicable and profitable, and we believe the time is not far distant when these iron bands of commercial intercourse will traverse the sunny regions of the South, as well as the sterile plains of the North, when the world's thoroughfare connecting the Atlantic with the great Pacific, upon which will concentrate the combined commerce of the earth, all tending to that modern Ophir, whose exhaustless treasures have already aroused the cupidity of the most powerful nations of the globe, we say, the time is not far distant when this mighty triumph of American enterprise, together with the world's great speaking trumpet, the magnetic telegraph, will be extended from the Mississippi to the Californians, from the Atlantic to the Pacific shore, mostly, if not wholly, upon slave territory. This we speak of not boastingly, but as a natural result of the present existing state of things, which the combined efforts of abolitionists and free soilers, and all the heterogeneous mass of conflicting elements and powers which may be brought to cooperate with them, cannot avert. This unnatural conflict of folly and madness may be continued until the heartstrings of the nation are rent asunder, and our grand confederacy dissolved. But whether, in this event, the South would be the loser, is a question which, at least, admits of discussion. She has within herself the elements of a great nation, a mighty empire, which such a result would, doubtless, tend rapidly to develop. And we doubt not, that, in a few years, she would exhibit to the world a model government, combining as many of the elements of true greatness as any that ever existed, while her chivalrous citizens would possess the patriotism, the independence, and the invincible courage to defend her against the combined powers of the earth. Many other considerations might be enumerated, but these, we trust, are sufficiently conclusive to prove, to the satisfaction of every candid, honest, unprejudiced mind, that the differences which apparently exist between the general increase, prosperity, and improvement of the slave states and the free, are attributable not alone to the existence of slavery. But we are told that slavery is an evil. So is war an evil. And viewing it in the same light, government may also be considered an evil, since it is an abridgment of liberty. Yet have they both received the sanction, and continue to exist, by the appointment of an all-wise and beneficent Providence. There is, probably, not a succession of seasons, of day and night, of sunshine and storm, which we cannot find some portion of the human family ready to denounce as evil. Yet were they all ordained in wisdom, and are continued unto us in mercy. The world in which we live has much of evil in it, and, as rational beings, we often have the power of making a choice of evils. Between the evils of slavery and any of the evil systems of abolition and emancipation, which have ever yet been submitted to the American public, we fancy we discover a marked difference, that of slavery being an evil of much less magnitude, attended with fewer unhappy consequences, to both races. We would, therefore, act the part of wisdom, and of many evils choose the least, it being the abuse, and not the legitimate use, of the institutions wisely ordained by God, and sanctioned by human experience, that constitute the evil growing out of them. Slavery, when considered with reference to the white race alone, may be considered an evil. There is, probably, no species of property which is so troublesome, hazardous, and expensive, and subject to so many contingencies, as negro slave property. The slave requires constant care and attention upon the part of the master. He must be fed and clothed and nursed during the years of infancy and childhood, and the hours of sickness. There is no passive state. If not actively employed, he is a bill of expense, an object of earnest solicitude, for whose every overt act the master is held accountable. A more responsible, perplexing situation can hardly be imagined, than that of an individual surrounded by a large number of slaves of all ages, who are dependent upon him, both in sickness and in health, in helpless infancy and decrepit old age, for food, clothing, and indeed all the necessaries of life. Let flood or fire, famine or pestilence, or whatever of the manifold evils and misfortunes to which human life is incident, come upon him or them, he alone is the principal sufferer. The wholesome and salutary laws and customs of the slave states, instead of leaving the slave, who constitute the laboring class, when a child of misfortune, dependent upon the cold charities of the world, or the meager provisions of the poorhouse, or the charity hospital, require that the master should minister to his necessities, and succor him in affliction. Often is it the case that men of wealth, thus situated, become, by these misfortunes alone, seriously involved in debt, and in some instances reduced to a state of bankruptcy. Indeed, we have been sometimes led to regard it as a matter of surprise, that slaveholders did not, for their own sakes, turn their slaves loose upon the world at all hazards, and thus rid themselves of a species of property which was only evil, and that continually. But this, their own inherent sense of propriety, their regard for the peace and safety of their families and fellow citizens, and above all, the common feelings of humanity, prompted by their native sympathy for the benighted negro, whom they know by a correct estimate of his mental inferiority, and consequent incapacity to buffet with the conflicting elements of life, and protect and secure for himself and family the necessaries of a comfortable subsistence, would not permit him to do. Remove these difficulties, and provide for the slaves an asylum, a land adapted, in climate and soil, to the peculiarities of his nature, where he may enjoy the rights of citizenship and the protection of our government, and thousands of Christian slaveholders, prompted by Christian benevolence, pure as that crystal fountain which emanates from the throne of redeeming love, will, despite the sacrifice of property, emancipate their slaves, and thus free themselves from the evils of slavery. But there is another evil of much greater magnitude, one in the estimate of which dollars and cents cannot be taken into account. This is an evil growing not so much out of the institution of slavery, as out of the existence of the black race among the whites, whether in a state of bondage or freedom. The groveling and corrupting tendency of the negro's mind, his proneness to sensual indulgence, and the unrestricted gratification of the baser propensities of his nature, render his existence in every community, without regard to his relative position, an evil of the most serious character. It has been alleged by abolitionists that the marriage relation is not recognized by the laws of slavery, and that the sacred rights appertaining thereto are violated with impunity. But this is not true. Custom and public sentiment, the parents of law, having established those in such a manner that they are seldom disregarded by the slaveholders, except in extreme cases, whilst by the blacks themselves they are as seldom ever regarded or observed. This want of virtue and constancy on the part of these people has a most demoralizing and corrupting influence upon the youth, of whatever community they exist to any extent, whether as freemen or bondmen. The existence of any inferior class of people in any community, a people who are incapable of any voice in the government under which they live, between whom and the legitimate citizens of the country there is an impassable barrier, has ever been considered an evil of no minor consideration. But especially is this the case, where imbecility of intellect and an unrestricted indulgence of the baser passions and propensities of their nature constitute the highest ambition of that people. Many evils of a less baneful character have attracted the attention of existing functionaries of the government, and been the subject of legislative action, and the question remains to be solved, why should not this? But there is an evil abroad in our land, which, next to abolitionism itself, is the greatest positive evil, of a social character known to an American citizen. Like the memorable outpourings of divine wrath upon the ancient Egyptians, which passed every threshold, and left its blighting impress upon every family circle, so the curse of which we speak is one which has a deleterious influence upon almost every member of every community in which it exists. We allude to the existence of the free black population in the United States, than which a more indolent, degraded, corrupting, miserable class of beings does not exist within the pale of civilized society. Destitute of moral principle and devoid of native energy, their mode of life is in unison with the base propensities of their nature, which they seek alone to gratify. End of Strictures on Abolitionism, Part D. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part E, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strictures on Abolitionism, Part E, National Colonization of the Free Black Population of the United States advocated by the publishers. To elevate such a race of beings to a political equality with the white population would be suicidal in the extreme. It would be but applying the torch to that political magazine, whose inevitable explosion would destroy our whole grand superstructure of boasted liberty, and rend to atoms the noblest form of civil government the world ever saw. Such an attempt, we trust, will never receive the sanction of an American citizen. It is fraught with the most disastrous consequences, as all past experience clearly demonstrates. These people are drones upon society, nay, worse, they are a curse to every community in which they exist. Their existence in the slave states is an evil of the first magnitude. They tend to render worse than worthless more than an equal number of slaves, without contributing one iota to the amelioration of the condition of the slave, however wretched that condition may chance to be. It is, therefore, the bounden duty of every friend of humanity to labor for their entire removal from our midst. We repeat, their presence is a universal evil, destructive alike to the peace, morality, safety, and prosperity of every community in which they are to be found, whether existing in a free or a slave state. In this respect, they are upon the same footing as the red man of the forest. But, being of a race naturally inferior, their existence in our midst is more to be deprecated than would be that of the Indian. Extend to him the same degree of civilization, and inure him from childhood to the same habits of industry, and he will make a citizen neighbor much less objectionable in every point of view than the negro. The condition of the free negro in the free states is generally much worse than that of the same class of persons, whether free or slave, in the slave states. the severity of the climate being much less adapted to natural peculiarities of his constitution, and the price which he can receive for his services when disposed or compelled by necessity to labor, these, combined with the fact that there is much less sympathy for him, and much less charity extended towards him by the citizens of the free than of the slave states, combine to render his condition, in almost every respect, infinitely worse in the North than in the South. We aver, without the fear of successful refutation, that the negro, whether bondman or freeman, has more true, devoted friends in the South than in the North, among the slaveholders than among the harping abolitionists, and that his condition, regardless of the relation of slavery and freedom, is more tolerable in hands of the former than of the latter. We are aware that there are exceptions to all general rules, but we confidently believe that where an exception exists in the one case, a corresponding state of wretchedness and degradation may be found on the other. Instances of the kind have occurred, and, if not prevented by physical force, would occur in hundreds and thousands of cases again, where, after the slave has been decoyed away from a comfortable home with a kind master, by some unprincipled fanatic, and carried to the land flowing with milk and honey, as represented to him, finding himself deceived in every essential particular, respecting the nature of the change, he has torn himself away from the snare into which he has been enticed, fought his way back with a fortitude and bravery amounting almost to desperation, and returned to the home of his youth, the seat of his early affections and associations, satisfied that the best friend he has on earth is a kind master. The reason why there is more sympathy, charity, and fellow-feeling existing in the heart of the slaveholder towards the negro is obvious. Raised together from infancy, past the period of childhood in the enjoyment of the same sports, their associations the same, their feelings become united to a certain extent, there springs up between them a kind of natural sympathy and regard for each other, which is as enduring as life itself. From childhood's early dawn, they both imbibe a correct idea of the relation of master and slave, which continues them throughout life. Let their relations become changed, it matters not how materially, this idea is never eradicated. If the slave ever forgets his obligations, so far as to become refractory, the punishment is summary and conclusive, and a return to his duty and allegiance restores him to favor. How different the condition of the fugitive slave, or free black man of the North! Without the pale of civilized society, unprotected and unqualified to protect himself, the most he can accomplish by hard labor, a rigid system of economy, and a frugal disposition of his time, is to obtain a bare and meager subsistence. The chilling blasts of long, dreary winter come, or the burning fever of disease, and no kind hand is extended to shelter or afford relief. If cared for at all, when reduced to a state of utter helplessness, he is carried off to the poorhouse, receiving the imprecations of those who have been taxed to excess, to maintain the pauperism of their own wretched victims of poverty and distress. Thus it is with the free black man, wheresoever dispersed. He is an outcast upon society, and his name a reproach to humanity. His removal, then, becomes a matter of deep and abiding interest and importance to every friend of humanity, to every patriot and Christian throughout the broad expanse of Christendom. Much is being done by the Christian world for the cause of suffering humanity in all parts of the earth. The benighted inhabitants of the most distant ice-bound shore and the remotest sea-girt isle are beginning to stretch forth their hands in answer to the call of the Christian missionary, and the light of civilization is penetrating the deepest recesses of heathenish darkness, whilst a copy of the Holy Scriptures is being laid upon the table of almost every householder in Christendom. But here is a field opened for the exercise of pure benevolence and true Christian charity in our own immediate midst. Here is common ground, upon which all sects and parties, the votaries of every variety of religious faith and political policy, may meet and join hands in a great and good cause. As it is an evil which pervades the whole body politic, its removal is a work in which every American citizen is deeply interested. It is the first step towards the removal of that which many are pleased to regard as the blackest stain upon the bright escutcheon of American glory, the great national sin, the punishment of which will render our country obnoxious to the severest outpourings of divine wrath, namely, slavery. Many ways and means have already been devised for the removal of the free black population, but there is only one correct way of removing them, and that is by colonization. The great scheme of the American Colonization Society is the only means by which this evil ever can be eradicated from our land. That is a plan which was dictated by pure benevolence and true Christian charity, and founded in wisdom, in which is characteristic, like the Magna Carta, of American liberty, of the great minds that originated it. Experience may suggest some modifications in some of its practical features, and doubtless will, but yet it is the true and only successful policy. It may become necessary to select some other destination than the colony of Liberia, or to require the government thereof to be administered by a functionary chosen by a Congress of Nations. But let what changes may come in that respect, colonization, a complete and perfect separation of the two races, is the only true policy. We lay it down as a settled principle, a fixed fact, and challenge the world to refute it, that the Anglo-Saxon and the African races never can live harmoniously in a state of political equality. If they dwell together at all, it must be in the relation of master and slave. Heaven ordained it thus, and man, in all his wisdom and strength of intellect, never can change it. Nor is there greater injustice displayed in this arrangement or dispensation of divine providence than there is in the organization of human government, wherein one part of the human race is ordained to rule over and give laws to another. Heaven in wisdom ordained it thus, and man, submissive, must pronounce it just. We have asserted that the removal of the free black population can only be effected by colonization, and that the plan of the American Colonization Society was based upon the correct principle. It may then be asked, why does it not succeed? It has been in operation for many years, and yet has accomplished but little compared with the great work before it. True, yet it has accomplished much. It has opened the way, removed the rubbish, and laid the cornerstone, and now only wants the means necessary to the completion of the temple. For all this, time was requisite, and it is a pleasing reflection to know that the success fully justifies the labor and expense of the enterprise. All that is now wanting to complete the great work is unity of action, and means to carry out what has been thus successfully commenced, or, in other words, governmental protection and patronage. But the work is of a magnitude too vast and comprehensive to be accomplished by individual enterprise. The evil to be removed is of a general character. It is a national evil, extending throughout the whole length and breadth of the land. The resources of the nation, the funds of the general government, the coffers of the common treasury, ought, therefore, to be appropriated to its removal. Let no one be alarmed at this. We speak not without precedent. Similar appropriations, for similar purposes, have been made by our National Congress, when composed of as wise, patriotic, and noble spirits, as ever glittered in the galaxy of human greatness. The time was, when the red man of the forest, the noble Indian, the proud aborigine, who derived his right to the soil which we now inhabit, by tenure of a grant from the God of nature, was dispersed abroad throughout the land. As the soil which he occupied, and the air which he breathed, began to be wanted by his superior in intellect, in science, and in art, the general government furnished the means, and assumed the responsibility of removing him to territories more congenial to his pursuits of life, and less valuable to her legal citizens. There now exists among us the remnant of a race, whose residence in our midst is not less inimical to the feelings and interests of the white population than were the Indians. What, then, is the duty of the general government in regard to them? Does it not come as much within the purview of its legitimate functions to remove in the one case as the other? Are there any reasons which operated in the removal of the Indian, which may not be brought to bear with equal force in the removal of the negro? If so, we maintain, that the stronger reasons are favorable to the removal of the free blacks. The common feelings of humanity towards them, as an unfortunate people, whose destiny is fixed, whose name is a reproach and a byword, who can never be allowed a voice in the administration of the government under which they live, together with the demoralizing, degenerating influence which their existence in our midst has upon society, all point to them as an object worthy the attention of the general government. Their numbers are large. Their colonization, therefore, is beyond the reach of individual enterprise. The government, the world, have no right to effect its accomplishment by such means, whilst our citizens have the right to expect and demand it at the hands of the government. The latter possesses the power, and her resources are abundantly ample. The objection that the general government has not the means for so great a work is entirely futile. A small tithe of what is annually expended in injurious legislation or misguided appropriations would carry on the work. Indemnification to the South for the actual losses sustained by her citizens, by the aggression of northern fanatics, would contribute materially towards effecting the same great object. Add to this a tenth of the value of the magnificent cessions made by Virginia to the general government, and the work is completed. It is estimated that there exist in the United States about 400,000 free blacks. By the census of 1840, there were 386,293. At $50 per head, the ratio fixed by the American Colonization Society, their entire removal would cost $20 millions. But as their colonization is not the work of a day or a year, but of a series of years, only a small portion of this amount would be required at any one time. Say it could be accomplished in 10 years, which is probably the shortest practicable period. $2 millions annually would be required, a mere nominal sum, surely, when compared with the actual resources of the government. This amount may be raised by direct appropriations from the common treasury, or by setting apart a portion of the proceeds of the sales of the public domain, or in any other manner which the wisdom of our national legislature, or a majority of the state legislatures, may deem most expedient. Can it be that a government, having millions of acres of fine arable lands, to donate to colonies composed of the refuse population of the Old World, and millions of treasure to expend in fruitless expeditions in search of one who, in all human probability, is long since dead, is destitute of the means requisite to the accomplishment of an object involving every principle of humanity, and security, and protection to all classes of her citizens? Might not a tithe of the millions of gold, which are annually being purloined from the rich mines of California by the mongrel races of other nations, for want of the natural protection of the government, be saved and appropriated to this very laudable and philanthropic object? The work may be carried on through the instrumentality of the American Colonization Society, or through any other agency which may be found most safe, economical, and expeditious. The prepossessions of the writer are in favor of the former, from the consideration that the society has made the experiment and fully tested the feasibility of the enterprise. The transportation may be continued to the now flourishing colony of Liberia, or it may be changed to some other destination, if, in the wisdom of our government, a change should be deemed expedient. Future developments in the progress of that colony, or considerations of economy or protection to the colonists, may indicate a less remote destination. It may be considered wise and politic, on the part of our government, to purchase and set apart for that purpose the island of Cuba, some portion of Mexico, Central or South America, or some portion of territory comprised within the present boundary of our vast domain. Let what may be done in this respect. The emergencies of the case require immediate and decisive action in relation to this matter. Justice to the free negro, and to the slaveholder of the South, and the non-slaveholder of the North, to suffering humanity as presented in its most revolting character, imperiously demand it at the hands of the existing functionaries of the government. In our limited sphere, as a private citizen, we are unable to do more than suggest the idea, to mark out the framework, the skeleton of a great system of national, moral, and social reform, which, in the hands of those who have the skill and ability, the influence and the power, to reduce it to form and practice, would be productive of incalculable advantages to the present and all future generations. Colonization, the transportation of the civilized and educated free black population of the United States to the shores of Africa, will undoubtedly prove the key to the civilization and Christianization of that benighted, downtrodden portion of the earth. The civilization of that people has baffled the energies of all modern missionary enterprises. Should the system of colonization, of which we speak, be the means of effecting this great work, this grand feature of the economy of heaven, as it unquestionably will, all Christendom will be made to rejoice. The children who sat in darkness and in the shadow of death will be forced to clap their hands for joy that Africa ever contributed of her sons and her daughters to a system of even nominal servitude, the final result of which was the spread of Christianity and the arts of civilized life throughout the whole length and breadth of her widespread but uncivilized domain. Its influence would tell largely upon the destinies of both races, and upon the prosperity, well-being, and perpetuity of our much cherished republican institutions. It would settle this vexed question, and would allay the unhallowed excitement growing out of it, in a manner harmonizing with the glory of God and the well-being of mankind. The extinction of slavery has been the hobby of an unprincipled set of demagogues and fanatics, from time immemorial. The narrow minds, the baser hearts, incapable of comprehending but the one idea, they have advocated that, with a zeal and energy worthy of a good cause. To such an extreme they have carried their frenzy and madness, as to materially affect the peace, harmony, and prosperity of our common country, and well nigh destroy our grand confederacy, by effecting a dissolution of the Union of the States. Various names and forms, shapes and phases, has this germ of corruption, weakness, and folly assumed, without accomplishing more than that of curtailing the wonted liberties of the slave, and riveting more securely the shackles of servitude. Every movement which they have made has tended to perpetuate the institution, and to establish beyond dispute the fact that the removal of the so-called evil can never be accomplished by any of the means to which they have ever resorted. Those, therefore, of our honest citizens who really desire the removal of slavery had better pause, reflect for a time, let reason usurp her dominion, and see whether there be not some other plan by which their much desired object can be accomplished. Immediate abolition and elevation to citizenship and political equality never can obtain. It is contrary to the order of nature, and inconsistent with the imperishable principles of justice and humanity. Nor has there ever been a system of gradual emancipation proposed, which would meet the exigencies of the case. That connecting colonization therewith, at a specified age, would lead to a perpetual separation of families, of husbands and wives, of parents and children, of which the annals of American slavery furnishes not a parallel, and which, in all its practical outbearings, would lead to a state of things revolting to the feelings of every friend of humanity. Every American citizen who owns property in slaves holds that property by tenure of a right granted by the founders of our government, the framers of the organic law of the nation. Our Constitution, the Magna Carta of American liberty, the model political creed of the world, recognizes property in slaves, and was framed as much for the protection of him who holds that species of property, as for him whose wealth consists in lands, merchandise, or manufactures. The great fundamental principle which should constitute the basis of any and all governments, that all men are created equal, was recognized by that memorable body, and incorporated into that Constitution, and we, their posterity, recognize it as true to the letter, both in theory and practice. But we, like them, should not lose sight of the principle that they were legalizing for the Anglo-Saxon race alone, and not for the combination of races. For the American citizen, strictly speaking, and not for a motley variety of population, composed of an indiscriminate commixture of the civilized white man, the savage Indian, and the woolly-headed African Negro. No such combination was ever contemplated by that honorable body, and any attempt on the part of the citizens of any state or territory to form any such combination, or to elevate any other race to a political equality with the whites, we believe to come but little short of treason against the government. They may be permitted to dwell amongst us, and receive the protection of our government, but never to exercise the rights of citizenship. The slaveholder, therefore, knowing that he holds his property in slaves by this right, and not ignorant of the fact that the Bible recognizes the relation of master and slave, and that he, therefore, is violating no principle of our holy religion, so long as he legitimately uses, and does not abuse, the institution, will never suffer his neighbor, especially if he be a citizen of a free state, to say to him, "Sir, your practices are in violation of the laws of both God and man. You must relinquish them. You must emancipate your slaves without the hope of fee or reward. Colonize them to Liberia, and then give them the necessary outfit for commencing life in their new sphere, or submit to their elevation to a political equality with yourself in our midst." Such a result can never obtain throughout the slave states. It is unreasonable to expect it, and the more it is agitated, the longer will the institution of slavery be perpetuated. No motive of this kind can ever be brought to bear upon the slaveholder. The deep-seated nature of his principles, the protection of his domestic rights, social privileges, and individual interests, will cause him to resist it as long as life lasts, or reason sits enthroned in his breast. But when the free negro, that curse of the slave and the slaveholder, shall have been removed, when the natural increase of the white population shall become so great as to render that species of labor cheaper and more desirable, in short, when he shall conceive it to be his interest to emancipate his slaves, and the general government stand ready to receive them at his hands, and remove them to a distant territory, where they may be comfortably provided for, and protected, then will he do it, and not before. Let, then, the free black population of the United States, wheresoever dispersed, be removed by the direction and resources of the general government, and let it forever after be a standing proposition, that all that may, at any future time, become free, shall be removed in the same manner. An insurmountable obstacle in the way of many who would emancipate their slaves from choice, were that all that would be required of them, were they not, by the laws of several states, responsible ever afterwards for their support, would then be removed. Each circumstance of the kind would have its influence in its own immediate neighborhood. Others, seeing that a way was provided for their removal and nation, in harmony with the interests of both master and slave, would follow the example, and thus would the work be commenced under more favorable auspices, based upon a firmer foundation, and with better assurances of success, than it ever has been commenced, or, we believe, ever can be upon any other plan. no other plan ever has succeeded, nor is there any prospect that it ever will. Thus have we, as we humbly conceive, developed a plan which will, in harmony with the best interests of both races, when practically carried out, effectually remove the entire free black population of the United States, and all that may hereafter become free, should it include the whole slave population and their natural increase. We trust our views are not altogether undeserving of a candid consideration, and that the fact of their not being of princely origin and stately birth will not detract from their intrinsic value. We have proposed common ground, and a combination of effort in the removal of a common evil, a broad platform, where all sects and parties, without regard to local feeling or sectional interest, can meet and unite their efforts in the exercise of pure benevolence and true Christian charity. Could this state of things be carried out, we would hope, ere long, to witness a cessation of that unhallowed system of warfare which has so long ingloriously prevailed between the North and South on the subject of slavery. The Wilmot proviso, that vexed question, that high-born undeserving principle of strife and contention, which was conceived in sin and brought forth in iniquity, that double refined element of northern fanaticism, designed only for the pampered and vitiated palates of the dignified statesmen and their fastidious aristocrat, that gilded hobby upon which broken down political hacks would fain regain their lost estate, and ride into high stations, we hope ere long to see buried in the meshes of eternal oblivion. Incalculable are the evils which have already grown out of the unhallowed excitement engendered by the untimely agitation of this question. It has acted as a firebrand hurled into our national magazine of combustible political elements. Plucked from the rectified principles of the Garrisonian school, the hotbed of northern fanaticism, it is but the transfer of the seeds of sedition and corruption from the humbler walks of the noisy rabble to the heart of our national legislature. It is no new principle, but an old tenet of a corrupt faction, a recognized element of a false political creed, under a new name and garb, and in a new sphere of action. Take any other tenet of that faction, or element of that political creed, and transplant it into a soil and climate as well adapted to its development, and watered by golden showers as congenial to its growth, the expansive elements of its nature will be exhibited in the same proportion. It requires no extraordinary powers of discernment to discover that every principle involved in this issue is founded in error, and unwarranted by truth and justice. It is certainly a political paradox, without a parallel or precedent, that a government should, in the framework of her organic law, ordain a species of property, forbid any interference with the rights of private individuals, and subsequently, through her legal representatives in Congress assembled, enact laws especially interfering with those rights, by restricting the holders of said property to certain specified states and sections of our common country. Such a proposition is absurd and inconsistent with the fundamental principles of our government. And we are confident that no intelligent legislator who did not wish to make political capital with the multitude, regardless of the imperishable principles of truth and justice, would for a moment contend for such a principle, This question, we repeat, has been productive of incalculable evil, and we hope soon to see it, with all the various elements of false philanthropy, those empty fabrications of a dream, which have grown out of this unhallowed excitement on the subject of slavery, buried in oblivion. When this is done, and reason shall have assumed her dominion, when the system we have proposed, or some other of a kindred character, shall have been established, and each state be left to the free exercise of her legitimate rights, and the regulation of her own domestic policy and institutions, then will peace and prosperity again smile upon our common country. And as the tide of emigration and civilization shall continue to roll onward, like the mighty current of the majestic Father of waters, state after state will rise up, tier upon tier, and knock for admission into the Union, until our whole vast territory, extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and from the Great Lakes to the golden city of the Montezumas, shall become densely populated, and present a mighty phalanx, one undivided confederacy of free and independent sovereignites, the most powerful, chivalrous, patriotic, and enlightened Christian nation on the earth, a result which every Christian patriot and philanthropist must desire from his inmost soul. End of Strictures on Abolitionism, Part E. Slavery and the Fugitive Slave Law, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not wishing to be considered as reckoning without our host upon the great and all-absorbing question of slavery, which is generally admitted to have become the most important question of the age, we subjoin the following extracts from the pens of Rev. A. Campbell, of Bethany College, Virginia, and Rev. George Junkin, of Miami University, Ohio, two of the ablest divines of the age in which they live. Slavery and the Fugitive Law, from Rev. A. Campbell. This subject is engrossing much attention, and calling forth much inquiry in every direction. It is, with many humane persons of no religious profession, and with professors of all parties, a very exciting subject. It is being pressed on my attention by many correspondents, and I am frequently called upon to open my pages to a full discussion of the subject, or to give my opinion on the whole premises. I, therefore, conceive it to be a duty which I owe to myself, my Christian brethren, and my fellow citizens at large, to deliver myself fully upon the subject, so far as the Bible arguments, pro and con, are alleged by both parties, and once for all place the subject upon our pages. With us, the Bible is the only infallible standard, both of religion and humanity. The God of the Bible is the lawgiver of the universe, and he has, by his inspired and commissioned teachers, fully revealed his will touching all the duties arising from all the relations in which man stands to man, in the church and in the world. God is the author of all human relations. He has created the relation of husband and wife, parent and child, master and servant, magistrate and subject. He has also prescribed the duties of husbands and wives, of parents and children, of masters and servants, of governors and governed, towards each other. Our moral righteousness, as well as our piety, is to be approved or condemned by his statutes and precepts. There is false religion as well as true religion in the world. There are also false as well as true humanity. There is a healthful as well as a morbid sensitiveness on almost every question which may be mooted on human relations and obligations. Moderation, candor, and charity are, therefore, always in good keeping with our position, when any one of these grand subjects is agitated with unusual earnestness and zeal. I, therefore, with all deference to the opinions of others, will attempt to express my own on the subjects now being pressed and pressing upon our attention. The idea of master and servant is as old as the Bible, and has existed since the days of Cain and Abel. It was said to Cain, being the firstborn of mankind, that if he did well, he should rule over his brother Abel, and unto him his brother would look up. The younger shall serve the elder, in one of the most natural and ancient oracles in the world. It was said by the inspired Noah that Canaan should be a servant to his brethren. From this I only argue that the idea of servitude is coeval with society, antediluvian and postdiluvian. 2,000 years before the Christian era, the patriarchs were generally masters, and some of them great masters, over their fellow men. Was it voluntary or involuntary is not now the question. There was a necessity in the very essence of society for this relation. Orphans and unfortunate persons must be served, and they must serve in return. Such was, and is, and always will be, the irremediable condition of mankind. It is of the essence of benevolence that widows, orphans, and the destitute be provided for, and it is of the essence of justice that, when practicable, they should voluntarily or involuntarily serve in return. But these are only suggestions or reflections growing out of the nature of society. The divine law is promulged in harmony with this condition of society, and based upon the recognition of it, and to this we especially invite attention. There is but one divine and absolutely perfect code of social duties, one absolutely perfect constitution of society in the world. The civilized world, without an exception, without a dissenting voice, assents to this law as the standard of moral perfection in the social system. It was written, and it is the only law ever literally written, by the hand of God. I need not say that it was the Magna Carta of the only nation ever God placed under a theocratic form of government. It is sometimes emphatically called the law, or the law of 10 commandments. Its preamble is, I am the Lord thy God, that brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Therefore hear, O Israel. To one section of it we emphatically invite attention. It is the consummating statute of the divine constitution. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's property. This is our first argument in demonstration of the divine recognition and acknowledgment of the relation of master and servant, or of one man having a rightful property in another. It is, therefore, all important that we understand the meaning of the word servant as used by the supreme lawgiver and judge of the world in this case. That a man is here as fully recognized as property as a house, an ox, an ass, is indisputable. The term selected is as fully defined as any other term in the precept, as the term wife and the term house. This, to some minds, may demand a word of explanation. Suffice it, then, to state that there is in the Hebrew language, as there was in Hebrew society, two classes of servants, represented by two distinct words, indicative of different positions or relations. These are hired servants and bondmen. The former is represented by one word, and the latter by another. These are of different origin and meaning. A hired servant in the law of Moses is called sakir. A bondman or bondservant is uniformly denominated gethed. The latter is never called sakir, nor the former geved. Like doulos in the Septuagint and in the New Testament, gethed includes diverse sorts of servants not receiving wages. But sakir indicates simply a hired servant. They are sometimes found in the same verse in contrast. Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39. If thy brother that dwelleth by thee becomes poor, and be sold to thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, a gethed, but as a hired servant, a sakir. Again, verse 42, he shall not be sold as a bondman, a gethed. Verse 44, of the heathen thou shalt buy bondmen, gethed. Again, Leviticus chapter 25, verse 53, as a yearly hired servant, a sakir, he shall be with thee. So again in Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 18, he hath been worth double a hired servant. Chapter 24, verse 14, thou shalt not oppress a hired servant. In both these cases it is sakir. But when Moses says, Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 15, remember thou wast a bondman in Egypt, he does not say thou wast a sakir, but a gethed, not a hired servant, but a slave. This I give in evidence, and much more to the same effect could be given in evidence, to show that the 10th precept of the law of 10 commandments, the standard of moral perfection, universally so acknowledged, recognized and sanctioned the idea of servitude, absolute and unlimited in duration, by not using the word sakir, but the word geved, the same word used in the malediction against Canaan, a servant of servants, or a geved gevedim, shall he be to his brethren. This, then, I assume to be a settled point. Its value is hereafter to be considered. In the Septuagint version of the Old Testament, the contrast between the bond and the hired servant is kept up by the terms oiketis and mishotes. The former, as well as doulos, being originally applied to bond servants, and the latter to hired servants. The oiketis was one that belonged to the house or family. The mishutes was one that served for wages, whether the period was long or short. The other served as a bondman and had the privileges of the family protection and support. It is worthy of remark in this place that the term servant in our language when applied to apostles, prophets, or workers for Christ, is never mishetos, because they are not hirelings or free servants. They were the Lord's bondmen, and are, therefore, called doulos, or oixetai. They held no property in themselves. They were, while free in one sense, the Lord's bondmen in another. But we return to the moral law and Jewish dispensation, for biblical and rudimental ideas of the subject of servitude. The last precept of the Decalogue and the first precept of the judicial or political code must be compared, in order to decide the proper interpretation of both. We shall, therefore, place them in juxtaposition, side by side, that they may reciprocally define and illustrate one another. They read as follows: Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Exodus chapter 21, verse 2. If thou buy a servant, geved, 6 years shall he serve, and in the 7th he shall go free, for nothing. If he come in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, and she have borne him sons and daughters, the wife and children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to the magistrates. He shall also bring him to the door, or to the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. Here then commences the institution of servitude among the Jews under a theocracy. I need not say that the sun gives light. As little need to say that the law of servitude was holy, just, and good. This is Hebrew servitude, and neither Greek nor Roman, neither Anglican nor American slavery. The Hebrew servant here rendered by the 70 into Greek by paida, from pais, a boy, was likely a young man. Being, it is presumed, a minor, he is sold for 6 years. Meantime, he falls in love with one of his master's female servants, and is constitutionally married, while yet a gephed, a bond-servant. The day of his freedom arrives. What a dilemma! He has a wife and children, by his nature, and his master's by right. Which shall he choose, freedom or slavery? A modern abolitionist would say, run away, my good sir, and take your dear wife and children with you. God has made all men free and equal. Your master took the advantage of you, and now, heartless tyrant that he is, he will keep your wife and your dear babes in perpetual slavery, which I am sure you love as much as he loves his. There is no moral wrong in this. You were not of mature age and reason when you got married, as very few such slaves as you are. Take up your couch, sir, and walk. You are getting no wages here. You will be a slave all your days. Can you have your ears bored to the doorpost, and carry to your grave the brand of your cowardice and infamy? Will you make yourself a slave forever? If bored, your doom is fixed. His master, having treated him with all humanity, being one that feared God and wrought righteousness, he thanked his new friend for his benevolence, and said, I cannot leave my wife. She was given me by her master, and he has done well for her, for me, and for our children. I cannot leave him. I cannot leave them. His ear was bored with as little pain as a lady suffers for the admission of a golden ring, and he and his offspring became servants forever. Such was the first statute of the political code of the Commonwealth of Israel, enacted Anno Mundi 2513 before Christ, 1492. And such is the first commentary on the 10th commandment, the first law of the new constitution, under which God placed the elect nation of Israel. Such will be called the bright side of the picture. There is, however, no picture of one color. That is physically and morally impossible. Nor is there any picture without shade. And such is the present picture of all society, the best that exists on earth. It will be said, and said with truth, that this is a case of voluntary servitude, but only as I have presented it. It is, indeed, a choice of evils. Suppose this said slave had been married the first year after his master bought him to a young female servant, the property of his master, and that he was a forward, energetic, independent, and noble-minded slave. What then? He asks his wife and children at the commencement of the sabbatical year. His master refuses to give him his wife and children. Too hard, indeed, tyrannical, cruel, is it not? Yes, say A, B, and C. But, responds his master, his wife was mine, and I cannot part with her. Her mistress loves her, and cannot do without her. I cannot afford it. His labor has not countervailed my expenditures upon him and her and their children. I do no wrong, either on the score of humanity or of justice. God enacted the law. He made me master, and him my bondservant. I can do better for him and them than they can do for themselves, and serve myself too, better than without them. We are all happier together than we could be apart. I am the slave, he the free man. I have to care for him. He has no care for himself, his wife, or children. If he were able to compensate me, I might give him his wife and his children. And if he chooses to do so, he will sooner obtain the means under my direction, and by my capital, than he could otherwise do. It is a benevolent and a just law, and I will abide by it. Such was the first law of the kingdom of Israel, under the theocracy, and such would be a rational and moral view of it. Other statutes on this subject, found in that law, will prepare our minds for the consideration and comprehension of the Christian law, the higher law, and the fugitive slave law of the present crisis. But it is neither my duty nor my inclination to defend it. It is enough to say that it was God's own enactment, as much as the law of 10 commands. But it is not of the same compass nor perpetuity. It was a local and temporary arrangement. Its value to us consists chiefly in the recognition of what may, in the judgment of God, be consistent with moral rectitude and the purity of the divine law. The God of the New Testament is the God of the Old. It is a maxim universally conceded that what is just in little is just in much. That which may be done rightfully for a day, a month, or a year may be done for a longer period. It is theft to steal 1 cent, as essentially theft as to steal $10,000. A person who can rightfully hold property in a man for 1 year or 5 may rightfully extend the term indefinitely. Christianity is not more just than Judaism, but it is yet premature to apply the principle developed in this statute, as it would be to defend it, being a divine enactment. We have the whole Bible open, law and gospel too. We greatly respect an intelligent, conscientious, and generous philanthropy. We will ever do homage to a pure philanthropist. But there may be a morbid, sickly philanthropy, as well as a rational and sound philanthropy. The religious sometimes become superstitious. The generous are not always just. And professed philanthropists have, not unfrequently, been more fanatical than benevolent, and more in love with their own opinions than with the rights of man. But, with the patient and generous charities of my readers, I will endeavor to develop the Christian duties and obligations on the whole premises, now being laid before the public on the higher law, the fugitive slave law, and every other law allied to the present question, the great question of our age, so far as our national interests and honor are concerned. A.C. End of Slavery and the Fugitive Slave Law, from Rev. A. Campbell. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part A, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin. The Hebrews were permitted by their laws to buy servants from the heathen, to hold them in perpetual servitude, and to transmit them as hereditary property to their children. This is a compound proposition, and may be broken down into three distinct parts. 1. They were permitted to buy servants, male and female, from the heathen. Exodus chapter 12, verse 44, every man's servant that is bought for money, when thou hast circumcised him, then shall ye eat thereof. This is decisive as to men servants. Second proof, Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46. Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you, of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall you buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. This passage is most conclusive as to the first subdivision. It also meets the second, viz., that the servitude is perpetual. They shall be your bondmen forever. And it is equally pertinent to the third. They could transmit these slaves as hereditary property to their children. But here, note particular, 1. They are property, possession. It is the same Hebrew word as that used in verse 41, to describe the landed estates to which the Israelites returned at the Jubilee. And unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. It is the same used to describe the Redeemer's right in his redeemed people. Psalm 2, verse 8, I shall give the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. It is the same used to describe Abraham's interest in the field of Ephon and the cave of Machpelah, after he paid for them, when the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. In short, this word is invariably used to signify ownership in landed estate, not transitory, but permanent possession. Let men, therefore, criticize as their fancy dictates, as to men and women being viewed and treated as property. God's word says unequivocally, they shall be your possession. But it will be said, this is horrible. Human beings bought as property and held as a possession permanent. Well, abhor it then, if it is horrible. But there it is on the sacred page. I have not asserted it. It is God's assertion. I have not said it is right. Neither, as I suppose, has God affirmed it to be right. All I affirm is, that God's law permitted it to Israel. If you cannot endure it, with God be your controversy. And at his word be yet more horrified. For, 2. This possession is perpetual. Forever shall they be your bondmen. It is a bondage durable as the life of the parties. Yea, more horrible still. 3. At the death of the master who bought the slaves, they do not go out free. They pass down as an inheritance to his children. They stand in all the legal relations of real estate. As such, the terms of the law speak for them. It is the same word as is used, Numbers chapter 33, verse 54, ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance, etc. And chapter 34, verse 13, this is the land which ye shall inherit by lot. And Abraham inquires, how shall I know that I shall inherit it? Such is the condition of heathen slaves under the Mosaic law. Most unhappy men. Awful state of degradation. Hopeless bondage to them and to their children after them. But now, is it not obvious that the dreadfulness of their state depends very much upon incidental circumstances? Suppose they fall into the hands of believing masters, such as Paul speaks of, who will be kind to them and teach them the way of salvation through the Messiah. What is there so fearful in their condition? Look at what Isaiah says, chapter 14, verse 2, concerning heathen people. And the people of God shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and maidens. Assuredly, when the grace of God touches the hearts of these slaves, and they become God's freed men, their condition is infinitely better than that of their brethren according to the flesh, who are afar off from God and free in a physical sense. I had rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in tents of wickedness. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin. That God has nowhere in the Old Testament prohibited slavery. There is no command to this amount, masters, let your servants go free. The relation of master and slave is nowhere condemned as a sin and forbidden to exist. The position here taken is expressed in 3 forms, to prevent, if possible, all misapprehension. If any man affirm the opposite, let him adduce the proof. If the relation of master and servant, in perpetuity or for life, be in itself, and apart from all cruelties and abuses of power, a horrible sin in the sight of God, let us have the text from the Old Testament to condemn it. Permit me here to throw out a caveat against misconstruction and misapprehension. Although it is not our business, more than our opponents, to justify the ways of God to men, yet, I remark, God has nowhere sanctioned slavery. To sanction is to approve of and command as a thing that is right, and that ought to be. Except in cases of forfeiture of liberty, God has not commanded, has not made it obligatory upon man to reduce his fellow into involuntary bondage. On the contrary, I take the distinction before alluded to, that the Bible tolerates slavery. Now, toleration is bearing with, enduring a thing, and it implies that the thing is viewed as an evil. Job tolerated his boils and the foolish behavior of his wife. We tolerate evils that cannot be instantly removed. All wearisome labor of body or of mind is an evil. All petulant, peevish, and vexatious conduct is an evil. The perpetual harassment to which this synod has been exposed from year to year by the anti-slavery party is an evil, hard to be endured. Yet the majority of the synod have tolerated it. You have fought against it, as Napoleon said of the Russians at the Battle of Smolensk, with passive bravery. But I hear our tolerated brethren say, how long must this evil of slavery be tolerated? Are we never to see the end of it? Must all the light of the new dispensation be spent in vain? Cannot this dark spot be illuminated by it? Will you plead for its everlasting toleration? Be patient, brethren. God has tolerated this dreadful evil more than 30 centuries of years, and he has tolerated yet worse evils. He has tolerated you and us, with all our sins and corruptions upon us, with all our unkind speeches, our hard sayings, and heart-burnings, and jealousies, and anger, and wrath, and murmurings against God. He has borne with us in our censures upon his word and his providence. For this very spirit of tolerance, to which we are indebted for an existence out of hell. Why does he not instantly cut off all evil from the earth, either by cutting us off, or by making us instantly and perfectly holy? Nay, but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Be patient, brethren, with me and with God. Let us proceed to the New Testament. What are its teachings on the subject of slavery? If slavery be the master sin of our world, if all other evils sink into insignificance in comparison of this great crime, if this fearful and desolating sin, this soul-damning sin, as brethren in this synod deem it, abounded under the Old Testament, surely the remedying of it will form a prominent feature of the new economy. Surely, when the Redeemer comes to cleanse the sanctuary and to purify the altar, which have, since the days of Gibeon's enslavement, been polluted by slave labor, he will, at least, drive away all slave labor from the temple and the altar. He will speak a plain and unequivocal language. He will make it to be clearly known that slavery is no longer to be tolerated in the church of God. If Jesus be an abolitionist in the modern sense, surely his new revelation will forever wash out the foul stain of slavery. Mr. Moderator, What think you? If our opposing brethren had written the New Testament, or any one book of it, would you not expect to find a strong and plain and unequivocal testimony against slavery in it? But now, sir, on the contrary, I fearlessly affirm that there is not a sentence in the New Testament which either expressly, in so many words, or by fair and just construction, forbids slavery. To avoid misconception, let me divide this compound proposition. I then declare, 1. That there is not a sentence in the New Testament which expressly forbids the having and the holding of a slave. 2. That there is not a sentence in the New Testament which, by fair and just interpretation, according to the rules of grammar, gives ground for the logical inference that the simple holding of a slave or slaves is inconsistent with Christian profession and Christian character. The proof of the affirmative lies on the affirmation. Let the man who elects himself to controvert either of these present his proof. But, lest none should be forthcoming, let us see how near an approximation may be made toward establishing these propositions in this negative form. Should any person affirm that between the hours of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. on the 19th of September, 1843, the present speaker had kidnapped a slave off a steamer lying at the quay in Cincinnati, I could prove a negative by proving an alibi, by proving my continual presence during that period of time in this or the adjoining village. Let us look into the New Testament for abolitionism, and see how far an alibi can be supported. 1. My first subordinate proposition here is, that the Greek word doulos, usually translated servant, properly and commonly means a person held to service for life, a slave. This word occurs, according to Schmiedius, about 125 times in the New Testament. Of these, omitting the parallel places in the last three Gospels, the following is a general classification, viz. 1. It is applied to servants of God and of Christ 34 times. 2. To servants of men, such as the householder and the owner of the vineyard, 34 times. 3. To the king who made the supper, and to him who took account of his servants, 10 times. 4. To servants of sin and Satan, 6 times. 5. To the servant of the centurion, Matthew chapter 8, verse 5, 1 time. 6. To Christians as servants to each other, Matthew chapter 20, verse 27, 1 time. 7. To Christ as God's servant, Philippians chapter 2, verse 7, 1 time. 8. To Judaizing Christians, Galatians chapter 4, verse 7, 1 time. In all, 88 times, leaving about 37 as parallels. Let us now see whether in all these the idea of continuous perpetual servitude is not included. The first class, the servants of God and of his Christ, are life servants, bound under the most absolute authority to honor and obey and submit to his commands. They profess so to be. They have come near to the doorpost, and their ears have been pierced through with the arrows of his conviction, and they are his forever. Moreover, they were unwilling when they bought them with a price, and they were unwilling until he changed them by his law, and made them both to will and to do of his own good pleasure. They are servants forever, under the yoke. Take my yoke upon you. Passing the second class as the one in controversy, we notice the third, Matthew chapter 18, verse 23, etc., and chapter 22, verse 3, etc. The master, in the former, like many in our day, had entrusted much of his property to his servants, to be employed for his advantage, and thus one of them was found to have acted very unfaithfully. He had squandered his lord's money. His master, just as masters now do, commanded him to be sold, and his wife and children. Now, if doulos does not express the relation of slavery, if it mean here a hired servant, how can we understand the transaction? Where is the law to sell a hired servant? And, if it be said, he was sold under the law, which makes indebtedness a crime, rendering the debtor obnoxious to sale, then we have slavery recognized. Take it either way, then you have the relation of perpetual servitude. The evidence is equally plain, that the servants of the king, in waiting upon the marriage supper, were not hirelings, but perpetual servants. And here we may observe, as was remarked of the Hebrew terms, the Greek word misthotos means a hired person, one employed to work for wages, for a period long or short, as the contract may be. Such was the kind of service performed on Zebedee's fishing boat. James and John left their father Zebedee in the ship with the hired servants. And the Savior speaks of this kind of labor as not so reputable and trustworthy as the doulos. John chapter 10, verses 12 and 13. But he that is a hireling, and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, seeth the wolf coming, and leaveth the sheep, and fleeth. The hireling, misthotos, fleeth because he is an hireling, and careth not for the sheep. It would seem that the doulos, the permanent servant, was the more trustworthy. Accordingly, it is universally agreed that the servants in the parable of the supper represent the gospel ministers, permanent officers of Christ's house, who would, therefore, be very unsuitably represented by the relation of a hireling, a temporary servant, working for wages. Besides, the kind of service at this feast is just such as slaves or permanent servants are usually employed at. Farther, the invited guests killed some of the servants, which it is not conceivable they would have done had they been hired persons. These things, in connection with the fact that the historian does not use misthotos, a word uniformly applied to the temporary relation of a hired person, as faithlessness to historical verity required, if the relation had been temporary. These, I say, must convince the candid that the doulos meant the permanent relation of a life servant. The fourth class relates to sins of slave and of Satan. John chapter 8, verse 34. Verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant, doulos, of sin. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth forever. If then the Son make you free, ye are free indeed. Here the doulos is contradistinguished from the Son, and also from the free person. So, Romans chapter 6, verse 17, God be thanked that ye were the servants, doulos, of sin. And 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 19,
while they promise them liberty, they themselves are the servants, douloi, of corruption. For of whom a man is overcome, of the same he is brought in bondage. He is made a doulos. Here again, servant is contrasted with free. Besides, there is express reference to the ancient and universal custom of holding and accounting prisoners of war as slaves. Men are taken captive by the devil, and are the servants of their captor. We need not here dwell, to show that it is a base bondage under which men are held, to sin and Satan, and that it is without limit in itself. It is designed by the master, and assented to by the slave, that he shall serve forever. And so it will prove in every case where our Redeemer does not interfere and deliver, by his almighty power, the poor slave from his cruel and yet voluntary bondage. Case fifth is that of the doulos of the Roman centurion or captain. That slavery prevailed all over the Roman Empire at this time, and that it was a most absolute and degraded slavery, wherein the master had the power of life and death at his own option, will not be controverted by any whose reputation for scholarship entitles them to notice at all. We cannot surely be expected to prove that the captain's servant was a slave. For a man to assert the contrary places him hors du combat. Case sixth relates to the services required from one Christian to another, and they are undoubtedly permanent and of perpetual obligation. As to the seventh, an insulated instance, describes the relation of Christ to God the Father. That it is permanent and for life is obvious, and involves absolute submission in all things. The other insulated case is that of the Judaizing Christian, Galatians chapter 4, verse 7, who makes the ceremonial law a yoke of bondage, and himself a slave to it. Thus, if there is any exception to the absoluteness and permanency of the obligation and the servitude, expressed by the term doulos, it must be found in the second class. All the others imply entire subjugation, and that without limit, as long as the related parties exist. The servants of the householder who have sowed good seed in his field, and of the man who delivered his talents for improvement, are so similar to the case of the marriage supper, that the same reflections are mainly applicable to these. So also of the owner of the vineyard, Matthew chapter 21, verse 35, etc. The only other case in the Gospels, that of the priest's servant whose ear was cut off, may easily be understood by reference to the laws already cited, permitting the priests to buy servants. The others it is not my intention to go over in the detail. It would be tedious and would lead to the conviction that, without one exception, in all the contexts, the idea of absolute and permanent bondage to service would be found to harmonize best with the drift and meaning of the passages respectively. Persuaded I am, the case never will be made out, where doulos necessarily means a temporary servitude, at the option of the servant. Many of the remaining passages will, however, come up in other connections. Meanwhile, I rest in the belief that the great mass of unprejudiced minds must admit that doulos properly means a slave. Let us, however, make this clear to a demonstration by the argument from contrast. If we find two words used in opposition to each other, the meaning of one being ascertained, we'll forcibly illustrate that of the other. Now, free man and slave are such terms. They express opposite ideas. He who is free cannot at the same time, and in the same respect, manner, and sense, be a slave. In different senses, such opposite terms may agree. A man may be a slave to tobacco and whiskey, and yet a free man in a civil sense. Still, freedom and slavery are opposites, and if I show that to be free means a state wherein a man is under no obligation to work or labor for another, the other has no power or claim over him, so as to compel him to work. And if I show that this state is contrasted to another, as its opposite, then that other is a state of slavery and bondage. Here, let me refer to the cases already cited for another purpose. John chapter 8, verse 34. He that committeth sin is the doulos, or servant of sin. But if the Son make him free, then he is free indeed. Here, doulos and eleutheros, a slave and a free man, are contrasted. Again, in Romans chapter 6, verse 17, ye were the douloi, servants of sin, but being made free. Here is the same contrast. So also 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 19, while they promise them liberty, eleutheria, they themselves are the douloi, slaves of corruption. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verses 21 and 22. Art thou called, being a servant, doulos? Care not for it. But if thou mayest be made free, use it rather. For he that is called in the Lord, being a servant, doulos, is the Lord's freeman, rather freedman, apeleutheros. Likewise also, he that is called being free, eleutheros, is Christ's servant, doulos. Here, the contrast is plain and direct, and 3 times repeated. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 13, whether we be Jews or Gentiles, whether we be bond or free, douloi or eleutheroi. Galatians chapter 3, verse 28, there is neither Jew nor Greek, neither bond nor free, doulos nor eleutheros. Colossians chapter 3, verse 11, there is neither bond nor free, doulos nor eleutheros. Revelation chapter 6, verse 15, and every bondman and every free man, every doulos and every eleutheros. Revelation chapter 13, verse 16, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, eleutheros and doulos. Revelation chapter 19, verse 18, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, eleutheroi and douloi, both small and great. Thus, by an accumulation of evidence, even to weariness, it is demonstrated that doulos means a slave, as certainly as eleutheros means a free man. Here are 12 distinct and unequivocal instances of contrast. I take it then as most conclusively proved that doulos properly means a slave, a person under absolute authority for life to a master. 2. The second subordinate proposition with an inference is, that Paul advises servants to abide quietly in their condition. This he could not do if the relation of master and slave was, in itself, a sin. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verses 20 through 24. Let every man abide in the same calling wherein he was called. Art thou, etc., as above. Ye are bought with a price. Be not ye the servants of men. Brethren, let every man, wherein he is called, therein abide with God. Here note, 1. This is a spiritual call, that inward vocation of the Holy Ghost, whereby a man is made to hear and to obey the gospel in a spiritual sense. He who is thus called is a converted man. But there is a modified sense in which the word is used to signify a man's employment, his state and condition in this world's affairs. And the apostle indulges a play upon this sense. In verse 17 he settles the principle, but as God hath distributed to every man, as the Lord hath called every one, so let him walk, and so ordain I in all the churches. The gospel does not come to break up the social relations. If a hired girl is converted, it does not hence follow that she must sit at the table, and her employer take turns with her in the housework and table waiting. Paul was not a leveler in this respect. But let every one pursue his business honestly. Is any man called, being circumcised? Let him not become uncircumcised. Is any called, being uncircumcised? Let him not be circumcised. These outward circumstances are trifles. What a man's business is, what his condition in life, is a small matter, if only he has the spiritual vocation. 2. Among the called at Corinth were found some servants, doulos, slaves. Then sprang up the question, if I am called unto the service of Jesus Christ, can I any longer be obedient to an earthly master? Can a man serve two masters? If I have taken Christ's yoke upon me, how can I be and continue a doulos to my old master who bought me? Now it is easy to see that if Paul had preached abolitionism, there would have been directly a slave insurrection at Corinth. If he had decided that conversion to Christianity nullified the master's right to control his slave and made him free, it would have brought Christianity into direct collision with the civil and domestic relations of the whole Roman world. But Paul was no abolitionist. He would not interfere in the least with the master's authority. He had, a little above, decided in favor of another social relation. Marriage, though consummated in a pagan state, he says, is binding, even after one of the parties has converted to Christianity. The question had been raised, can I be the spouse of Christ and also of a pagan husband at the same time? Certainly, says Paul, the one is a spiritual, the other a natural, moral relation. Let not the wife depart from her husband. So here, let not the servant depart from his master. This is a third remark. The relation is not to be renounced. Let every man wherein he is called therein abide. If he is a doulos, let him remain contented. He can be a slave in regard to temporal things, and yet a free man in regard to spiritual things. There is no necessary collision between the claims of the two masters. If your earthly master acts uprightly, he will never require you to do an act forbidden by your heavenly master. But should such a case occur, why then obey God, and suffer whatever punishment man chooses to inflict. 4. Manumission was often practiced in the Roman and Grecian world. Paul advises the servant, if his master offer to manumit him, to accept his freedom with gratitude. Use it rather. When grace touched the master's heart, and especially if his conversion, as doubtless was often the case, was brought about by the patient and quiet obedience and manifest improvement of his converted slaves, it cannot be doubted he often freed his slaves, and this is God's plan of abolition. A person who, in the phrase use it rather, can find a warrant for a slave insurrection, for robbery, theft, and murder gives melancholy evidence that he himself is the slave of his own pride and wicked passions. 5. Paul points out the method of the spiritual freedom. It was by purchase. Ye are bought with a price. Be not ye the servants of men. Most violently and blindly has this passage been abused, to the encouragement of slave insurrections. Be not ye the servants of men. This we, Mr. Moderator, have heard the subject of song here, contrary to the obvious, plain meaning of the whole context. It has been time after time harped upon as evidence that slaves are forbidden to serve men, whereas the whole drift of the context enjoins submission. Ye were bought with a price. Now, in what sense? Is it not undeniable that the price here is Christ's blood? And must it not follow that the servitude into which this spiritual purchase brings them is a spiritual servitude? Do they not take Christ's yoke on them? And yet these brethren insist on it, that be not ye the servants of men is a natural servitude. Don't obey your masters according to the flesh. Resist them. They have no right to command you, and you do wrong in obeying. Be not ye the servants of men. Did you ever hear of such horrible perversion? Can this be the true meaning when other passages, so numerous, command the very contrary? Servants, obey your masters. We must say, such a construction is not only violent, but it is disingenuous, and no man could, for a moment, allow himself in it, but that the heat of excitement and the warmth of controversy blinds the mind, and hurries the zealot over all rules of reason and of right. No commentator ever entertained such an idea until modern abolitionism invented it. The world, I presume, was ignorant of such a construction. But it is a fair example of the logic of excited feeling. Paul urges the doulos to abide content in his condition, because though a servant of man, he is Christ's freedman, a spiritual freeman, but a slave civilly. But he must not abide the doulos of man, say these brethren, must not be civilly a slave, because he has been spiritually bought with a price. The apostle may contradict himself, but he must not teach the duty of servants to obey their own masters. When he says, be not ye the douloi of men, he must not mean spiritually, but naturally. End of Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part A. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part B, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The third subordinate proposition with an inference. The New Testament recognizes some masters as good men, true and faithful believers. Therefore, the relation of master and slave may exist consistently with Christian character and profession. Proof 1. Matthew chapter 8, verses 9 and 10. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that thou shouldest come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my servant, doulos, shall be healed. When Jesus heard it, he marveled, and said to them that followed, Verily I say unto you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. Here is a slaveholder whose faith stands above suspicion. But we have been told that every man who is guilty of slaveholding, if he die without repenting of this sin, will go to hell. How differently the Savior and some of his disciples judge. Proof 2. By Ephesians chapter 1, verse 1, we learn that the epistle is addressed to the saints which are at Ephesus, and to the faithful in Jesus Christ. And by chapter 6, verse 9, we learn that among these faithful brethren are masters. And ye masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing threatening, knowing that your master, Christ, also is in heaven. Neither is there respect of persons with him. Finally, my brethren, etc. Thus, slaveholders are recognized as faithful believers, and no order is given to cease to be slaveholders. Proof 3. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 2. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, because they are brethren, but rather do them service, because they are faithful and beloved, partakers of the benefit. Here the slaves, douloi, are commanded to submit, because their masters are believers, faithful and beloved brethren, partakers of the grace of our Lord. Proof 4. Philemon, verse 5. Paul, addressing this slaveholder, says he had heard of thy love and faith, which thou hast toward the Lord Jesus, and toward all saints. So we might cite all the cases where masters are commanded to do their duties, for they are, in every instance, addressed as Christian masters, and the same is true of the slaves. Clearly, then, the inference follows that this relation is not inconsistent with Christian character and profession. 4. The fourth subordinate proposition. The New Testament recognizes the existence of slavery. 5. The fifth subordinate proposition. The New Testament prescribes the duties of servants to their masters, and of masters to their servants, enjoining obedience to the one, and kind treatment from the other. Meanwhile, no injunction is laid upon masters to liberate their slaves, nor is there any hint given to slaves to run away from their masters. All this I shall prove by plain and direct scriptures, and then shall deduce some legitimate conclusions. Proof 1. Titus chapter 2, verses 9 and 10. Exhort servants, doulos, to be obedient unto their own masters, despotais, and to please them well in all things, not answering again, not purloining, but showing all good fidelity, that they may adorn the doctrine of God our Savior in all things. It is important to remark that this, and most of the subsequent proofs, are found in the midst of contexts where the leading social relations of life are dwelt upon, and their duties pointed out. Here the aged men and the aged women, the young women and the young men, are exhorted. In some of the following cases, husbands and wives, parents and children, magistrates and subjects are mentioned, and just among them, servants and masters, recognizing it as an existing relation. On this passage, note 1. The servants, doulos, are exhorted to be obedient to their own masters, despotais. Despots, absolute masters. It is the strongest term the Greek language knows to express absolute and arbitrary power. 2. That this obedience should be cheerful and hearty, not with an ill grace, a surly and dissatisfied and hesitating manner. 3. They are commanded not to steal their master's property, but to feel an interest in his welfare and to be faithful in looking after it. How different in all three respects this from the teachings of modern anti-slavery doctors. They teach that slaves may and ought to disobey their masters, to run off, to steal their master's or any person's horse, saddle, bridle, food, clothing, anything that may be necessary to facilitate their escape. Such morality may be found in the abolition journals of the day. 4. The glory of God is promoted by the cheerful obedience and faithful conduct of Christian slaves. Such conduct adorns the doctrine of God our Savior. Now we put it to our brethren, whether this course of conduct in Christian slaves is not much more likely to win their masters and all others to embrace the doctrine from which it springs, than the stealing and running off which they recommend. Are those who engage in running negroes to Canada adorning the doctrine of God our Savior in all things? We put it to your consciences, brethren. Proof 2. Colossians chapter 3, verse 22, and chapter 4, verse 1. Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh, not with eye service as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing God. And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily as to the Lord, and not unto men, knowing that of the Lord ye shall receive the reward of the inheritance, for ye serve the Lord Christ. But he that doeth wrong shall receive for the wrong which he hath done, and there is no respect of persons. Masters, give unto your servants that which is just and equal, knowing that ye also have a master in heaven. 1. Here strict obedience is enjoined to masters according to the flesh, that is, masters in regard to worldly things. 2. This obedience is not merely outward, but inward, sincerely and truly rendered, in which he shows how obedience in carnal things is consistent with spiritual obedience to the Lord. In obeying your earthly masters in all things, lawful, that is, you obey your heavenly master too. Ye serve the Lord Christ. 3. The servant, doulos, the slave that does wrong, that withholds due service from his master, that purloins, or is in any way unfaithful, shall be punished for his wrongdoing. If he obey the counsels of modern abolitionists, God the Redeemer will judge him. 4. As injustice is forbidden to the servants, so injustice is forbidden to the masters. Wrong is prohibited on both sides. For wrong, the master will be punished as well as the slave. But the question arises, what is just and equal? Our brethren will say that it means, among other things, liberty. But this text does not say so, nor does any other. On the contrary, it is implied that the relation continues. The masters are masters still, and the slaves are slaves still, and it is to the existing relation the whole context applies. If the relation is annihilated, the duties of obedience, here enjoined, can no longer exist. This, then, is mere subterfuge. What is just and equal? Undoubtedly, kind treatment, comfortable food and raiment, and instruction in all the blessed doctrines of the Bible. These things, good, believing masters do, and in so doing obey God, and give more than is commonly given to hired servants. We are often told that they ought to set them free and pay them wages. Well, perhaps they ought to free them, but this will depend upon circumstances. As to paying wages, it is notorious, and the abolitionists have shown it 100 times, that the slaves are often paid higher wages than the free blacks or whites, using the term wages in the strict sense of political economy. Says Professor Vethaek, page 33, quote, "We must be careful not to confound the real wages of the laborers with his money wages. The latter, as has been before stated, are only instrumental in procuring the former. The laborer who receives money for his services exchanges it again for the necessaries and comforts of life, both of a material and immaterial nature, which he is enabled by means of it to obtain, and the money is only transitory in his possession." Close quote. The real wages of labor are food, clothing, house room, education, all the necessaries and comforts of life. But now it is proverbial that many slaves devour their masters. They consume more than they produce. They receive more wages than they earn. They get more than is just and equal. And this constitutes an argument, not on moral or religious grounds, but simply on the ground of political economy. Again, the whole system, which I think entirely unanswerable. It has been demonstrated 10,000 times that slave labor is, upon the whole, the dearest, and cannot compete with free labor. Would you, Mr. Moderator, or any of these brethren, take a common laborer with a family, and obligate yourself to feed, clothe, house, and educate them as laborers and Christians, at your own cost, making yourself and your heirs liable for them for the space of 40 years? I mean all moral consideration aside, and receiving the question as a mere dollar and cent matter, would you? Where is the man that would do it? Still, the deficient production results from the system, and combined with a law before mentioned, constitutes the physical necessity whereby the Creator provides for removing the evils of oppressive bondage. But we may not run out in this direction. Proof 3. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 18. "Servants, be subject to your masters, with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the froward." This is part of a context where the relative duties of social life are enjoined. Magistrates and subjects, servants and masters, husbands and wives are addressed. 1. The term servant is different. It is oiketes, a house servant. But that it implies here a slave is evident from the treatment to which they were exposed. They suffered wrongly, were buffeted, endured grief, and are commanded to submit and bear it patiently, out of conscience towards God. Now, this is inconceivable in regard to hired servants, or any temporary engagement. 2. The subjection enjoined is to despotais, absolute masters. 3. The term by which he expresses the subjugation is also wrong. It means the absolute rigid subordination of military government, where not the least hesitancy, or delay, or demurring is tolerated. 4. The fear with which they are to submit also shows the relation of master and slave. The whole drift of the passage is plain and easy. It enforces the duty of submission in all things not sinful before God upon the slaves, even in extreme cases of harsh and cruel treatment, and that from the consideration that the God whom they serve will be glorified by it, and the religion they profess will be commended to the hearts of all men. Could Peter, moved by the Holy Ghost, have done all this, if the very relation of master and slave was, in itself, and independently of all contingent abuses, a sinful relation? Proof 4. Philemon was a slaveholder, at least, if owning one slave makes a man a slaveholder. Onesimus, his slave, had fallen under the influence of bad counsel, whether the dictate of his own heart, or of some ancient anti-slavery partisan. He ran off from his master, who resided at Colossae, a city in the interior of Asia Minor. See Colossians chapter 4, verses 8 and 9. Tychicus have I sent unto you with Onesimus, a faithful and beloved brother, who is one of you. This may show a special reason why Paul, in this epistle to the Colossians, which was undoubtedly carried by Tychicus and Onesimus, presses, as we have seen, the duties of servants to their masters, according to the flesh. The letter was carried by a runaway slave, now returned to his sound mind, and hereby commanded to obey his master. This runaway found himself at Rome, and came to hear Paul preach in his chains, in his own hired house, and was, through grace, converted unto God, after which Paul sent him back to his master. Let us note the particulars. 1. The apostle recognizes Philemon's right to Onesimus's service, verses 13 and 14. Whom I would have retained with me, that in thy stead he might have ministered unto me in the bonds of the gospel. But without thy mind would I do nothing, that thy benefit should not be as it were of necessity, but willingly. Paul lived in his own hired house, yet he was in chains, and needed some person to do his errands, lay in and cook his food, wash his clothes, etc., etc. These kind of services Philemon had done, or caused to be done, for the apostle, when at Colossae, as is most likely from this verse and the 22nd, where he requests him to prepare me also a lodging. But however much Paul needed Onesimus, and however assured he felt that did Philemon, his master, know the situation of his beloved friend, the apostle, he would have most cheerfully consented to let Onesimus stay and attend upon him. Yet could he not consent to keep him without his master's expressed will. 2. Onesimus was a slave. Paul urges Philemon to receive him, not now as a doulos, but above a doulos, a brother beloved, especially to me. But how much more unto thee, both in the flesh and in the Lord. Not now, ukete, not any longer, as a doulos. Here is the distinct implication that, heretofore, he had been treated as a slave, a doulos, but now no longer is he to be so treated. This alludes to the Levitical law already explained, Leviticus chapter 25, verses 39 through 42. The Hebrew is to treat his brother Hebrew, now his ebed, his doulos, his slave, not like slaves are commonly treated, with rigor, but as sukirs, hired men are usually treated with kindness and lenity. Now, says Paul, this doulos is a brother, and our law requires such to be kindly treated, and, I know that you will do even more than I say. Verse 21. 3. In this last expression, there is a hint at emancipation. It is highly probable that Philemon not only treated him kindly, but set him free, and assisted him to some farther education, and thus enabled him to enter the ministry. Such things have been done, and are continually doing in our own day, in regard to indented apprentices, and even to slaves. Several talented and efficient preachers, now in Liberia, were thus manumitted. But now this very thing, which I understand to be admitted by some of our anti-slavery brethren, contains the whole for which I am here contending, viz., that slavery existed, and obedience was commanded in the New Testament. 4. Paul does not command Philemon to liberate Onesimus. He does not even command him to receive him and treat him kindly, but he does say he might do this latter. He has authority to enjoin, to command. Verse 8. Yet he prefers to put himself in the position of an equal with Philemon, and entreat him. From this it has been argued, rather assumed, that he had power to order Philemon to emancipate him, but forbore to exercise it. This is wholly gratuitous, groundless, and false. The power which, in verse 8, he asserts he has, he turns into an entreaty, and it is that the master would receive his slave and treat him no longer as a slave, but according to the law, with lenity, as a brother. 5. Another point illustrated here is the pilfering character of runaway slaves. Onesimus had taken the precaution, in our day given as advice by some abolitionists, to supply his pockets from his master's stores before he left him. Verse 18. If he have wronged thee, or oweth thee aught, put that on mine account, etc. So punctiliously regardful is he of the master's rights, that he renders himself liable, as a surety, for all the property the slave may have stolen from his master. Again, Mr. Moderator, let me call your attention to the strong contrast between the morality of the New Testament and that of modern abolitionism. This encourages the slave to disobey, to steal, to run off. That commands him to return, to be honest, to be obedient. But a recent discovery has been made in the laboratory of Greek criticism. It is now ascertained that Onesimus was merely the younger brother of Philemon, that he did not like the vigilant and close treatment of his older brother, who was his legal guardian, that he went off, and Paul sent him back. Now, Mr. Moderator, you must not smile at this. It is, indeed, ludicrous. But then, laughable as the thing is, in itself, we must not always treat things with that contempt which their merits demand. This criticism is advanced, in serious earnest, and we must bite in our lips, and seem to be grave in our reply. Well, on what is this new theory founded? Why, simply on the phrase, in the flesh, verse 16. It is asserted that Onesimus was a brother of Philemon, both in the flesh and in the Lord. Ah, but does the text say this? Or does it say that Onesimus was beloved both in the flesh, that is, in regard to civil and temporal affairs, and in the Lord, that is, in regard to spiritual things? It needs not Greek spectacles to see that there is a comparison drawn between Paul and Philemon in reference to the measure or degree of attached feeling towards Onesimus. Paul says that Onesimus is now a brother. To whom? to Philemon and to Paul too, though he calls him his son. But he is a beloved brother. Beloved to whom? To me, yes, and unto thee. But in what degree is he beloved to them respectively? Why especially? But especially what? Is it especially beloved, or is it especially a brother? Which word does the adverb especially qualify, beloved or brother? Most assuredly, it cannot qualify brother, but it can and does qualify beloved. He is beloved in a high degree, especially to me. But in a higher degree, how much more to thee, beloved, both in the flesh and in the Lord? Clearly, if the thing were possible that the adverb especially and the adverbial phrase how much more could qualify brother, then we would have the ludicrous idea presented of Onesimus being a brother germane to Paul and to Philemon both, but that he was more a brother to Philemon than to Paul. There are two other objections to this novel criticism. It requires proof that the older brother was a master, and the younger his slave, doulos. We doubt much whether any sane man will undertake to prove this historically. The other is, that the phrase in the flesh is the same in its meaning with according to the flesh, which we have seen used in the epistle to the Colossians, written at the same time with that to Philemon, and sent by the same messengers. The sense is not equivocal. In the flesh, or according to the flesh, is simply as to worldly affairs, and in the Spirit, or in the Lord, or according to the Spirit, as to spiritual affairs. Proof 5. Ephesians chapter 6, verses 5 through 9. Servants, be obedient unto them who are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of your heart, as unto Christ. And ye masters, do the same things unto them, forbearing, threatening, etc. Here again all the points are sustained. The relation exists. The duties of servants, slaves, are prescribed in peremptory language. The distinction is noted between the master as to the flesh, as to worldly affairs, and Christ, the spiritual master, and the general consistency of their service to both, and the reward of faithfulness is held out as a motive. The masters are commanded to do the same things, that is, to carry out the same spirit of goodwill towards them, in gentle and kind treatment, which the servants are commanded to practice, and with an eye to their own accountability to God. Not one word can here be found encouraging servants to steal a horse and run away. Not one hint to masters about the sin of slavery and the duty of repenting of it, and no command to manumit their slaves. Proof 6. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verses 1 through 5. Let as many servants as are under the yoke count their own masters worthy of all honor, that the name of God and his doctrine be not blasphemed. And they that have believing masters, let them not despise them, because they are brethren, but rather do them service, because they are faithful and beloved, partakers of the benefit. These things teach and exhort. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, even the words of our Lord Jesus Christ, and to the doctrine which is according to godliness, he is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strifes of words, whereof cometh envy, strife, railing, evil surmisings, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth, supposing that gain is godliness. From such withdraw thyself. We are to bear in mind that these are among the instructions given by an aged and experienced minister, under the spirit of inspiration, to a youth in the service. When we connect with this the very brief space covered by the whole epistle, we must conclude that Paul thought the subject of slavery a delicate and important one, that he could afford it so much space. Let us carefully analyze the context. 1. The persons spoken to are slaves, douloi, and the correlate term is despotoi, masters, absolute in authority over them. 2. But the spirit of inspiration, foreseeing the mischief which misguided zeal would occasion in the premises, and the twisting and wrenching of the scripture, which would attend its efforts, has appended a phrase which cuts off the possibility of plausible cavil. These douloi are under the yoke, a phrase which undoubtedly signifies bondage, deep and degraded slavery. This phrase does not again occur in the New Testament. The term yoke, however, does occur 5 times. Rather, the Greek word zugoi. Matthew chapter 11, verses 29 and 30, it is used to signify that perpetual, perfect, absolute, unmurmuring, and everlasting subjection, under which God's redeemed are laid to serve him. Take my yoke upon you, and learn of me, for my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. In Acts chapter 15, verse 10, it signifies the slavery into which some labored to bring the Gentile converts to the ceremonial law. Why tempt ye God to put a yoke upon the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? In Galatians chapter 5, verse 1, the same is called a yoke of bondage. In Revelation chapter 6, verse 5, the word is correctly translated a pair of balances. Let us inquire how the same Greek word is used in the Septuagint, the old Greek translation of the Old Testament. Its meaning may assist us here. If it is there a symbol of bondage, a type of slavery, it creates a strong presumption that it is so here also. It is used some 15 times as the translation of a word that signifies a pair of balances, mazonayim, as in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 36, Job chapter 6, verse 2, and chapter 31, verse 6, Psalm 62, verse 9, Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1, etc. Again, it is used for ol, a word that means the instrument by which oxen or beasts of burden draw. This is the natural and proper sense, as in Numbers chapter 19, verse 2, bring thee a red heifer, upon which never came yoke. So Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 3, 1 Samuel chapter 6, verses 7 through 10. Again, it is used in the figurative sense as the symbol of oppressive bondage. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 4, and chapter 10, verse 27. Thou hast broken the yoke of his burden. His burden shall be taken away from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. And chapter 14, verse 25, the same, and chapter 47, verse 6. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid thy yoke. So Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 20, and chapter 5, verse 5, and chapter 27, verses 8, 11, and 12, and chapter 28, verses 2, 4, 11, and 14, and chapter 30, verse 8, Lamentations chapter 3, verse 27, Ezekiel chapter 34, verse 27. Again, Isaiah chapter 58, verse 6, the Greek word is used for one which means the bows of the yoke, the bands, or whatever fastens the yoke on the neck, and thus is very suitable to express the idea of bondage. Thus it is clear that to be under the yoke is to be in a state of slavery. To have the yoke broken off is to be made free. This will be admitted by all abolitionists, for they use Isaiah chapter 58, verse 6, very constantly in their prayers, and, I suppose, in their arguments. Is not this the fast that I have chosen, to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that ye break every yoke? End of proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part B. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part C, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part C. Mr. Moderator, it has been argued on this floor, from this very passage, that we are bound to manumit all the slaves. We have here an admission which might have saved me the preceding labor. However, it is performed, and you have it. You have also the concession of the opposite side, that to be under the yoke means to be slaves. Let us keep this. The douloi, of whom Paul here speaks, our abolition brethren admit were slaves. But then what will we do with Isaiah? We will take his language for just what it means. And it is obvious, at a glance, that the prophet is correcting abuses, in the context referred to. As in the days of Nehemiah, the Hebrews had gradually disregarded the laws relative to the treatment of their slaves. They did not release at the end of the 6th year, nor even at the Jubilee. They treated their Hebrew servants with rigor, contrary to law. These illegal exactions he would correct. The law forbid the Hebrew to make his brother serve with rigor. This Isaiah would restore. To loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens. The law ordered the slave to be set free, of whom the master had broken a tooth or destroyed an eye. This the prophet enforces. And to let the oppressed, the broken, as it signifies, go free. That is, for his eyes or his tooth's sake. The law made all Hebrew slaves free at the end of 6 years, and here the prophet, like Nehemiah, enforces the law. Let every man who is entitled by the law to his freedom go free. Break ye off every yoke. To infer from the general term, every yoke, that those who were not by law entitled to freedom must obtain it, is not to interpret, but to pervert the prophet's language. Servants, obey your masters in all things, is Paul's injunction. No, to infer that they are to do things in obedience to man, which God has forbidden, is to pervert and not to interpret Paul. So here exactly. To infer from the general term, every yoke, that the prophet means to oblige the Israelite to manumit those servants, whom the law expressly says he may keep as servants forever, is not to explain Isaiah, but to pervert his obvious intent and meaning. Again, the servants in this context are exhorted to account their own masters worthy of all honor. Hence, according to the mode of interpretation we refute, the inference must be that they should account these masters worthy of divine worship, for this is included in all honor. If every yoke necessarily means all slaves absolutely, and all absolutely are commanded by Isaiah to be set free, then all honor must include divine reverence and adoration, and so these slaves must worship their masters as gods. Such absurdities follow from neglect of that canon of interpretation which sound criticism and common sense have for ages established and deemed incontrovertible, namely, that general terms must be subjected to such restrictions as the nature of the subject and the scope or drift of the writer require. In the present instance, by this rule, all honor means all honor properly belonging to the relation of master and servant, as regulated by the laws and reputable usages of the community. So in Isaiah, all yokes, or every yoke, means every one which, according to the law and reputable use, required to be broken off. 3. My third remark on this passage of Timothy is that these douloi under the yoke are exhorted to account their own masters worthy of all honor. The word for masters is despotes, absolute lords. It was before stated that this is a strong term. It is used in Simeon's prayer, Luke chapter 2, verse 29, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. In Acts chapter 4, verse 24, Lord, thou art God. Revelation chapter 6, verse 10, How long, O Lord? Jude verse 4, denying the only Lord God, etc. The term properly signifies absolute Lord or master, and this has its proper correlate in doulos, as a slave. Now these despots are to be accounted worthy of all honor, and Christian slaves are commanded not to despise their believing masters, but to serve them, to perform the part of slaves to them. Here is the very contradictory, the exact opposite of abolitionism. Instead of condemning and despising and purloining and running away from their masters, as some teach they ought, these slaves are exhorted and commanded to respect and love, to abide with, and faithfully to serve their despots. 4. We may observe again the reason in forcing this obedience and respectful demeanor. It is that the religion of these Christian slaves may be commended to their masters and to all men. Christianity is not a religion of violent civil and political revolutions. It never organizes a political party. Its interference, rude and violent interference with civil arrangements, would cause its author's name to be blasphemed and his doctrines to be abhorred and rejected. 5. Timothy is not left at liberty to teach or not to teach. This doctrine of the subordination of slaves to their own masters, Paul lays it on him peremptorily, these things teach and exhort. It is quite possible that the colonizationists, the only true and efficient friends of the colored race, have fallen behind the line of duty in this thing. For love of peace, from an earnest desire to avoid violent excitement, we have neglected Paul's injunction.
we have so held back as to produce the impression upon the minds of the opponents of Paul's doctrine that we felt ourselves at a loss for anything to say in his defense. You have seen them in this synod, daring and braving and bantering us. I am for peace, but when I speak, for battle they are keen. 6. The apostle points out the origin of the opposite teaching. And here, Mr. Moderator, I am sorry I shall be obliged to say some things extremely unpleasant to our brethren, hard for them to endure, because they will come with blistering severity, unpleasant for me to utter, only because of the pain they may occasion, the alienation of affection, the heart-burnings and jealousies that will probably follow, not because they are uncalled for and unavoidable, they are become imperiously necessary. These very brethren have made the issue and forced us upon it. Faithfulness to God's word will no longer tolerate mincing and mouthing with great caution. We must expound it according to its plain and obvious truth and meaning. If the two-edged sword meet with matter to cut, let it cut. If a festering ulcer fret and fatten on the body ecclesiastical, let the scalpel reach its core, and let the probe search its depth. I say, then, that Paul finds the origin of abolitionism in the vanity, self-conceit, and puffed-up pride of the human heart. If any man teach otherwise, and consent not to wholesome words, etc. Now, to teach otherwise is to teach other and opposite doctrine to that which he teaches, viz., that slaves should respect, love, and serve their own masters. If any man teach opposite to these doctrines, if he teach modern anti-slavery doctrines, such as abound in their publications and speeches, he is tetuiphoti, proud, we have it translated. But I appeal to every Greek scholar if it do not mean vain, puffed up, self-conceited. But I will not trust to Greek scholars only. I will refer you to better authority, 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 6. Speaking of the qualifications of a bishop, Paul says he must be not a novice, lest being lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of the devil. The word in our text, then, translated, he is proud, means such a lifting up with pride as greatly endangers the person's falling into the condemnation of the devil. Again, 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 4, speaking of the last days, the days in which we live, sir, and of the perilous times that shall come, he says, men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, traitors, heady, high-minded. Does not this mean puffed up with vain pride and contemptible self-conceit? The form of the word does not again occur in the New Testament, but nearly the same we have once, Matthew chapter 12, verse 20. The smoking flax he will not quench. The primary idea is taken from the thick vapory smoke, which ascends from damp straw or weeds, when they are kindled with fire, but before the flame acquires strength to consume the foggy smoke. How forcibly does this describe the state of a self-conceited mind, which supposes itself the origin of light and truth and wisdom, and wrapping itself round and round in the fog and smoke of its own vanity, and ascending amid the cloud of its own incense, looks down with pity or with scorn upon the ignorant world below. The history of modern abolitionism, as to its origin, will be found to tally with this picture. A vigorous young man was refused promotion in the service of the American Colonization Society. He became offended, removed to a neighboring city, set up an opposition paper, and thus became the father of the modern anti-slavery movement. Who the mother may have been is now difficult to tell. That honor may, perhaps, by a little slip of chronology, be conferred on Abby Kelly. At least, she is laboriously discharging the duties of a dry nurse. 7. Let us mark, in the last place, the consequences of a system of movements which has such an origin. Could they be expected to be characterized by meekness, wisdom, humility, brotherly kindness, charity? As well might the lamb and kid claim paternity from the hyena and the wolf. But see what Paul says, "Whereof cometh envy, strife, railing, evil surmisings, perverse disputings of men of corrupt minds, and destitute of the truth." To this charge, Mr. Moderator, our brethren of this synod, on behalf of the original abolitionists, now the Garrison and Abby Kelly party, have pleaded guilty. They have distinctly admitted the correctness of Paul's prophetic representations. But for themselves, and thus far we gladly admit the plea, and for the great body of abolitionists, they plead not guilty, and attempt to wash their hands of all the infidel party's doings. We must not, whilst we let off our brethren individually, and as ministers of God, from the weight of this charge, we must not, we cannot, in faithfulness to Paul and to truth, let the abolition movement escape. We contend that the infidel abolitionists, the no government men and women, the anarchical party, are the real, true, and only consistent anti-slavery men and women. They are the sound logicians who have fearlessly followed out the fundamental principle of the movement. It were easy to show that, if you once admit the simple relation of master and servant, irrespective of cruelty and abuses, to be in itself sinful, then you must deny the morality of the temporary existence of the relation. For if it is a sin in itself, it must be so whether it be of long or short duration. Surely, if to hold a man in bondage for life, say 30 years, is a sin, to hold him 10, 5, 1 year is a sin too. But the relation of parent and child involves obligations of the latter to obey the former. Hence, this too must be abandoned. Next goes that of husband and wife. Next, that of civil ruler and ruled. The original abolitionists have clearly seen that all these relations are spoken of in the same scriptures that speak of master and servant, and they have logically inferred that the arguments which go to make the simple relation a sin in the one will equally nullify the whole. The infidel abolitionists are the sound reasoners in this case. We therefore hold the movement as a whole responsible for the horrible results which our brethren here deplore equally with us. Thus, by 6 plain passages of Scripture have I proved the 4th and 5th propositions, that the New Testament recognizes the existence of slavery, and that it prescribes the duties of servants to their masters, and masters to their servants. And yet, in no instance does it forbid slaves to obey, or masters to retain their slaves. No text commands masters to liberate their slaves. Let us now hear the conclusion of the whole scriptural argument. I have demonstrated 5 distinct propositions in regard to the Old Testament, which see. As to the New Testament, I have laid down 2 distinct general propositions, and supported them by 5 distinct subordinate ones. 1. There is not a sentence in the New Testament which expressly forbids the having and the holding of a slave. 2. There is not a sentence in the New Testament which, by fair and just interpretation, according to the rules of grammar, gives ground for the logical inference that the simple holding of a slave or slaves is inconsistent with Christian profession and Christian character. The 5 which go to prove the truth of these are: 1. That the Greek word doulos, usually translated servant, properly and commonly means a person held to service for life, a slave. This was proved by a reference to all the cases of its occurrence in the New Testament, by classes, and by its contrast with the opposite term, eleutheros. This means free. Doulos is the opposite, and must mean a slave. 2. With an inference. Paul advises servants to abide quietly in their condition. This he could not do if the relation of master and servant were, in itself, a sin. This was proved, and the inference was sustained. 3. With an inference. The New Testament recognizes some masters as good men, true and faithful believers. Therefore, the relation of master and slave may exist consistently with Christian character and profession. 4. The New Testament recognizes the existence of slavery. 5. The New Testament prescribes the duties of servants to their masters, and of masters to their servants, enjoining obedience to the one and kind treatment from the other. As to these propositions, both relative to the Old and New Testament, I am aware the practiced logician may take exception on the ground of form and arrangement. He may say, they are not always distinct, they overlap in some places. This is admitted, and was, perhaps, not wholly avoidable, in an argument designed not exclusively for the practiced reasoner, but mainly for the popular mind. The truth, however, is the main matter, and to this I invite the attention of any who may choose to reply. I hope the brethren will not flinch. If any man chooses to controvert any one of them, let him do it, not by declaiming against the horrors of slavery, or the impiety of asserting that the Bible tolerates it. Let us not have popular appeals, but logical, scriptural argument. Let no man content himself with a tirade against my inferences. Let him come up fearlessly to my propositions. If he can refute them, or any of them, then he may shake public confidence in the inferences. Until then, they will stand unmoved in the solid judgment of thinking men, whatever excitement may be raised by pathetic appeals to human sympathy and the weaknesses of men and women. The inferences which I deduce from the preceding propositions are 2, viz. 1. According to the Bible, a man may stand in the relation of a master and hold slaves, and yet be a fair and reputable and consistent professor of the religion of the Bible. 2. There is no power on earth, no authority in the church, to make the holding or the not holding of a slave a term of communion, or condition of admission to the privileges of the church. For cruelty to their slaves in any form, for unkind and harsh treatment, for violent and abusive language, even masters may be censured,
and if such offenses against the word of God be preserved in, may be suspended and ultimately excommunicated. But if a master treats his servants as the Bible commands him to do, there is no power in church officers to censure or excommunicate him, simply because he is a master, because he holds slaves. Hence the corollary: whoever assume and exercise such power do therein usurp the prerogative of the king and head of the church, and expose themselves to the penalties of such as lord it over God's heritage. Such violate a plain precept of God's word: be not many masters, neither as being lords over God's heritage. They thrust themselves into the throne, and exercise a power which Christ has not granted to the officers of the church, but which he has forbidden to be exercised. They become themselves the usurping despots, and make the freemen of God their slaves. You see, Mr. Moderator, I proceed upon the principle that the King of Zion only can settle the terms or conditions of admission to membership in his visible kingdom. If any man deny this, I cannot here enter into controversy with him. But assuming this as indubitably true, the corollary follows, by an inevitable logical necessity. What then have we gained by this whole argument? Simply this, that slavery, the relation of master and slave, not, you will observe, any violence, not any cruel treatment, but simply the relation, is tolerated in the Holy Scriptures. I have not said the Bible sanctions it, the Bible commands it, except in the case of forfeiture of liberty by crime, but the Bible permits it. Nowhere does it command masters to manumit their slaves. End of proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part C. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part D, from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Proposition from Rev. George Junkin, Part D. This, Mr. Moderator, some of our brethren have found themselves too honest-hearted to deny. Some have fully admitted it. One excellent brother, seeing no room for denial, proceeded to argue thus against me, admitting the position I have elaborated as true. What if the Bible of old did tolerate slavery? Does it hence follow that it must be tolerated now? The Bible tolerated polygamy. Here is a parallel case, and you will be obliged by this argument to tolerate this evil. The Hebrews held slaves, and were, notwithstanding, members of God's church. Hence it is inferred, Christians may hold slaves, and yet be, and continue, members of God's church. But, said our good brother, the temper of whose steel I understand, and can therefore make free to try its edge, if this argument is good for the toleration of slavery, it is also good for the toleration of polygamy. For the Hebrews often had a plurality of wives and concubines, and were, notwithstanding, accounted reputable members of the church. Consequently, Christians may indulge in polygamy, and yet occupy a reputable standing in the church. Such was the brother's argument, as I think every one in the house must have understood it. And I admit it is very plausible, and would be conclusive, if he would prove one thing, viz., that polygamy was tolerated in the New Testament. Then the cases would be exactly analogous.
But exact similarity is indispensable to truth and safety in an analogical argument, and therefore, until it shall be shown that polygamy existed and was not forbidden in the New Testament, as I have shown that slavery existed and was not forbidden, the argument is not a tripod, it is only a biped, and a stool cannot stand on two legs. But this postulatum necessarium, this indispensable point, cannot be sustained, for it is the reverse of truth. The New Testament prohibits polygamy. Mark chapter 10, verses 6 through 8. But from the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother, and cling to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh. Here is a prohibition, not only of causeless divorce, but of polygamy. A man can have but one wife, says the Redeemer, and this is the original law of man's creation. Moses tolerated your departures from this law, for the hardness of your hearts. But now the original law is placed before you. Accordingly, wherever the duties of husbands are spoken of, there can be found no recognition of two or more wives to one husband, for the husband is the head of the wife. Let everyone so love his wife, even as himself, and the wife see that she reverence her husband. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 23. Always only one is implied. But again, 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2, describing the qualifications of a bishop, Paul says he must be the husband of one wife. And so, verse 12, let the deacons be the husbands of one wife. So Titus chapter 1, verse 6, the husband of one wife. Now these show that polygamy had been tolerated, but now is no longer to be tolerated. It is censured as a disqualification for any office in the church. No matter what qualifications, otherwise a man may have for office, if he have more than one wife, he is excluded from office. Now let our anti-slavery brethren produce us a declaration of our Redeemer to this amount, that slavery, which Moses tolerated, is not any longer to be tolerated, that no slaveholder shall be a deacon, a presbyter, or a bishop. Let them do this, and their analogical argument is good, and we will abandon the defense. Thus we shut them in. But some brethren in the opposition seem, to me, Mr. Moderator, to have gone somewhat farther towards giving up the ship. Did not your ear catch an argument to this amount? Quote, it is not slavery in the abstract we oppose. We disregard abstractions. We oppose slavery as it exists in these United States. This, we say, is a sin, and against this we lift up our voice, and would have this synod to condemn it. Let abstract relations go to the wall, but let us attack the actual living reality. Close quote. Surely, sir, you heard this. Well, what is its concession? Does it not concede their inability to occupy a foothold on the ground of the civil social relation of master and slave? Does it not concede that they are able only to assault the abuses, the cruelty and tyranny and oppression so often connected with it? I think one prominent debater admitted in so many words that he would not or could not contend against the abstract relation, but against the practical system he felt able and determined to contend.
Well, if they abandon the principle in dispute, let us, for a moment, look at the practical argument. Allow me to state it in full logical form, namely, all things which involve many great and crying moral evils ought immediately to be abandoned and abolished. But slavery, as it exists and is practiced in the United States, involves many great and crying moral evils. Therefore, slavery, as it exists and is practiced in the United States, ought immediately to be abandoned and abolished. Is not this the pith and substance of all their arguments? And who will point out one logical defect about it? Notwithstanding its plausibility, let us apply the argument to other social relations, and see how it will work. Marriage, or the relation of husband and wife, as it exists and is practiced in the United States, involves many great and crying moral evils. Therefore, it ought to be immediately abandoned and abolished. Is not this identically the same argument? Does it not rest on the same major, namely, all things which involve great and crying moral evils ought to be immediately abandoned and abolished? Do you not admit the expressed minor? Can any man deny that husbands and wives in the United States do often quarrel and wrangle in the very matters of duty belonging to the relation? Is there no hellish jealousy, no open abuse of power, no violent treatment, no abandonment, no horrid murder committed? Clearly, the minor is true, and the conclusion inevitable. Again, the parental relation, as it exists and is practiced in the United States, involves many great and crying moral evils. Therefore, it ought to be immediately abandoned and abolished. Most assuredly, harsh, unkind treatment, violent beating, resulting in death sometimes, lessons of impurity, even to compulsory prostitution, and all the natural results, lying, swearing, stealing, quarreling, drunkenness, all these are involved in and brought about by the parental relation. The conclusion is logical. It ought to be immediately abolished. Yet again, civil government, as it exists and is practiced in the United States, involves many great and crying moral evils. Therefore, it ought to be immediately abandoned and abolished. Does any man deny the minor? Will any man say there are no moral abominations practiced in our government and our politics? Are fraud and villainy no moral evils? Are perjury and falsehood no moral evils? Are slander and defamation no moral evils? Are stabbing and dirking and shooting men, with all the blasphemous language which usually accompanies such things, are these no moral evils? You see, sir, the conclusion closes in upon us. Our civil government ought to be immediately abandoned and abolished. Examine every one of these, and see whether there be any difference in their construction. Persuaded I am, no man who understands what an argument is, will deny their exact similarity, their logical identity. But will our brethren take the conclusions? If not, will they be so good as to point out the fallacy in their own argument, or so candid as to admit its existence? The fallacy here is in one term, and springs from the accident. All things involve moral evils. Slavery involves moral evils. Things may be involved necessarily or accidentally. Blue paper involves arsenic, not necessarily, but only contingently. Arsenic involves a poisonous quality, not contingently, but necessarily. Anger involves moral evil, not necessarily, but only contingently. Be ye angry, and sin not. Murder involves moral evil, not contingently, but necessarily. Thus you see that before you can draw the conclusion that our civil government ought to be immediately abolished, you must prove that it necessarily involves villainy, perjury, falsehood, etc. But that these evils are separable, at least in a high degree, from it, must be admitted, and therefore the conclusion is not correct. Before you can infer that the parental relation ought to be immediately abolished, you must prove that it necessarily involves the evils of cruelty, etc. Before you can infer that marriage ought to be immediately abolished, you must prove that it necessarily involves jealousy, angry contention, and murder. Before you can infer that slavery ought to be immediately abolished, you must prove that it necessarily involves many great and crying evils. If these are contingent and avoidable, the inference is illogical. It springs from the fallacy of the accident. But there is another question to be met before you can infer that our government ought to be abolished. Be it even conceded that all the evils enumerated are not avoidable, that some cannot, in the present state of human nature, be entirely remedied. Will it even then follow that civil government ought to be abolished? Certainly not. The previous question is, would the abolition of our government, because some evils involved in it are unavoidable, be a removal of these evils and involve fewer? Unless this can be answered affirmatively, clearly the inference against it is illogical. So, were it proved that all the evils involved in American slavery are not avoidable, but some are necessarily involved, still it will not follow that it ought at once to be abolished, unless it can be shown that this abolition would remove the remaining evils, and not introduce greater. We have been told the golden rule, love thy neighbor as thyself. All things whatsoever ye would that men should do unto you, do ye even so unto them, makes directly against the very existence of slavery, and leads to immediate abolition. But the direct reverse of the latter is true. The golden rule will not suffer immediate abolition, except in the special cases where the slaves are, at the time, in a capacity and circumstances in which freedom would be a real benefit to them. To turn out slaves into the kind of freedom which they enjoy, rather which they endure and suffer in our free states of Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, with the habits, the education, the ignorance of men and business which they mostly labor under, would be to act a cruel part, directly in opposition to the Savior's golden rule. No man but a fool would wish to be thus set free. No, Mr. Moderator, the man in whose hands divine providence has thrown any of his fellow men in this form, is bound by every tie that can bind the soul of man, not to set them free, until he can do it to their advantage. He may feel them a heavy burden, a charge weighty and difficult to manage, but he is bound by God's authority to sustain the charge, to endure the labor of caring for them, making them work, feeding, clothing, and instructing them, and thus fitting them for the use of freedom, and so leading on to that result whenever it can be done consistently with the highest interests of the community. The opposite doctrine is radicalism,
and leads to the subversion of all law and order. We have a sample of it often in the treatment of children. Some parents take no control over their children. They are too indolent and have too little conscience to feel the obligation to rule their household. Their children enjoy a vast amount of liberty, that is, of reckless criminality, freedom from all restraints, and of course they become the pests of society, and ultimately the inmates of penitentiaries and candidates for the gibbet.
But God's law requires and commands parents to rule their children. They have no right to set them free until they are first educated and fitted to provide for themselves. So masters are bound to keep their servants in bondage until they are fitted to be free. Immediate abolition would be, in almost all cases, a gross violation of the universal law of love. But let us return to the conclusion furnished by the scriptural argument. Slavery is tolerated in the Bible. It is not made a term of communion by the King of Zion. Consequently, the officers of his church have no power to make it a term of communion.
Here is the doctrine for which we contend, and by this we hope to save this fair land from being deluged in the blood of its inhabitants, and this free nation from the chains of servitude to European despots. Should the opposite doctrine prevail, should the holding of slaves be made a crime by the officers of the churches, the non-slaveholding states, should they break communion with their southern brethren and denounce them as guilty of damning sin, as kidnappers and men-stealers, as worthy of the penitentiary, as has been done here in this synod, should this doctrine and this practice prevail throughout the northern states, can any man be so blind as not to see that a dissolution of the Union, a civil and perhaps servile war, must be the consequence? Such a war as the world has never witnessed, a war of uncompromising extermination, that will lay waste this vast territory, and leave the despotic powers of Europe exulting over the fall of the Republic. All the elements are here, the physical, the intellectual, the moral, elements for a strife, different in the horribleness of its character from anything the world has ever witnessed. Let the spirits of these men be only once aroused. Let their feelings be only once chafed up to the fighting point. Let their irritation only be kept up until the North and the South come to blows on the question of slavery. Their contentions will be as the bars of a castle, broken only with the last pulsations of a nation's heart. End of proposition from Rev. George Junkin. Certificates from Bible Defense of Slavery by Josiah Priest. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Certificates from the Richmond Examiner. The Negro Race. In the able and learned lectures of Mr. Gliddon, our attention was particularly excited by his accounts of the antiquities in the Egyptian province of Monroe, because those antiquities constitute the most striking illustration of Negro civilization which history or archaeology can produce. Monroe was a country on the Nile, above Egypt. When the last named and most famous seat of ancient civilization was overrun by Cambyses and other cruel conquerors, a portion of the inhabitants retreated up the river and established themselves in Monroe. Hither they transported their old forms of government, of worship, their old arts, and their antique customs. They built great temples and excavated tombs. They erected obelisks. They covered them with inscriptions in their hieroglyphic alphabet, and the inscriptions and sculptures, which date from the first generations of this colony, are found to be as perfect as those of the lower Nile. But the colony was cut off from the body of the nation by intervening deserts and fierce nomads. The number of emigrants was never increased from the old races. Necessarily, the men were in a great disproportion to the women, and they were forced to take their wives and concubines from the captives which they made in their wars with the surrounding and barbarous tribes. Now the Egyptians were of a different race, but these tribes were negroes. Hence, the second generation of the Monroeites were mulattoes. The process of amalgamation continued. They formed harems from their sable purchases, so that the third generation were Sambos. The next were still nearer the negro type, and the work proceeded until all traces of Caucasian blood disappeared, and Monroe was inhabited by a pure black race, like that of the vast regions on its boundaries. The most interesting circumstance connected with these facts is the continued deterioration in the sculptural remains of the country, and their final cessation with the disappearance of the white blood. The inscriptions and portraits of the original immigrants, as before said, are equal to those of the old empire, but in those of their mulatto children there is a great difference. The sculpture is clumsy, the inscriptions in bad grammar, and in worse orthography. The next are inferior even to those, and in the succeeding generation it becomes evident that they wholly lost the language, and no longer understood what they wrote. The inscriptions are nothing more than miserable copies from the earlier works, so that on a tomb that is evidently of a late date, will be found a badly executed copy of the inscription on the tomb of its owner's great-grandfather, even the date and name being unaltered. After that, they lost even the power of intelligible imitations, and a few scrawls on uncarved rocks are the latest remains that are found. The Monroeites then cease to be Egyptians even in name and tradition. They have forgotten language, government, religion, and arts. They have no buildings and no enduring tombs. The province is no longer distinguishable from the country around. The race has relapsed into absolute negro barbarism. This illustration of their incapacity not merely to attain civilization, but even to retain it when given them, is a type of the universal history of the negro race. The world has their history in its hands for the space of nearly 5,000 years. Negroes appear on the sculpture of old Egypt, but in that multitudinous country they were utterly valueless. The Egyptians considered them too stupid to be worth teaching even agricultural drudgery, and we only see their figures when led as captives in the triumph of some belligerent pharaoh. From that time until this, the negro has never appeared, save in three forms of existence: captivity, barbarism, or slavery. The last is the highest form of social life of which experience, at least, permits us to suppose him capable. Circumstance could never have kept down any race for 5,000 years which were capable of rising into civilization. All the white races have been, in time, barbarians, but all its branches have, in time, left it, and attained their natural grades of civilization. But the negro has never left the lowest type of barbarism, save for captivity or slavery. In the vast continent of Africa, they have always existed in millions, with no extraordinary circumstances to depress them. But then we never hear of them, save as cannibal savages. No such thing as a negro government has ever existed in Africa. Petty kingdoms have existed, and do exist, some with so-called cities like Timbuktu. But the half-clad rulers in all these kingdoms are Moors or Felaks, a branch of the Arab family, and the people of Timbuktu are Arabs and Felaks. The Republic of Liberia can scarcely be called an exception, since it is watched and guided by the Colonization Society, supported on all sides by England and by other governments, is reinforced every year from the United States, and is governed by mulattoes. Even with all this assistance, it exhibits evidences of decay, and of relapsing into the characteristic barbarism of the neighboring native tribes. Even Mechlin, who lived in Liberia 5 years, and for part of that time was governor of that colony, has declared the experiment to be a failure, and died in Mobile, with the declaration that he saw no hope of ever rendering the negro race fit for self-government. On this continent they have received the most signal trial. They were protected by civilized states. They possessed the richest islands on the globe, with the richest commerce at their doors. The result is very notorious. Famine ravages, often, that fertile land. Petty but desolating wars occupy its sections. The only government which subsists is that of a bloody and stupid beast, who is emperor over only one corner of the island. Off from the seaports, the people have lost arts, religion, industry, decency, have relapsed into absolute cannibalism. Dr. Note states, on the authority of an eyewitness, that on 2 occasions, while traveling in Haiti, he saw the negroes roasting and eating their Dominican prisoners by the roadside. In the free states of this country, the negro race can reach every advantage which the white man possesses. Many of them are educated. But where have they evinced capacity to make use of our civilization? Where have their best classes achieved a higher destiny than that of tavern waiters? Where have their masses risen above the very lowest level of the worst population? Where has any individual, even, attained not to say distinction, but respectability in any profession? In England, many negroes who were supposed to exhibit talent when children, have been subjected to the hotbed process of culture, and 2 or 3 of these have been brought up to the mark of writing verses. These have been collated into a volume, and Bishop Gregoire of Blois has written a stupid book to prove therefrom the intellectual equality of the race. But anyone who will take the trouble to read these verses will find them, for the most part, too doggerel, too poor, to be called verses at all. And whenever a copy occurs of sufficient merit for the poet's corner of the smallest kind of country newspaper, its author is sure to turn out a mulatto or quadroon, when the accompanying biographies are referred to. By the history of the negro race, it is, therefore, incontrovertibly proven that they are utterly incapable of civilization or development beyond the point of slavery. When the starved barbarian is taken from the wilds of Africa, clothed well, fed well, and associated with the whites, he quickly acquires a certain degree of health, strength, and intelligence. He will quickly ape the white. But there his development ceases. Beyond that, in no instance has he ever gone. Without amalgamation with the white race, he remains where he begun, and sinks so soon as the superior influence is withdrawn. These phenomena are peculiar to the black race. None of the diversified families of the white race exhibit them. To which one of the white races could the advantages be given which lie before the negroes of the United States, without an immediate operation and proof of its talent and its intellectual superiority in hundreds and thousands of instances? All the white races have been civilized and developed in time, and where circumstances have thrown them back into barbarism, they all exhibit capacity for civilization. But the exact contrary is the characteristic of the negro race. What deduction is to be drawn from these facts? The plain and inevitable deduction is this: that the negro is a totally distinct race from the Caucasian; that the negro is the connecting link between man and the brute creation; that the negro race is designed by nature to be subordinate to and dependent upon the white or superior races; that the negro race is the result of a different act of the Creator from that which originated the Caucasian, and is, consequently, beyond the scope of those abstract axioms which declare that all races are of one blood, and have equal rights, natural, social, and political. From a correspondent of the Nashville and Louisville Christian Advocate: Bible Defense of Slavery, or Origin and History of the Negro Race. This is one among the multitudinous publications of the day that is richly worthy a careful perusal of every lover of truth and justice, reason and religion, virtue and humanity. It is what its title imports, a veritable, impregnable defense and vindication of the South, her rights, and peculiar policy and institutions. It is no catchpenny, harbingered by an ignis fatuus of a murky imagination and a baser cupidity, for purposes of speculation, but a work of masterly ability and most profound research. This peculiarity, of itself, apart from its relative connection with a mooted and vexed question, would render it a valuable work to the scholar and divine. But when we take into consideration its direct bearing upon the absorbing topic of the day, and that it is the production of the ablest divines and profoundest scholars of which the great North, in all her pride and glory, can boast, its intrinsic worth then becomes magnified 1,000-fold. Its authors, in their patient researches after truth, have explored the mighty ocean of biblical, scientific, and historical lore, in all their heights and depths, lengths and breadths, and planted themselves upon a rock not less firm and immovable than the adamant of ages. Their own adverse education and preconceived opinions vanished before the splendor of their investigations, whilst the sordid vampires of fanaticism and political incendiarism are made to coil their serpent heads, and seek refuge in their native dens and caves of pauperism and degradation, whence they come, and where they, unregenerated, belong as a legitimate right. Charleston, June 16, 1851. Mr. W. S. Brown, I have your acceptable favor of the 27th before me. Since I last wrote, the volume you sent me has come into hand, and I have read it with much attention and great gratification. It is an able and comprehensive defense of our institutions, and I think it will be received everywhere with congratulation. I have thoroughly examined the book, and regard it as one of the best productions which has ever appeared in defense of the South. Your book is a favorite in our family, and is, at present, going the rounds for perusal by every member. Very truly and fraternally yours, Edwin Herold, editor of the Southern Home Journal. From the Monroe Democrat, Bible Defense of Slavery. This is the title of a work just issued from the press by W. S. Brown, M.D., Glasgow, Kentucky. The author maintains that the negroes are the descendants of Ham, and, in fulfillment of the decree of heaven, have been, in every age, servants of servants, that they are mentally, morally, and physically constituted to be such, and will be servants in all time to come. These positions are maintained by an appeal to history, to revelation, and to the character of the negroes. Time will not permit us to enter into anything like a review of this work, but we recommend it to the attention of every man who may feel an interest, as all necessarily must, in the all-engrossing subjects of slavery and abolitionism. Let every Southern man read this book, and make up his mind whether slavery is an evil which he should endeavor to extirpate or not. If he decides that it is, then let him acquiesce in Northern policy, and more, let him openly advocate it, as honest men at the North do, on the ground that it will end in the abolition of slavery. On the contrary, if he come to the conclusion that slavery is not an evil, but has the sanction of high heaven, as this work most clearly shows, and that it has been a blessing and not a curse, then let him fearlessly defend his rights, and wage open and manly war upon the policy adopted, expressly and avowedly, for the purpose of overthrowing Southern institutions. This book does not touch upon party questions, as they exist at the South. It is simply what it purports to be, a defense of slavery, and a very able one too. We hope it will be universally read at the South, and serve, at least, to create harmony of views among Southern people. We have little idea that it will be read at the North. A fanaticism that discards the Bible because it recognizes slavery is blind and deaf to all that can be said on the subject. Buy the book and read it. Patronize those who defend your institutions. The following is from Senator James E. Harrison of Mississippi. The undersigned takes pleasure in recommending Bible Defense of Slavery, as being the best production on the subject with he is acquainted. The whole subject is treated in a most masterly manner, exhibiting great research and learning, as well as superior biblical knowledge. The entire work is replete with interest. Every honest inquirer after truth should read it. James E. Harrison, Aberdeen, Mississippi, November 28, 1851. Another scientific gentleman of distinction, in noticing the book, says of it, quote, "It is a rare work, and every man in the South especially ought to peruse its pages. Many authors have written upon this subject, in times past, and we are convinced that it never has been handled so effectually and learnedly as in this work. The authors are clear, lucid, and forcible.
Their arguments are unique, grand, and weighty. In a word, they prove themselves superior scholars, and men of great ability, in every step they take in the defense of this great subject." A chance to do good. The vexed question settled. Bible defense of slavery. The work bearing the above title we have carefully examined, and can unhesitatingly say that it is the ablest work of the kind we ever saw, and so far as we have seen or heard, it is without an equal in the English language. Being clearly and fairly based on the Scriptures, and confirmed by undoubted facts connected with our race, since the flood, it is, therefore, a work of immense value to all persons who wish to know the truth upon the subject of slavery, and particularly so with the people of the South and West, whose liberty, interests, and rights are now being insulted by European and Northern interference. W. D. Jourdain, Thomas H. M. Wynne, W. K. Wynne, A. K. Bagby, B. F. Danis, H. D. Jett, M.D. Glasgow, Kentucky, March 8, 1851. The above work contains nearly 600 pages octavo, neatly printed and substantially bound, and will be furnished to subscribers at the very low price of $2 per copy, it being the determination of the publisher to place a copy in the hands of every genuine friend of truth and reason, of the South and her rights. There can be no question of the fact that the well-being of our race, the peace and prosperity of our common country, the protection of our dearest interests of life and property, and the security of our firesides and family altars, are more intimately connected with the general circulation of this work among the masses than with that of any other in existence. Its tendency is, not to engender strife or foster error and fanaticism, but to inculcate truth, and give security and permanency to those institutions and relations of life which have been wisely ordained by God, sanctioned by all human experience, and guaranteed by the Constitution of our common country, the Magna Carta of freedom and human rights. Let, then, every friend of his country and of his God, of the South and her rights, of truth and reason, of protection to life and property, contribute his mite to its support. W. S. Brown, Publisher, January 14, 1852, Glasgow, Kentucky. From the Southern Kentucky Argus. Bible Defense of Slavery. This is the title of the work of which we made bare mention in our last, and promised a more extended notice this week. It is not possible that positions justified by biblical argument, or reasoning deduced from profane history, can be rendered as clear and conclusive as demonstrations in mathematics. But the authors let in upon their subject floods of light, which must have very decided and salutary influence upon public sentiment in reference to the peculiar institution of the South. On examination of this book, such an one as the multiplicity and arduousness of business engagements would allow, we have found it to be, indeed, what its title imports, a defense of slavery. It is not exclusively drawn from the Holy Scriptures, however. The writers, in the light of many pertinent circumstances, apart from it, as well as in that of the Bible, carefully examine the subject of slavery as it relates to the negro race, and gives a more satisfactory account of the origin of black men, of their color, of the causes of their state of servitude, and traces of their character,
as well in ancient as in modern times, dealing en passant many pungent and severe strictures upon that pseudo-system of philanthropy or fanaticism, except modern abolitionism, which threatens dissolution to the cherished union of the American states. Finally, the authors propose a plan of national colonization that is deemed adequate to the removal of the entire free black population of the United States, and all that may hereafter become free, in a manner harmonizing with the well-being of both races. Such is a succinct statement of the main features of the book. That the authors are men of the North, had been reared and educated there, in the very heart of a community of abolitionists, and under the strong influence of its deep-rooted and bitter prejudices against slavery, are considerations that must go a great way in recommending any views they may set up in tolerating or justifying the institution. Their opinions can but be regarded weighty, infinitely more entitled to respectful consideration than would be opinions formed in harmony with the prevailing prejudices under which the authors were educated. The conflict of sentiment with the precepts of early training is the strongest kind of evidence of its soundness, and of the sincerity of the writers promulgating it. These circumstances attending the publication of Bible Defense of Slavery must, therefore, have the double effect to insure for it a wide and increasing demand, and, per consequence, as the disquisition is very able and convincing, produce a very decided and marked effect upon the popular mind in relation to its subject matter, and we commend it into the hands of all reading and reflecting men everywhere. End of Bible Defense of Slavery and Origin, Fortunes, and History of the Negro Race, by Rev Josiah Priest, A.M., 5th edition. Recorded for LibriVox by Joe Dickerson, June 2012.